Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, move to proceed to third additional reference of business.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to comply.
Third additional reference of business. Message of the President of the Philippines. Letter of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. dated November 5, 2024, submitting for the Senate's consideration and concurrence the agreement between the Republic of the Philippines and Japan concerning the facilitation of reciprocal access and cooperation between the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Self-Defense Forces of Japan, which was signed on July 8, 2024 in Manila, Philippines.
The Committee on Foreign Relations.
Messages from the House of Representatives. Letters from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on November 6, 2024, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Bill number 10926, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to the Manila Electric Company under RA 9209, entitled an act granting the Manila Electric Company a franchise to construct, operate, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the cities, municipalities of Metro Manila, Bulacan, Cavite and Rizal, and certain cities, municipalities, barangays in Batangas, Laguna, Quezon, and Pampanga.
The Committee on Public Services.
House Bill number 10698, an act granting the Camarines Sur 4 Electric Cooperative Incorporated, Casureco 4, a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the municipalities of Ocampo, Tigaon, Sagnay, Goa, San Jose, Lagunoy, Presentacion, Garchitorena, and Caramoan in the province of Kamsur.
To the Committee on Public Services.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate on November 6, 2024, it adopted House Concurrent Resolution number 24, concurrent resolution granting consent to Lieutenant General Sharlton Sean M. Garland, former Commandant of the Philippine Marine Corps and current Deputy Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, to receive the Legion of Merit Award from the Government of the United States of America, in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate.
The Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on November 6, 2024, it concurred with the Senate amendments to the following. House Bill number 7316, an act establishing the Baguio City High School for the Arts and appropriating funds therefore, and House Bill number 8700, an act establishing the Baguio City Sports High School and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Archives.
Bills on first reading. Senate Bill number 2869, an act amending Republic Act number 8371, otherwise known as the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act of 1997 by Senator Padilla.
The Committee on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs.
Senate Bill number 2870, an act strengthening the Philippine Coast Guard by introducing policy and organizational reforms, revising for the purpose RA number 993, otherwise known as the Philippine Coast Guard Law of 2009 by Senator Estrada.
The Committees on Public Services, Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 2873, an act prohibiting the selling and or buying of admission tickets through unauthorized sales channels, providing penalties therefore by Senator Villar.
The Committees on Justice and Human Rights, Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
Senate Bill number 2874, an act strengthening the governance and management of the Philippine Science High School system and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Revilla Jr.
The Committees on Science and Technology, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate Bill number 2875, an act creating a special geographic area in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao to be known as Cotahuato Province by Senator Padilla.
The Committee on Rules.
Senate Bill number 2876, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to the Manila Electric Company under RA number 9209, entitled an act granting the Manila Electric Company a franchise to construct, operate, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance and electric power to the end users in the cities, municipalities of Metro Manila, Bulacan, Cavite, and Rizal, and certain cities, municipalities, barangays in Batangas, Laguna, Quezon, and Pampanga by Senator Zubir.
The Committee on Public Services.
Resolution. Senate Concurrent Resolution number 24. Concurrent Resolution authorizing the correction of Section 1 in the enrolled copy of House Bill number 8259, entitled an act creating additional branches of Regional Trial Court and Metropolitan Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of San Juan, converting 4 branches of Regional Trial Court in Pasig City into 4 branches of the Regional Trial Court in City of San Juan and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E and 27 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended by Senator Tolentino.
The Committee on Rules.
Senate Resolution Number 1227, resolution congratulating and commending Team Philippines for claiming the overall championship title at the 2024 International Canoe Federation Dragon Boat World Championship by Senator Binay.
The Committee on Rules.
Resolution Number 1228, resolution directing the proper Senate committees to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the indiscriminate issuance of barangay certification for the purpose of voter registration or transfer of registration, which undermines the integrity of the electoral process and circumvents election laws, rules, and regulations by Senator Binay.
The Committees on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation in Local Government.
Committee Report. Committee Report Number 345, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Basic Education, Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education, and Finance on Senate Bill Number 2872 with Senators Revilla Jr., Estrada, Lapid, Villar, and Gatchalian as authors thereof. An act declaring the 16th day of May of every year a special working holiday to be known as the National Education Support Personnel Day, mandating the Department of Education and the Commission on Higher Education to lead in its observance and appropriating funds therefore.
The calendar.
Its approval and substitutions of Senate Bill numbers 1420, 1445, 1472, and 1859, taking into consideration House Bill number 4896 by Senator Gatchalian.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Saglit na, may bill si Joel na kailangan ilipat mula sa rules. Kasi doon.
One-minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. President,
Majority Floor Leader.
some administrative matters. I move to transfer Senate Bill number 2824 from the Committee on Rules to the Committee on Public Services.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10800 under Committee Report number 335. This is the bill on the 2025 General Appropriations Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Office of the Secretary, the Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, budgetary support to government corporations, National Housing Authority, Social Housing Finance Corporation, National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, and recognize the sponsor and chairperson of the Subcommittee H of the Committee on Finance, the Honorable Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to interpolate would be our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Before acting on the motion of the Majority Leader, is the Marawi Compensation Board not part of the matter under consideration, since the sponsor is still the Honorable Ontiveros?
My understanding, Mr. President, it's not part of the cluster of housing agencies to be deliberated today.
As
Mr.
clarified by the Majority Leader, any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of the budget of the aforementioned agencies is now in order. The distinguished sponsor, Senator Ontiveros, is recognized and to interpolate our Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. You may proceed, sir.
Salamat Abi, Mr. President. Before the good minority leader commences his interpellation, just a few words by way of opening.
The lady may proceed.
Mr. President, honorable senators, I'm here before you today to sponsor the budget for the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development for fiscal year 2025. I'm pleased to report that the committee's proposal aligns with the General Appropriations Bill and the National Expenditure Program. I have draft special provisions that specify the uses of the DSUD's interest subsidy budget. The proposed budget for the DSUD and its key shelter agencies stands at 6,363,729,000 pesos, representing a modest increase of 2.5% compared to the 2024 budget. This constitutes approximately just 3% of the total national budget. There are no changes made to the budgets of the key shelter agencies in the House General Appropriations Bill to the proposed NEP. And the Senate Finance Committee has also maintained the same budget levels. The 4PH program initially aimed to develop 6 million housing units by 2028, relying heavily on private sector investment. However, this target has been revised down to 3.2 million units. As of the latest update, there are 535 projects already underway, with an expected output of 1.2 million housing units at an estimated cost of 1.65 trillion pesos. The Pag-ibig Fund plays a crucial role in the housing finance ecosystem, providing financing options for beneficiaries to purchase homes and supporting developers through its wholesale home lending program. Pag-ibig has set aside 87.15 billion pesos for 4PH projects through this proposal or through this program. While not directly allocated a budget within the DSUD framework, Pag-ibig operates as a key partner in achieving the program's goals. To address financing challenges, the DSUD is negotiating with the Department of Finance to secure a government guarantee for the 4PH program. The sources describe this guarantee as a way to complement existing financing mechanisms, mitigating developer risk. The guarantee mitigates the perceived risk associated with socialized housing projects, making them more attractive to private sector lenders. This will improve the creditworthiness of developers seeking financing for these projects. Complementing existing mechanisms, the government guarantee will work in tandem with Pag-ibig financing and interest subsidies. The guarantee aims to make it easier for developers to access capital for projects. The guarantee addresses problems such as lengthy loan approval times, risk aversion from lenders, and the high interest rates that developers face. This, in turn, could lead to lower housing costs for beneficiaries. Under this new model, the NHA and SHAFC would act as developers. This shift, according to the Secretary, is expected to streamline the process, ensure quicker project completion, and increase housing production by allowing these agencies to leverage the guarantee for swift and reliable financing. By taking on the role of developers, these agencies can directly oversee projects, ensuring adherence to quality standards and potentially reducing costs. The 4PH program has made progress, with 162,381 units currently already under construction. The program has also successfully attracted private sector investment without relying on government funds. However, to meet the revised target of 3.2 million units, The DSUD is proposing a shift in the financing model, leveraging the government guarantee to enable NHA and SHAFC to act as developers. This shift aims to expedite construction and increase housing production. The committee is ready to answer your questions, Mr. President and dear colleagues.
Majority Floor Leader.
The minority leader is scheduled to interpolate. I move that he be recognized.
The Minority Leader is recognized. He may proceed with his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, we can proceed.
Yes, Mr. President.
So, from the very start, let me apologize with my questions because I really find this cluster difficult to understand, Mr. President, what their plans are as well as how we will be funding their plans, Mr. President. So, our sponsor has stated that this sector led by the DSUD has revised targets. Ang original ata 6 million ata.
Yes, Mr. President.
At the start of the President Marcos's term. Now it will be now down to 3.2 million housing units to be constructed ba yun, over the 6-year term of Bongbong Marcos.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Malaki pa yun, ano? Kasi almost half na yun. So, there is no promise na yung 2.8 ba yung balance yung tinanggal natin sa to be constructed, are we still promising something about the 2.8 million o wala na? Para klaro, para I know what to focus on, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, good minority leader. Actually, the reduction in the housing target from 6 to 3.2 million is based on the upcoming housing needs study that DSUD is validating with the NEDA. And I wish to confirm for the record, Mr. President, that the target reduction from 6 to 3.2 million units nga po is aligned at least with the preliminary findings of the study, which indicate an accumulated housing need of 2.2 million units as of December 2022, though projected to reach 6.9 million by 2028, Mr. President.
Ano po yun? 2.2 to 6.9 million units parang shortfall as to ano yun, those who will need housing units minus available housing units, then yun po yun. From 2.2 million to 6.9 million ang cannot possibly be satisfied. Yun po ba yan?
Ang na-revise lamang po, Mr. President, good minority leader, is the time horizon. Kasi DSUD is still projecting forward na kahit yung projection of 6.9 million by 2028 ay masasagot din, matutugunan din beyond the time of this administration. So they are still projecting targets year on year to deliver housing units until 2032 to reach at least a total of 6.5 million housing units, Mr. President. So, yung mga kasalukuyang under construction ay sigurado na pong makokompleto, and then DSUD is also projecting forward until nga po 2032 to reach that projected need of about 6 million, Mr. President.
So, the department is planning to continue with that kind of mindset as well as planning, that they're planning beyond the term of President Marcos?
Of
Ganun
course,
po ba yan?
Mr. President, they can only rightfully exercise that mandate hanggang pong 2028. Pero siguro po, iiwan po nila yung kanilang track record their accomplishments by year 2028, lessons learned for the consideration of the next administration at yung susunod pong department. Pero at least po meron po silang maibibili na mga indicators na based on what they intend will be a successful accomplishment of their targets until 2028 na posibleng mode of meeting the housing needs even for the next administration. Of course, leading the final decision and actual maintenance or revision of the strategy to that next administration, Mr. President.
So let's imagine na 2028 na June 2028. So ang plano ba ng DSUD and the housing sector is that may mga unfinished projects, ongoing but unfinished projects pa by end of the term of President Marcos. So that theoretically, pag ma-finish yung mga yon, 6 million units ang madi-deliver nila all in all.
The 6 million, Mr. President, good minority leader, most probably hindi talaga ma-deliver by 2028. Pero
Yes, yes.
projected, given
Klaro
Yes,
guys.
Mr.
So,
President.
ang madi-deliver, 3.2. Yan ang klaro. Pero meron bang, sa planning ba ng DSUD, sa mind ba nila, June 2028, may nasa start na ng mga proyekto magiging half-finished or semi-finished or unfinished but ongoing or started. And if theoretically they are all finished, they will amount to 6 million?
By June 2028, Mr. President, meron na pong housing units construction started at the magnitude of a total of 907,000. And yung maa-address by actual construction completed or started by 2028 ay yung pong 3.2 million. Yun po yung target tugunan ng 4PH program in the total housing gap of 6.9 million. Yung hindi po matutugunan by 2028 ng 4PH, tinatansya po ng DSUD, pwede pa ring ma-finance by other existing programs, though not by 4PH. Also, Mr. President, for the record, by 2028, bukod sa 907,000 housing units na construction started, by that same year, 2028, meron na pong housing units delivered to the number of 1,108,924. At meron din pong, yun na nga po, Mr. President, meron din pong schedule of delivery until 2023 na nandito po sa table from which I'm quoting at pwede ko rin pong bigyan ng kopya ang good minority leader, Mr. President.
Sige po, ang dami kasing figures na po, nalito rin ako. Actually, Mr. Secretary, in all honesty, I am a mathematician pero sa dami po nung 3.2 million, 6.9 million, 907,000, iba-iba pa. So,
I apologize, Mr. President.
if in writing na lang po
Yes.
sana kung ano yung mga
Opo.
targets.
I will do that po, submit in writing to the good minority leader, Mr. President. Ito pong mga datos from year 2024 till 2032 na housing units delivered at saka housing units construction started para papunta dapat dun sa target dapat ng mga 6.5 million units by year 2032 as a projection.
Teka, Mr. President, Madam Chairwoman, bakit ba natin kailangan banggitin pa yung 6.5 na 2032? Alisin na lang natin siguro. Let's just, what is the plan talaga of the, okay, what's the plan of the SUD? 3.2 million housing units finished and started. Tama, ganun. Finished and started construction. Yun yata, para klaro eh. And then the entire cost, syempre, when you plan, may costing you 3 trillion. Did I get that correctly? 3 trillion pesos? Kasi kailangan ko ng time basahin ito.
Option to appeal to ito yung exact. Ito na sir yung question na galing sa kanay. Kaya Tagalog po dyan nila. Gusto lang nilang ipasa po na yung plan.
Mr. President, good minority leader, the cost of the 3.2 million housing units would come to 4 trillion pesos, Mr. President. And the advice of the good minority leader, Mr. President, is well taken. Siguro hahatiin na lang namin itong mahaba-habang table at least to end by 2028 and then pwedeng separate table yung na-foresee ng DSUD na pwedeng ma-achieve by 2032 if the similar strategy will be pursued by the next administration, Mr. President.
Oo, kasi pwede kasing pang-impress yun eh. Pero alam mo na, yung katotohanan na, kaya yung umpisa natin 6 billion, impress eh. Pero adjust ka agad yata. Siguro nag-adjust ka agad yata, one year, one and a half years into the administration, 3.2 na lang, in-adjust ka agad eh. Mr. President, so...
Although I thought, Mr.
so-
President, that the good minority leader also welcomed that adjustment as a sign na mas nagiging realistic yung DSUD.
Is that the final adjustment from the sector? Talagang na-compute nyo na po yan na may computer simulation pa, may... At the cost of 4 trillion, so dito na pumasok yung financing, how to finance it. Hindi to entero gobyerno ang naisip natin, di ba? That's why narinig ko yung we need a government guarantee.
Yes, Mr. President.
Do we already have that government guarantee?
Mr. President, good minority leader, sa ngayon po, pinoproseso na ng DSUD sa gobyerno, particularly sa Department of Finance, yung mga detalye at go signal para dito sa government guarantee. And yes, Mr. President, dun sa tanong ni minority leader kanina, pinlano na po talaga year on year hanggang 2028 yung housing units delivered, yung interest subsidy requirement, at pati po yung guarantee requirement year on year hanggang 2028. So firm plans po ito, hindi po ito isang pangarap lamang, Mr. President.
Without government guarantee, hindi siya ma-achieve.
Yung guarantee, government guarantee po, Mr. President, ay mas may empower lahat ng stakeholders i-reach yung targets na kakailanganin. Without the government guarantee pa lamang, makakaproduce na po ang DSUD at key shelter agencies ng 162,000 per year. Pero maa-unlock po ng government guarantee yung higit na capacities ng mga stakeholders na to. At potentially, masasagot yung ilang mga challenges dun sa private sector reliances. Nabanggit ko po kanina, Mr. President, yung ilang mga challenges tulad ng lengthy loan approval processes, yung risk aversion mula sa lenders, at saka yung high interest rates. So nakikita po ng department na with the government guarantee, matutugunan yung mga hamon na ito at aayos din po, masusolusyonan yung mga problema, Mr. President.
There are currently under construction 162,000 units. Well, tama yun, walang government guarantee na gawa ninyo.
Yes, Mr. President.
Binibilang ko yung passage of time. 2.5 years po yung nakalipas. It's not 162,000 per year actually. So, tama po. Kasi kung 162,000 currently under construction and you have already been in place for 2.5 years. So, yun. So it took you 2.5 years to have 162,000 units under construction.
That is
Tama yun,
correct.
without government guarantee. Tama yun.
Exactly,
No? So,
Mr.
I
President.
don't think it's per year, Mr. President.
Yes. The good minority leader is correct, Mr. President. In 2.5 years, 162,000 total ang housing units so far under the original 4PH program as conceived. Kaya po nakita po ng department na kakailanganin nila ng isang shift to address those challenges sa private sector reliance. At ito nga po yung what they hope will be a game changer, yung government guarantee system.
That's why they need that. They need that.
Yes, Mr. President.
Kasi yun na yun, ang assumption yata yun, when you have that, then you can access capital. The participants in the program can access capital or will release capital kasi may andyan sa likod si gobyerno.
Yes,
Then
Mr.
you'll be
President.
able to probably access that 4 trillion pesos that you need to build 3.2 million units.
Yes, Mr.
Magkano
President.
lumalabas yun, Ma'am Secretary, per unit?
On the average, Mr. President, aabot ng 1.5 million pesos per unit.
And itong planong ito, 3.2 million units, high-rise lahat ito, condominium type. Yes, pag sinabing vertical, building.
Vertical
Ano bang concept
development, Mr.
pagka
President.
residential yung building? Di ba condominium ang concept doon? Huh? Condominium ang concept. Concept, di ba? Condominium is a concept.
Medium and high rise, Mr. President, so almost condominium.
Concept na may sarili kang unit, may common areas, etc. May,
Ganon
may
po, Mr. President.
meron kayong sharing of expenses sa common areas.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Sino po bang target natin? May mga trabaho na, di ba?
Yes, Mr. President.
Pati yung rule, yung law nila.
Mm. Pati po, simula po sa minimum wage earners, Mr. President, ang target nitong 4PH with government guarantee moving forward from next year and beyond.
Section 5 of RA 11201 or the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development Act provides as follows. The department shall exercise the following powers and functions. I. Policy development, coordination, monitoring, and evaluation. Subparagraph C. Formulate housing policies and programs such as public housing in coordination with the attached agencies for the homeless and underprivileged families. So, aware tayo sa mandatong ito, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. President. The
Ano
department
po
is
ma-announce natin na programa for the homeless? Ano po ang ma-announce po natin? Meron daw silang programa.
Kahit ngayon, Mr. President, meron pong complementary housing programs for the bottom 30% ang department. Pero kinakailangan pa rin yan ng input mula sa ating GAA.
Sa budget sa 2025, meron? How much? Wala nga kami mahanap, Mr. President, actually.
Number of plans. Meron pa we submit this plan to the good secretary. So we also put in predator areas for the disaster.
Ang tago niya.
Paano nga? How is it? Ano to? Direct. How is it? Direct. Is it what? Actual. Yung financing.
Anong procedure?
Labas po dun sa financing na dinedesign ng DSUD through the 4PH and hopefully with the government guarantee, ay meron pong iba't iba pang complementary housing programs. Halimbawa, yung public rental housing, yung housing support for families living in danger areas, at yung housing support for families affected by disaster. Na lahat po nito, pinupondohan ng gobyerno through the GAA, Mr. President.
Pwede po ba sila makaturo ng pangalan ng area na tinitirhan ng mga homeless na biglang nagka-homes? Sige po, anong pangalan ng subdivision na yun or lugar na yun na proyekto ng gobyerno o ng DSUD? Pakibigay yung pangalan, pakibigay yung address ng lugar na yun.
Ang lahat ng mga ito, Mr. President, ay isasubmit pa lamang ng DSUD sa ating komite. And I will forward it to the good.
Okay,
good
kung tunay na may plano ang DSUD for the homeless, magkano naman po ang suma total ng capital requirement ng plano ninyo for the homeless?
Okay.
So 100 plus.
Okay. These would come, Mr. President, to a total of around 100 billion. Para po dun sa public rental housing, ang tansyang budget required ay 23.86 billion. Para po sa housing support for families living in danger areas, budget required would be 238.9 million lamang? Million per annum. Opo. And for housing support for families affected by disaster, yung budget required would be 34 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Reflected po yan sa 2025 budget ng issued?
Okay. Ito po, Mr. President, ang pinapasubmit na additional. So hindi pa siya reflected sa 2025 proposed GAA.
Sige pa. So si homeless, a program for the homeless na overtaken nitong condominium project natin for the minimum wage earner and above. So, ganun, is that the reality, Mr. President? Nauna yung well, maybe siguro maybe rin may housing needs din sila. You can call them homeless, but they are employed minimum wage earner and above. Ito yung inuna natin itong 4 trillion program natin sa kanila. But the real homeless, yung mga nasa streets sa daan na nakikita namin, wish list pa.
Hindi completely
MR.
wish list, Mr. President, dahil kinukuha lang namin yung amounts accounted for by NHA's ongoing programs. At ito po ay proceeding alongside yung pag-shift sa 4PH program na may proposed government guarantee. So sa NHA,
So si government,
Sa ngayon.
yes, Senator Cynthia Villar, I think
Yes,
is
Mr.
interested in our topic. Bakit naunahan ng wage earners ang homeless, Mr. President? Mr. President? Okay. Yes. Sige, ma'am. I'm giving way.
Mr. President, the target market is the poor and the homeless, di ba? Of the should. It's not the middle class. Can I get an answer from that? Kasi yung binasang mandate ni Senate Minority Pro Leader, it says that yung mandate nyo is for the homeless and the poor.
Yes, Mr. President, good gentlewoman. And that is why sa existing budget ng NHA, meron nga din pong 1 billion pesos para sundin ang utos dun sa Mandamus at isa pang 1 billion pesos para sa housing for victim survivors of calamity. So, total of 2 billion sa NHA budget para pa lang sa dalawang programang yon.
That's for the middle class. That's not for the poor.
Okay. Ito pong government funds heavily subsidizing yung housing programs for the poor. Kaya in the magnitude of billions of pesos. Yun namang pong disenyong...
Sabi mo, wala sa budget. Isusingit pa lang sa budget, pero ang priority would be the condominium. Na sinasabi mo, 3.2 million units by 2028. Yun ang question ko sa DSUD. Bakit pinaprioritize yung middle class when your mandate is to help the poor and the homeless?
Yung pong binanggit ko, Mr. President, na mga ipopropose pa lamang ng DSUD, na public rental housing at saka yung dalawa pa. Bukod po doon, yung existing na pinagkakagastosan ng GAA ng NHA.
Why are you prioritizing the 3.2 million condominium for the middle class when your mandate is to help the poor and the homeless? Dapat yun ang first priority. In fact, that is our problem in Las Piñas, that yung inyong condominium na pinopropose, it's not for the poor and the homeless, it's for the middle class. So why are we providing houses for the middle class? They can buy from others because they can afford it. Our priority should be the poor and the homeless. Kasi sa amin, sa Las Piñas, maraming poor and homeless na informal settler. That should be the priority, how to give them houses. Before kasi, yung aming CNP program, we're just giving land to the poor and the homeless. And they will try to save money to build their homes, better homes in the future. And ang amortization lang nun, 500 pesos a month. So they can afford it. The poor and the homeless, they can afford it. Even the tricycle driver and the mga nagtitinda sa palengke. But now, they are prioritizing condominium. Ang condominium, ang mahal. It's for the middle class. It's not for the poor. Tapos paaalisin nila doon sa lupa yung poor, lalagyan nila ng condominium. Saan nila dadalhin yung poor? That's
Mr.
our
Pres-
experience in Las Piñas. So I'm telling the secretary what is our experience in Las Piñas.
Yes, Mr. President. Nakikinig mabuti ang Secretary sa inputs ng ating mga colleagues sa bawat locality natin kasi lahat yan pag pinagsama-sama really give us the national situation sa housing na sinusubukang tugunan ng department. I think what the department is trying to do, Mr. President, good gentlewoman, ay sabay na trabahuin ito with government funds, prioritizing housing for the poor.
Nakatira doon sa lupa, natatayuan nila ng condominium. Saan dadalhin yung mahihirap na cannot afford the condominium?
Mr. President, kahit sa condominium, sinasabi nga po ng DSUD na pati ang condominium ay for the poor as long as may interest subsidy. So sinusubukan po ng department mag-innovate sa mga
4,000 a
programa.
month.
Hindi daw po, Mr. President, but I'll get the updated figure on
Yun
that.
ang pinopromote nila, 4,000 a month.
Mr. President, what I'm hearing here is it is 2,600 a month, so not 4,000 pesos.
Can afford 2,600 a month when they're earning only below 500 a day. Kasi ang kino-question ko is yung model na condominium. Mahal ang condominium eh. So it's not for the poor and the homeless.
So, Mr. President, sa ini-evolve na programang 4PH ng department, bukod pa po dun sa pinag-uusapan natin kaninang government subsidy, may nauna ng proposal na interest subsidy para dun po sa mga mahihirap na mag-elect tumira dun sa mga condominium na yon or mga medium rise na iyon. At meron din pong proposed na amortization subsidy in partnership sa LGUs.
Kasi ang amortization, pag lupa lang ang binigay mo, 500 pesos a month. Yan ang experience namin sa Las Piñas. Now, pag condominium, magkano?
Ang proposal po sa ngayon dun sa amortization subsidy in partnership sa LGU ay 1,500 pesos a month.
1,500 pesos.
So, ang ina-announce sa amin, 4,000 a month.
Okay. This is amortization subsidy.
Amortization mo na yan.
Ito yung base pa lang. Base pa lang ito. Wala pa yung
Per month yun, ano?
subsidized na.
Kasi pagka nag-check yung
LGU.
1,000.
I just want the should to reconsider their condominium concept for the poor. Kasi parang hindi kaya ng mga mahihirap sa amin. Paalisin sila doon sa lupa na tinitirhan nila, tatayuan ng condominium, hindi naman nila kaya yung condominium, where will they go?
Tama. Hindi sila beneficiary.
That is what will happen. Oh. Whereas if yung lupa dinivide sa kanila, 500 a month lang. Oh, mas safe yun. Bakit tatayuan ng kondo?
Mr. President, ang sinasabi po ng Secretary ay kahit dun sa mga lupa na sa ngayon tinitirhan ng mga informal settlers, kung dun din magtatayo ng mga halimbawa medium-rise condominium, sila rin mismo ang titira doon. So it's in
Hindi nga nila
obedience pa rin.
ma-afford eh.
That's where this comes in, Mr. President, na
Afford eh.
yun
That's
yung
the problem.
yun po.
Why will you insist on building them condominiums when you can distribute the land to them 500 a month lang? Ang babayaran nila. Why will you insist on building condominium? Dahil kikita ka do sa contractor ng condominium. na may porsyento ka doon, kaya pinag-i-insist mo yung condominium. O
Actually-
bakit nyo ini-insist ang condominium? Payag naman yung mahihirap na i-distribute na lang yung land sa kanila, and that's 500 a month.
Mr. President, kung naalala po ng good gentlewoman, last year, sinimulan na nating i-advocate dito sa floor na to at nagbukas ang DSUD doon na yung dinedevelop nila noong 4PH program, wala pa po yung usapin ng government guarantee, ay maging bukas na i-implement in tandem sa mga proven na programa na sinusuportahan natin tulad ng
They're
CMP.
promoting that, and I don't think that's practical.
That
That's
is
why I'm questioning you para mag-isip kayo uli kung tama yung ginagawa nyo, kasi nakalagay sa mandate nyo to help the poor and the homeless. But the poor and the homeless cannot afford the condominium. Why not distribute the land under the community mortgage program na 500 a month lang ang ano nila? Ba't ayaw nyo nun? Katulad namin, itong inyong NHA, some of the people na homeless sa amin along the River Drive na hindi naman pwedeng ibigay sa kanila yung easement ng ilog, they are being relocated to Naik. Ang ano doon, no down payment, 700 ang hulog, townhouse. O mas better pa yon kesa magtayo ka ng condominium sa Las Piñas tapos hindi naman ma-afford ng mga tao. Saan mo dadalhin yung mga tao? O paaalisin nyo doon sa lupa, tatayuan nyo ng kondo, saan nyo dadalhin yung hindi kayang magbayad sa kondo? O, di homeless na naman yon. Hindi ba unfair sa kanila? Pinaalis mo doon sa lupa na tinatayuan nila, tatayuan mo ng kondo, tapos ibibigay mo sa middle class, tapos yung mga mahihirap, wala na naman bahay. You have to reconsider what you're doing. I think it's wrong.
Yes, Mr. President. I think sa tulong ng Senado, dito sa mga budget plenaries natin, naisusulong natin yon. Hindi lang yung reconsideration, pero yung redesigning din mismo ng 4PH program.
I think we have done the community mortgage program in
Yes.
Piñas for, I think, 30 years. And it's very successful. We just give them the land. They don't want the condominium. They just want to have a land to build their houses on. And if they cannot build nice houses today, they'll just try to earn so that in the future they can build houses in the land. But what they want is the land, that they will not be hindi sila magigibado sa land where they are staying now, and they're willing to pay for the land. Why don't we do that? Why do we have to build condominiums on their lands which they cannot afford?
Yes, Mr. President. If I may, I think napakalawak ng suporta nating mga senador sa CMP, for example. And dahil paulit-ulit natin ini-impress yun sa DSUD, kaya rin makikita po natin historically, sa budget na nire-request nila sa GAA, ang lakas po ng hinihinging suporta para sana halimbawa sa CMP. Pero kakaunti lang po ang actually na naibibigay mula sa DBM hanggang sa final na GAA. Halimbawa po mula 2016, nag-propose ng funding ng, this is 1 billion, right? 1 billion pesos hanggang sa 2024, hiniling ang 13 billion pesos, pero ang naibibigay lang halimbawa o naibigay pala nitong 2024 GAA ay 126.
But you,
Yes,
you
so
will have
over-
money to build
so-
condominium.
Sorry, what? No. What I'm trying to say, Mr. President, is nagsisimula po tayo dito sa Senado ng paniniwala sa CMP, paniniwala sa GLAD program. Kaya nga't nung unang pinresenta sa atin ng DSUD yung 4PH, itong dalawang programa ang katulad ng ibinangga natin sa 4PH, precisely to say what the good gentlewoman is saying, na hindi pwedeng i-abandona natin yung mga proven successful programs tulad ng CMP para sa isang totally new program. Kailangan yung mga proven, tried and tested components tulad ng CMP, i-sustain natin, and then
Yeah, but
you can see if new ideas like the 4PH at ngayon may kasamang government guarantee ay pwedeng sama-sama tugunan yung ating housing needs. Ganon din po ang nagiging karanasan
but
historically.
if we have land there,
Ano po?
and they can buy the land and
Well-
distribute it to the poor, Why will we have to build condominium which they cannot afford? Just
Opo.
give them the land.
So it is actually up to us also now, Mr. President, kahit dun sa particular na programang sinusuportahan natin ng CMP. Nag-propose po itong representasyon ng 500 million pesos para sa CMP, pati po sa unprogrammed funds natin sa 2025. Ang historically din po sa budget na hinihingi ng DSUD at key shelter agencies pero aktual na ibinibigay ng DBM, halimbawa sa SHAFC, historically humingi po tayo para sa kanila ng 14.8 billion pesos pero 121 million pesos lamang po ang naibigay. But we are not abandoning kahit alin sa mga
Gagamitin mo sa condominium kung yung land lang na murang-mura hindi mo magawa. Anong model yun sa condominium?
yes.
You will say that it will be financed by the private sector.
Yes, Madam
Mr.
Mr. President.
Din ng government yan. Di parang government din ang gumasta dyan. Kasi kami, in Las Piñas, we're very successful sa CMP program. The poor can afford that. Why are we abandoning it at gusto natin tayuan ng condominium when it's more affordable for the poor?
Mr. President, if I may make a few more points of record para lang makompleto din itong discussion namin ng good gentlewoman. Ang priority po ng DSUD kasi hindi yung lupa lang. Gusto ng Secretary ay pag bumili ng lupa, magtatayo din po ng bahay in various forms. Yung forms na gusto natin sa CMP, sa GLAD program ng SHAFC, and ang tinetest natin ay kung pwedeng i-complement yan nitong 4PH na may government guarantee.
Condominium kung kanila. Kaso kukunin nila yung lupa ng mga informal settler. Tatayuan nila ng condominium. Where will the informal settler go?
Pero
They cannot afford the condominium. Paaalisin nila doon. Saan nila dadalhin?
Hindi po pa.
Paalisin eh. Ganun na ang pinopromote sa amin eh. This is on the ground. Kaya ako nagsasalita, I'm hearing it in the ground. Napaalisin sila dahil pinangangakuan sila ng condominium. Tapos tinanong ko, how will you pay for the condominium? Ang sabi nyo, mag-uutang sa pag-ibig. Pag hindi sila napasa sa pag-ibig, hindi sila pwedeng bumili ng condominium. O where will they go?
Mr. Secretary, may problema po tayo sa Las Piñas kasi what I'm trying to show here is pag kinumbine po natin yung mga tried and tested na housing programs natin tulad ng CMP, tulad ng GLAD, plus itong 4PH na isinusulong natin with government guarantee, masasagot yung housing backlog natin, pati sa mahihirap, pati particular sa Las Piñas. So
The
paano po
condominium will
natin
not solve the
tutugunan
problem
yung
of the
problema?
poor. They cannot afford the condominium. I'm telling you. Kasi I know how to build condominium, so I know that they cannot afford that. Ang ayoko lang naman, mawalan sila ng opportunity to have land. O kung hindi nila kaya ang condominium, give them the opportunity to own the land and let them build houses in the future. Yun namang kanilang houses, meron silang houses, ililipat lang nila doon sa lupa na allocated for them. We have seen it.
Actually, Mr.
Homes are 4 stories kasi dahan-dahan nila 30 years, dahan-dahan nilang binild.
Precisely,
Pero-
Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President. Yung sinasabi po ng gentlewoman, yun po yung pinupuntahan ko, na given yung best practice natin sa CMP, yung best practices ng ibang mga informal settler community sa GLAD, na pwedeng mag-combine yon dun sa components ng 4PH, na ito nga, gaya ng sinabi nyo, over time, naging 4-story. So, yun po ay consistent dun sa mid-rise na condominium na sinasabi na, I hear the good gentlewoman, Mr.
500
President.
pesos for the land. That they can afford. O later on, magsisave sila. Pag lumaki ang anak nila, nakakasave sila, then slowly they build their homes there on the land. But ang sinasabi ko, don't deprive them of the land because you want to build condominium.
Yes,
They
Mr.
can't
President.
afford the condominium.
Opo, gaya ng nabanggit ko po kanina sa good gentlewoman, ang konsepto po ng department sa 4PH and with government guarantee ay yung mismong informal settlers na nandun sa isang lupa.
Sila ko qualify eh. Kasi wala silang income na gano'n that can afford to pay for the amortization of the condominium. Let's be practical. They cannot afford that. Mga ano lang yan eh, tricycle driver. Mga nagtitinda sa palengke. Hindi naman everyday continuous ang income nila. Wala naman magsa-certify sa income nila, napapasa sa pag-ibig. Alam kung mag-process sa pag-ibig, there should be a certification of your income. Who will certify for the tricycle driver and the nagtitinda sa palengke?
Mr. President,
Kami rin, nagpo-process kami sa pag-ibig. Kami nga, nagda-down pa sa amin ng ang laki-laki, bumabagsak pa rin sa pag-ibig. Nire-refund namin yung down payment kasi they cannot qualify.
Mr. President, kahit sa 4PH na may government guarantee, may nakikitang importanteng papel ang pag-ibig. But to get back to the important concern ng good gentlewoman, meron na po tayong proof of concept with informal settlers sa Bacolod. Tama po? Sa Bacolod. So, I hear what the good gentlewoman is saying, yung problema sa Las Piñas.
When there are no homeless or poor people there. Here in Las Piñas, they will remove the homeless and the poor people to build the condominium. Where will the poor and the homeless go? O hindi naman sila qualified dun sa pag-ibig to buy the condominium. How do we solve that?
If the good gentlewoman would allow, pwede ko pong i-present yung data dun sa case study, yung best practice na na-establish dun sa Bacolod.
Sa Bacolod, okay.
Yes, of course. Ibig ko lang pong sabihin.
Bakit basta ang LGU?
Well, actually, Mr. President, yun po yung nabanggit ko sa good gentlewoman kanina. Kaya nga po,
The problem is our LGU cannot spend. We only earn 3 billion a year.
Yes, Mr. President.
55% will go to marunong ako sa finance.
Yes.
55% will go to PS and overhead. Di matitira lang 1.2 billion. And that will cover yung health benefit, yung educational benefit, yung pag-support sa mga police, pag-support sa fire department and everything. What will they spare for homes of the poor?
Yes, Mr. President. I appreciate po na magkakaiba ang specific situations on the ground. Because
tayo nagkakaiba. Siguro, ang difference lang natin, nakita ko na yan sa Las Piñas.
Yes,
And I
Mr.
know what happened.
Yes,
So I'm sharing you. Maybe si Secretary, sanay siya sa private. Ay ako, sanay ako sa tanungin mo ang iyong NHA, ako ang nagre-relocate linggo-linggo sa kanya. Dinadala ko sa NAIC kasi doon sa NAIC, walang down payment, 700 ang hulog. Tingin ko, kayang-kaya yun ang mahihirap. Bakit ayaw gumawa ng programang gano'n na kaya ng mahirap? Bakit pipilitin ang mahihirap mag-condominium which they cannot afford? Yun lang ang question ko.
Actually, Mr. President.
Excuse me, with all due respect,
Yes, Mr.
Senator
President.
Cynthia, I can see Senator Nancy raising her hand.
The permission of the minority
PhilHealth.
leader and Senator Villar. Thank
Senator
you,
Nancy
Mr.
Villar.
President. Hindi, gusto ko lang po itanong, Mr. President, aside from the monthly amortization, magkakaroon din ho ba sila ng parang association dues? Kasi alam ho natin, pag condominium, meron yung mga common area expenses. For example, yung ilaw sa hallway, I guess baka may mga areas na kailangan i-repaint or i-repair. Kasi pag condominium setup, laging may kasama yung association, para association dues.
Yes, Mr. President, the good gentlewoman from Makati is correct. Pero inputted na po yun dun sa loan at mako-cover din ng additional subsidy, Mr. President.
So dun sa 1,500, mako-cover na yung association dues.
Yes, Mr.
What is the
President.
1,000? And who will manage that fund? Kasi alam mo natin, pag may association dues, there's a homeowners that manages the fund or building administrator na siyang hahawak ng pera. So, sino yung may ganitong role?
Ang magkakaroon po ng ganong role, Mr. President, ay yung pag-ibig. Isa sa marami-raming importanteng papel na gagampanan nila.
At a function ng pag-ibig ang maging mag-manage ng association dues.
Yes. Opo. Habang wala pa pong HOA, Mr. President, yung pag-ibig na muna, pero once na-organize na yung Homeowners Association, ipapasa po nila yung tungkuling iyon sa kanila.
Siguro, Mr. President, i-review lang ho natin. I don't think that is part of the mandate of pag-ibig to manage association dues that will be collected as part of the amortization. Kasi ang magiging collecting agent po ba dito ay pag-ibig?
Dahil lamang in-input na po yung association dues sa loan. Kaya lamang po, in that sense, hawak ng pag-ibig yung association dues, pero within the overall loan. And once nga mabuo yung homeowners association, yung pong pag-manage nung pag-kolekta at pagbayad, pag-administer nung homeowners association fees, ay ang HOA na po ang
And may
responsible.
datos na din ho kayo na ilang years ho ba to if ever? 30 years? 20 years?
Over 30 years, Mr. President.
So after 30 years, makukuha na ho nila yung, they will already own the property.
Yes, Mr. President.
And then after that ho, who will be in charge of maintaining the building?
Yung Homeowners Association na rin po, Mr. President.
And so far ho, may experience na ho ba tayo na na-maintain afterwards yung building ng HOA? Na medium-rise building ng government project?
Nakita niyo.
Okay. Mr. President, yung may karanasan na po ang department, Mr. President, na basta't may budget tulad ng pinaplano nila na may maintain po yung quality, yung cleanliness, etc.
I'm
nung
talking about
condominium.
afterwards.
Yes,
Kasi diba,
after
ultimate
payment.
goal is for them to own the property, which means they will eventually absorb the maintenance of the building. Which, ano yun kumbaga parang hindi rin nila na-input na after 30 years, meron pa pala silang kailangan pondohan for life kasi nga may association.
Yes.
Siguro for example, itong medium rise yung Centennial ba yun? I mean, that's an NHA project, right? Nakaka-collect ho ba kayo ng housing, may association dues ba doon?
May HOA ba sa Centennial?
Tagig.
Sa Taguig?
I think ito ata yung mga nirelocate from the Pasig River.
We're asking the response to
Diba?
the status of Centennial, Mr. President. Pero
Ay, right.
ngayon pa lang, meron pong HOA Development Bureau sa loob ng department na kahit habang binabayaran pa yung amortization sa utang over 30 years, nagsasanay na po kung papaano once kanila na po yung property na yon, masusustain nila na maalagaan ito
So ibig
bilang
sabihin
HOA.
po nun, for in a span of 30 years, yung pag-ibig magmamanage nung association dues?
Yung HOA din naman po, Mr. President. It's just that habang tumatakbo yung panahong iyon, sinusuportahan sila ng department through that bureau, matuto kung paano talaga i-manage yung property niyon in the long term.
Yes. Yun lang po, Mr. President. Siguro pag-aralan lang din ho nating maigi kasi yung pagtira sa isang condominium, ano yun malayo dun sa mga individual houses, di ba? Kasi ito talaga may mga common shared responsibilities yung homeowners na baka yung bumibili ng unit, hindi niya alam na meron silang ganong responsibilidad. Yun lang po, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. President. At bahagi po yun ng social preparation ng mga beneficiaries. Salamat po
Thank you,
sa good
Senator
gentlewoman.
Nancy.
And if I may, Mr. President, pick up dun sa isang point ng good gentlewoman from Las Piñas.
To tell should,
Yes.
they should give the option to the people what they want. If they want condominium or if they want the land.
Parehong advocacy natin dyan, good gentlewoman, kahit bilang
Sa
sponsor.
pwede
sa
mag-condominium kung hindi kaya. They
Yes,
be
Mr. President.
given the option to buy the land. And then yung land na lang. Kasi sa amin, gusto lang nila, kanila yung lupa. And mura lang yon. Oh, give them the option. Don't force them to buy from the condo because many of them cannot afford it. Oh, yun lang ang inaano ko sa inyo that after all, your mandate is to provide for the homeless and the poor. Eh bakit mo po persay mag-condominium yung homeless and poor if they cannot afford it? Oh. Oh.
Yes,
So,
Mr.
yung option na yun should not be removed from them kasi gagawin nila, tatanggalin nila yung mga homeless and poor, tapos tatayuan nila ng condominium, tapos hindi naman magko-qualify yung homeless and poor to buy the condo, where will they go? Oh.
Yes, Mr. President. 100% nakikiisa ang representasyong ito sa Good Gentlewoman sa ganyang advokasya. At-
Na wag nilang bobolahin yung mga pahihirap na aalis kayo dyan, bibigyan namin kayo ng kondo. Akala nila libre yung kondo, hindi nila alam, babayaran nila yon and they cannot afford it. I know they cannot afford it. Oo. So, give them the option. Sila mamili kung gusto nila, lupa lang ibigay sa kanila o buildan sila ng kondo, di ba? And many of them would prefer na bigyan na lang sila ng lupa and mag-save na lang sila to build houses on the land in the future. Kasi nagawa na sa amin yon. So why are they changing the model? Yun lang ang question ko.
Yes, Mr. President, and definitely the model is not being changed. May affirmation po tayo dito na CMP as an option will always be there and will not be abandoned. Nga lang kailangan talaga ng funding mula sa GAA na historically hindi po naibibigay. Pero patuloy po nating ilalaban na laging kasama po
No.
ang CMP. Pati po, yes,
We can
Mr. President?
approach government financing institution to buy the land and then the people will pay amortization for the land. Hindi naman kailangan manggaling sa GAA yun eh. If you will arrange that Pag-ibig will buy the land and they will pay amortization to Pag-ibig. Oh, they don't want the land for free. They just want the opportunity to be able to pay amortization on the land. Kasi mas mura yon than condominium. Yun lang naman ang option na binibigay namin. Di naman sila naghahanap ng libre. They're willing to pay the amortization, but you give them a chance. May model na gano'n, na bibili ng Pag-ibig or government financing institution ng land, and then they will pay for it through amortization. And they were even willing to pay down payment. Eh, paano ba ginawa yung NHA na walang down payment, tapos 700 ang hulog, may mga, ginagawa, inililipat ko yun sa inyo sa NAIC eh. Di ba that's a better model? Imagine a townhouse, and our people from, they don't pay down payment, they just pay 700 a month, tuwan-tuwa sila dun eh.
Yes, Mr. President, and actually hindi po nalalayo yung 700 pesos na sinasite ng Good Gentlewoman sa tinatansya din with amortization subsidy na babayaran kahit sa mga low-rise buildings bilang isa, hindi lang yung solong option sa 4PH dahil nga laging nandun pa rin ang CMP, laging nandun pa rin ang GLAD.
4,000.
Hindi po, not according to this table ng DSUD. Okay. Kasi Oh, definitely, Good Gentlewoman. Mr. President.
Just a point of order,
Senator Sintho, can you please use the mic so we can hear you?
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
just
President.
protecting the people living on the informal settlers. They are being deceived that they will be given condominium. Akala nila free yon. Sabi ko, mahal yan. So, huwag kayo aalis dyan sa lupa kasi pwede namang ibenta sa inyo yan lupa. At yan ang hulugan nyo, mas mura. Oo. Yun lang naman yung option na yun. Kasi paaalisin sila eh. And pagpunta nila sa Las Piñas, kasama pa nila Shopsy. So, who are doing that?
Mr. President, as I was saying kanina, bukod dun sa
Kasama
may
nila contractor. Yung contractor nagagawa ng building. Bakit kasama contractor?
Mr. President,
Ano yan, negosyo? Na i-deprive ang poor ng mga lupa nila tapos ninegosyohin nyo yung lupa? Ano yon? But may contractor at ano yun, ibebenta. Sabi nila, how are you able to buy? You have to apply sa pag-ibig. And if you're rejected, you are not entitled.
Mr. President, as I said earlier, kahit kay Secretary mukhang may problema dun sa Las Piñas, and as in previous years, we should yes, well, it's a good example to gain practical lessons from. So baka kailangan nating tugunan on the ground. Pero gusto ko ring i-make of record na yung binanggit ng good gentlewoman na 700 pesos amortization ay hindi na po nalalayo dun sa nakikitang posible ng department with amortization subsidy. Lalo na kung in partnership sa LGU na may 1,000 pesos a month, nagsisimula yung amortization ng informal settler dun sa low-rise building at 800 pesos. And then further, tungkol po sa CMP at sa GLAD, para ipakita, i-make of record na hindi po talaga bibitawan ng DSUD ang CMP, hindi talaga bibitawan ng DSUD ang GLAD, at lalo na dahil tinutulak natin ng Senado sila, patuloy nilang iisipin paano gagawing complementary programs. So iso-sustain bilang complementary programs kahit dito sa 4PH with government guarantee. For one, Mr. President, ang stage-wise na land muna ay ang CMP at ang GLAD. Nga lang, hindi yon bahagi ng 4PH pero complementary po siya at taon-taon hihingian pa natin ng GAA support yan. At halos wala ding... Yes, Mr. President?
The senators would want you to manifest in writing that the people, the poor and the homeless will have an option to choose whether they want a condominium or a CMP program. Parang
Yes, very well taken, Mr. President. The Secretary is very willing to do that to our
they want a
satisfaction.
formal manifestation in writing that the poor and the homeless can choose whether they want a CMP program or a condominium. Oh, okay. So, may option.
Yes, Mr. President. Yung paulit-ulit kong minamanifest during this interpellation so far, very willing po ang Secretary to put it in writing. Yung kanilang suporta at patuloy na paghingi ng GAA support para dun sa CMP at GLAD programs na alam nating may track record na tried and tested na mga modelo, Mr. President. Just further for the record, Mr. President, halos wala ding pondo ang CMP sa ngayon except for loan repayments or reflows. And lastly, at this point, Mr. President, kaugnay din ng written commitment na i-accomplish ng Secretary, the Secretary has promised the committee to study the inclusion of GLAD. GLAD starts with just land acquisition. Pag ready na, bahin na.
Tuloy mo na.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm regaining the floor now.
Yes, Mr. President.
But I'm glad, actually, I'm glad that a lot of our colleagues are interested in how
Yes, Mr. President.
and how the 4PH program will come into fruition. Kasi Secretary, I'm reading the President's budget message. Ito po, page 22. The Pambansang Pabahay para sa Pilipino 4PH program, the administration's flagship program for housing. Yan po ang sabi niya. Pero ito lang po, dito tayo, babalikan ko yung mga numbers na naman ninyo. Sabi ng Presidente, this program will address the housing needs of 1.4 million Filipinos, etc. 1.4 ang nasa mind ng Presidente. Your plan is 3.2. Bakit? Ang layo rin ng goal niya, sa goal ninyo, then original goal niyo, 6 million pa. Nag-uusap po ba kayo, Mr. Secretary?
0.4 lang. Okay. Mr. President, yung binanggit daw ni Presidente na 1.4 million ay yung target as of now. Samantalang yung 3.2 ay yung adjusted target ng department for the next 4 years or 3 years hanggang 2028.
Isn't the secretary just the alter ego of the president? I mean, what's the target of the president? 1.4. Sinabi niya isang budget message niya. This program will, so future tense, address the housing needs of 1.4 million Filipinos. And he's referring to his own flagship housing program. So what is the real goal? Kaya pala, well, ulitin ko to, no? This is not a good reflection on the sector or the department. Sa SONA nga ng presidente, ulitin ko, hindi nga kayo na-mention eh. Ibig sabihin nun eh, baka ang presidente mismo hindi impressed o hindi believe sa publicly stated goals po natin.
Mr. President, yung 2028 target ng DSUD na 3.2 million aligned dun sa NEDA. Yung budget message naman po kasi ni Presidente is for 2025 and yung kanilang target na 1.2 million is also for 2025. Shared na shared po yun ng department at nung secretary bilang nga pong alter ego ni Presidente.
With
Well,
with the indulgence of the minority leader, if I may, just one question.
Can I complete my thought?
Okay.
Kasi kung 2025 yun, ang sentence, yung part of the sentence kasi na hindi ko binasa, sinabi niya na there's an allocation of 1.8 billion pesos. And then you mean to say, sabi ng sa mind ni Presidente, ang beneficiary ng 1.8 billion pesos ay 1.4 million Filipinos? Imposible, Mr. President. 1,000
Mr.
pesos
President.
per head.
Hindi
Mr.
rin po.
President, kaya-
Kinukuha ko po yung
Mr. President,
saktong datos.
So, yes, go ahead, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Have you started the construction of the houses for 1.4 million Filipinos?
Not yet, Mr. President.
Oh, when will you start? The president has already mentioned.
Ang ongoing sa ngayon na construction, Mr. President, ay para sa 162,000 units.
Only? Slow-paced. The term of the president is going to end in 3 years. Until now, you're only building around 162 houses for only 162,000 Filipinos?
Admittedly, Mr. President, even on the part of the department, it is slow. Kaya po, kinonceptualize nila yung 4PH. And they believe with the government guarantee as a game changer, with pag-ibig fulfilling an important role, makaka-catch up po sila. Kaya nga po, they were able to set targets of housing units delivered until 2028. At target po nila, by 2028, nakapag-deliver na po sila ng 1.1 million housing units with interest subsidy and with a guarantee requirement.
1.1 million housing units.
Yes,
So
to
that
be
will-
precise, Mr. President.
That will house how many Filipinos?
This would house, Mr. President, around 5 million Filipinos by 2028.
By 2028.
Opo.
But as of now, you're hanggang 162,000 Filipinos pa lang.
162,000 units po housing.
162,000 units. Is that feasible?
Housing around 800,000 Filipinos, Mr. President,
Are you
as of this year or as of now.
Are you sure you can meet the target before the end of the term of the president?
It is the firm belief, Mr. President, of the department na gamit ang government guarantee, mapapabilis at makukumpleto yung construction ng kinakailangang housing units na ito.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Minority Leader.
I think Senator JB wants the floor for an interjection.
Okay,
Yes, Mr. President,
Senator
if I may.
Hurst is recognized.
Thank you. Anyway, I'm being the previous sponsor and author of the Department of House, Human Settlements, and Urban Development. We would like, of course, we would like to see the programs to be successful now that all the housing agencies are under one roof. No? That was the intent, no? That it will now be synchronized. And likewise, if I may interject with the indulgence of the minority. Pinag-usapan kasi rito kanina yung pong condominium units for the poor. But I just like to share with you our successful experience in San Juan that we were able to build medium-rise housing units, no? Medium-rise, so 5-story, walk-up. It's a joint venture between NHA and the local government unit. Usufruct for 50 years. Ang rental po ron is depende sa floor, 1,800, 600 as you go up. Ang while I admire the out of the box thinking of the secretary now kasi gusto niya because of the expensive price of land right now, mag high rise, but also yun na po yung apprehension natin. I hope that it will be answered also, yung pong common usage area, the association dues. Kaya nga po, ideally, for socialized housing units, especially in the urban areas, kaya ginagawa natin walk-up lang para wala pong elevator. Kanina nga po, sinabi nga ni Senator Nancy, minsan nga sa condominium na medyo mga may kaya na, pag magpapalit na elevator, pahirapan. No? Ayaw na nila maglabas. So those are the challenges that need to be answered and need to be given attention. No? Although, siyempre, gusto natin maging successful. I think with the 6 million backlog, we really have to think out of the box, and I'm hoping that this will be successful. But I'm hoping that yung pong mga apprehensions natin can be answered. But I think for urban areas, especially Metro Manila, yung Usufruct, like San Juan's experience, the medium rise was successful. Yung Valenzuela na rental housing, they were also very successful. Yung Disciplina Village. So yun, just wanted to share some success stories that we have in the urban, in-city housing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hercito.
And just to be very clear, ito pong flagship program for housing of the Marcos administration, 4PH program, entero, ang konsepto dito, entero condominium units. Tama po. Tama. Yan ang pagkaintindi ko. Entero. Condominium.
Originally, yes, Mr. President, pero nagbukas na po ang department na isama, pinag-aaralan isama yung GLAD at naging bukas isama yung CMP, Mr. President.
So, ano tong i-approve natin na budget bali nila? Ganun na, hybrid na ito. When we now give an amount for the 4PH program, sa mind namin, entero condominium or hybrid program na?
Sa ngayon, Mr. President, interest subsidy lang ang covered dito. Pero nag-submit na rin po sila nung, as required or during the committee hearing nung mga complementary.
Kasi, Mr. President, bigla na lang namin naisip ni Majority Leader. Kunyari talaga naisip natin na si homeless beneficiary dito, potential beneficiary. Imagine natin, Mr. President, from homeless, ang unang housing unit na bibigay sa'yo, condominium concept na. It's too complicated for a homeless. Diretso sa condominium na mayroon ng association dues, may rental ka. Tapos, actually, kung ma-fully pay mo na yan, bibigyan ka ngayon ng condominium certificate of title, pero separate pa rin ang land ownership. Di ba? May sariling title yung lupa dyan eh. Yes, RPT. Ngayon, kaya nga, so si homeless, pinatalon kaagad natin sa very complicated, sophisticated home ownership system, Mr. President. So,
Culture shock yun.
so I mean, that's just a realization namin dito while we were talking about it. Kung totoong inisip natin yung homeless, kaya nga may doubts kami na baka hindi sila yung naisip dito sa 4PH program. Hindi po si homeless yung nasa streets ngayon. Opo.
Fair enough, Mr. President, and na yung apprehension po natin na sa simula ng 4PH program, lalo na nung binutingting na natin yung financing, na hindi niya kaagad makakapture yung poorest of the poor. Kaya napaka-importante din nung sinasabi ni Minority Leader na yung cultural change din or baka culture shock kung pipilitin lahat ng informal settlers or lahat ng wala pang housing, pumasok lang sa condominium setting. Kaya nga po tingin ko importante ang nagawa natin in the last few years na in a way mapabukas sa isip ng department yung idea ng 4PH na originally purely condominium para pag-aralan at gawin paano i-combine with tried and tested programs like CMP, like GLAD. Pero even dun sa kaso, kung umabot sa may informal settlers na lilipat sa isang medium rise, halimbawa, tulad sa ibang mga syudad na sinabi ng Deputy Majority Leader kanina, mayroong pa rin, kunyari, habang nasa staging area sila, may training na mangyayari, bahagi ng social preparation, yung paghahanda ng ano itong bagong setting na papasukan ninyo. May training din daw, sabi ng department, sa TESDA para sa livelihood o pagtatrabaho. So, hindi po ito isang physical na pagbabago lamang, hindi lang ito financing na pagbabago, pero meron ding social preparation na mangyayari. Kahit dun sa mga informal settlers na lilipat sa halimbawa medium rise or low rise na condominium. Na hindi lamang yon ang mode ng 4PH na sinusulong natin, Mr. President.
So now that there is a concession from the department head that they are now going to entertain a hybrid 4PH program. Plus the fact that I'm going to raise an issue against the ano pa, mahaba pa to Mr. President, the should versus the HSAC. Especially applied to the multinational village dispute na ang allegation kasi sa akin ng mga lumapit sa akin, may pinapaboran si DSUD as regulator, si HSAC adjudicator, parang korte. Pero nagka-clash at nadidisregard ang opinion ng adjudicator. Si adjudicator nag-receive ng ebidensya, nag-hearing. Si regulator, pwedeng shortcut, pwedeng pakiusap. So I think marami-rami pa tayong kailangan pag-usapan dito, Mr. President, with that new issue. So can I request for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Majority Leader.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
You're next. You're next.
Ready to be resumed, Majority Leader.
The minority leaders still has the floor. Will the gentleman resume his interpellation?
Minority Leader. Still chatting. No, I think the Majority Leader, I think we reached a consensus already to,
But we'll have it formalized through the minority leader still has the floor. May we know the pleasure of the
what is the
gentleman?
pleasure of the Minority Leader?
Yes, I move to defer the consideration of the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Office of the Secretary, Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, as well as the budgetary support to government corporations under the DSUD, which are the following: National Housing Authority, Social Housing Finance Corporation, and the National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation. And I think the available date would be November 18,
Yes.
2024, Mr. President.
And the collective ground would be?
Well, the reasoning, the grounds would be the interpellation of this agency's budget is holding up the consideration of the other scheduled agencies for today, because we will still have a long long list of questions to ask, plus the input from the secretary that the department is open to hybridizing this administration's flagship housing program, which is currently under a purely condominium type concept, into non-condominium home ownership arrangements like CMP and possibly others. So I think we need the concrete inputs from the department and the aligned agencies, and then we also need time to go over whatever inputs that they will submit to us. Marami pa pong issues, plus the fact na yung sa the DSUD versus HSAC conflict in the exercise of their jurisdiction. Ayan po yun, as manifested in one particular case. And I'm sure marami pang ibang cases yan, but I'm just using one particular case, the multinational village case, just to highlight the conflict in the exercise of the jurisdiction of the two agencies, one regulatory, one adjudicatory. So for these reasons, I was forced to move for the deferment of the consideration of their budget, Mr. President.
There is a motion by the Minority Leader to defer the deliberation of the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, including the Office of the Secretary, Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, as well as the budgetary support to government corporations, the National Housing Authority, Social Housing Finance Corporation, National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, until November 18. Is there an objection?
Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Ontiveros.
No objection. Just before we act on the motion, just to express my appreciation to the colleagues from the DSUD family and my colleagues in the Senate, including the Minority Leader, for this opportunity na hopefully maka-breakthrough na po tayo to really come up with that hybrid program that we have been pushing, and sinasabi naman ng department na bukas sila. And in fact, they've begun working on it even when we were coming up with our consensus to defer consideration of their budget. Maraming salamat po, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator Ontiveros. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
President, I move that we consider the budget of the Marawi Compensation Board and recognize the sponsor, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to interpellate the Honorable Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel.
Senators Ontiveros and Pimentel are both recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. If I may, just a brief opening remark.
Yes, please.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. And dear colleagues, I have the pleasure to sponsor the 2025 budget of the Marawi Compensation Board. I would like to welcome MCB Chair, Attorney Maysara, Damdamun Latif, and the members of the board who are here with us today. The total appropriation of the MCB is 1.164 billion pesos, which is higher by 10 million pesos from the 2024 allocation. Of that amount, 1 billion pesos is earmarked for compensating victims of the Marawi siege, 114 million pesos for personnel services, and 50 million pesos for MOOE. The subcommittee will also propose 3 billion pesos in unprogrammed funds to augment the compensation component of the board's budget. With that, I'm now ready to receive questions from the floor, from the good minority leader and other colleagues. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you. Please proceed, Senator Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I participated during the committee hearing, the subcommittee hearing for the budget of the Marawi Compensation Board. And I think merong linabas na problema doon on their need for additional manpower sa plantilla. So did we address their concern in our committee report?
Thank you, good minority leader, for that question. Indeed, meron pong staffing shortfall of 14 lawyers, for example, in the secretariat, creating a significant gap in the board's capacity to meet its targets. And this staffing deficiency is further compounded by the need for additional personnel in support roles, including legal assistants and engineers, to ensure the smooth and efficient processing of claims. And I'm sorry, good
Yes.
minority leader, before you proceed with our interpellation, just to make a correction on the record, salamat sa LBRMO for this correction. It's on the budget of the MCB. The budget is 1.154 billion, 1,154,729,000 for the record, Mr. President.
And then 1 billion doon pang compensation, tama, sa claimants. Tama
Opo,
po.
Mr.
Opo.
President.
Tapos nabanggit po nating sponsor na may 3 billion, ano yun, pang saan program, pang additional compensation?
Yes, Mr.
So,
President.
standby. So may 1 billion na program plus standby na 3 billion just in case magka-extra revenues.
Opo,
Sige.
Mr. President.
Opo. So, naklaro na po yan dun sa subcommittee hearing kaya wala po tayong issue. Yun lang yun po. Paano, may panahon pa ba? Matutulungan pa ba natin ito sila sa, I think, additional 51 plantilla yung nabanggit sa hearing natin na lawyers, engineers, accountants,
Mr.
admin
President.
support. So is the chair still open to a possible amendment to accommodate some of their personnel needs?
Very open, Mr.
Sige.
President. And
Hanapan na lang
salamat
natin
para
ng
doon.
samang galing.
Oo,
Saka
salamat
ilan.
tayo. Let's do that.
Kasi ang danger pagka PS, recurring, ano? But recurring only up to the lifetime of the, and how many more years ang compensation board natin?
Just until 2028, Mr. President. Opo.
Sige po, so I think that's all my concern, that i-follow through ko yung commitment ko to help them, but let's help each other where we can look for the funding to pay for the PS of the additional plantilla. Maybe
salamat
not
for
the 51, baka hindi maabot sa 51, but at least madagdagan po ang personnel ng Marawi Compensation Board.
And we will have help in our effort, Mr. President, kasi po ang DBM at ang MCB, they will meet tomorrow to discuss the PS issues.
Okay, sana
So,
before.
pagtulungan
sana
po
before-
natin kasama
sana
nila.
Before today pa. Sige, pagtulungan natin.
Salamat.
Pero ano pala yung isa? Nakita ko din sa notes na parang unreleased yung one for this year, may 1B na to pay for compensation, hindi na-release. Tama po ba yan?
100% obligated na po, although, Mr. President.
Obligated and released?
Obligated na po ng board, so ni-request na po nila. Iniintay na lamang po yung release po na iyon.
And there's
yung
there's no
downloading.
issue as to wala
Wala naman pong
for
issue, Mr. President.
Sige, so ang tulong po natin would be really focused on the need for additional personnel of the board. So we wish you all the best to the Marawi Compensation Board. You're doing a good job. Of course, we cannot really satisfy everybody. Review nyo na lang what is siguro what is the fairer formula or the rates. Tapos siguro, well, in coordination with DBM, in case of doubt, we favor the claimant. Di ba? Parang ganun kasi binuo naman ito for the claimant. Basta there's reasonable basis, there is legal basis, it will not get you into trouble. In case of doubt, if there is a doubt as to the formula, kung ano yung mas nakapabor sa claimant, siguro we entertain that perspective. Sige, with that I close my interpellation and I congratulate the board as well as our chairwoman, Mr. President. Congratulations. Thank you.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Senator Mig Zubiri is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
The gentleman from Bukidnon, Settle 1 Miguel Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. My standing here at the podium is not to ask any questions, but to manifest support to the Marawi Compensation Board, to additional budget for them. We were the authors of the creation of the board and the compensation fund together with Senator Coco, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Risa Ontiveros, myself. We actually even visited, together with Bongo, we visited Marawi to meet with the victims of this act. And kasama pala si Senator Tolentino when he reminded us that it was the last, he said it was the last extension of the barn. But we were there in Marawi. So I joined the manifestation of the Minority Floor Leader that if we can find some budget, additional budget for them, bigyan po natin sila para matapos na po itong injustice na nangyari sa mga victims ng Marawi siege. Being from Mindanao, we share one heart with Lanao del Sur. Kami po ay the Bukidnon. We are neighbors. So prosperity for them is prosperity for all in our region. So mabuhay po. Assalamualaikum to my brothers and sisters from Marawi, and inshallah we can get this done and add more budget for them. I second the motion to approve the budget, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. For one, I would like.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President.
Thank you. And likewise, I would like to say that people of Marawi, the Maranaos, have been a big part of the success of San Juan. They were the traders who made San Juan the bargain center of Metro Manila. No more DVD. Legal na po. But I would say that they are very nice people, traders. So we support fully. We're hoping that they can go back to their normal lives again. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I likewise manifest my full support to the Marawi Compensation Board, as this represents not just the re-engineering of a city, reconstruction of a city, but the revival and the symbolism of the strong human spirit that represents the Maranao culture. So I join my other colleagues, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Marawi Compensation Board and we consider the same as approved and deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Salamat po, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended. Mr. Shum.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: Department of Foreign Affairs, Office of the Secretary, Foreign Service Institute, Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines, UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines, and the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces. To recognize the sponsor, the chairperson of the Subcommittee G of the Committee on Finance, Senator Lauren Legarda, for her opening statement, and later to interpellate Senator Coco Pimentel, the Minority Leader. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the consideration of the aforementioned budgets is now in order for interpellation. Senator Lauren Legarda may now deliver her sponsorship speech.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The proposed appropriations for the Department of Foreign Affairs and its attached agencies under Senate Finance Committee Report 335 for fiscal year 2025, it amounts to 27,384,309,000 pesos. The distribution of the proposed appropriations is as follows: Office of the Secretary, 27,144,707,000. Foreign Service Institute, 147,484,000. Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines, 4,968,000. UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines, 39,639,000 pesos. Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces, 47,510,000. I am now ready to accept any question. Thank you, Mr. President.
President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session is suspended. Our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Cocomitel, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the permission of our sponsor. Now I remember why I thought we had a budget session last Friday, because last Friday I delivered a foreign policy address before the DFA and the diplomatic community upon the invitation of the Department of Foreign Affairs. So I'd like to thank them for that opportunity that they have given me. And in that speech, dapat hindi ko malimutan yun, I made the pledge to help the DFA in their budget, Mr. President. Siguro, and then I remember that one of the points I raised is that we should be supporting our creatives industry. Kasi it's a multi-trillion peso industry where we are excelling, and we still anticipate that we will keep on excelling in the future. So maybe if the DFA can start adjusting some foreign policy strategies and tactics on how we can promote, facilitate the bringing into the world stage the Filipino creativity and talent. So challenge lang po yun, parang exhortation or challenge that maybe you can add some specific programs, activities, or projects geared towards that, no? The promotion, not in the sense of trade, but in the sense of using the Filipino creative stakeholders as our parang de facto ambassadors of goodwill or parang representation of Filipino soft power to the world. So ganun lang po yun. Just a request, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, I'm glad that that is the opening statement of our good esteemed colleague who delivered the foreign policy address the other day. And I can, of course, share your advocacy, and I'd be happy to answer that question. First, we have, when I say we, the Department of Foreign Affairs and the attached agencies, we have institutionalized the Philippine Studies Program in various universities worldwide. I can safely say it was non-existent before, Mr. President. If I may, this was my initiative upon then Ambassador to the United Kingdom, Manalo, who is now our SFA. It was a Facebook post of Secretary Manalo when he was leaving the post, when he mentioned that it is unfortunate that there is no Philippine studies being taught in the School of Oriental and African Studies at that time. And we were the only, I believe, Southeast Asian country because there was no governmental support. Immediately, I did not know him yet then, I reached out. To make a long story short, we started the Philippine Studies in SOAS. After that, we have more than 20 Philippine Studies program, and I can just go off without the list now. We have Complutense in Spain. It was then Ambassador Teddy Locsin was the ambassador, or SFA at the time, who was with me when we launched it. We also have RUR University in Bochum. I had a very distinct privilege of addressing the academics and the students in Bochum, in RUR, in 2019. We have the Philippine Studies in Hamburg, in Germany. We have in an institute in Singapore, the Isaias Yusuf Ishak Institute in 2020. We have in Vienna, I can't recall the university now, in Vienna, at least 2 universities. We have Sciences Po in France as well. We have Busan University Foreign Studies in South Korea. I could go on, or Thammasat in Thailand, York University in Canada, NYU in New York, University of Alberta in Canada, University of Applied Arts in Vienna, in Austria, University of Alicante in Spain, University of Zurich in Switzerland. There's more than 25, and we will add more. I can tell you that this is part of the soft power, but I will not stop there. I'm happy to also inform Your Honor that it was way back in 2012 when, in a committee hearing of the Department of Foreign Affairs and/or the National Commission for Culture and Arts, this representation asked, why are we not in the Venice Biennale? And I was just met with blank stares, not because they did not care or know about it, but because they're perhaps reluctant to advise me that there was no support from government. Note that the last participation of the Philippines in the Olympics, so-called of contemporary art, was in 1964. And it took us several decades before we returned. To make a long story short, Mr. President, after having heard that, we put resources together, not through GAA, but through existing budgets, because at the time of then Secretary Del Rosario, during the Aquino administration, Typhoon Yolanda just happened, and there were no resources, even if I was promised resources by then Executive Secretary Ochoa. It was not their fault. Yolanda happened, and there were no resources allocated. But with existing resources of the NCCA, through former Chair Felipe Jun de Leon and the DFA and my office and personal resources, we were able to mount the first participation of the Venice Biennale. And as fate would have it, I was appointed as vice chair of the budget of DFA. So we were able to put some budget, very modest, and eventually, up to now in 2024, for more than 10 years, we have been actively participating from a small room in a palazzo to the main pavilion in Arsenale. Again, you would agree with me, Mr. President, that this is part of our soft power. Now, not even happy with just the Philippine Studies program in universities worldwide and in our participation in contemporary art, I decided, Mr. President, of course, with the support of the various agencies of government and with our esteemed colleagues, that the Philippines should participate in the foremost exhibition and trade fair of the publishing industry. And I'm referring to the Frankfurter Buchmesse, the Frankfurt Book Fair, that was in 2015 or 16. It was a small group of publishers who, again, told me that they did not receive any support from government. At the time, I asked for support from the DFA, but no support could be given because it was at the middle of the fiscal year. There was no support from DTI as well. I believe it was through my personal resources that a small delegation had gone. And eventually, again, as fate would have it, we were able to provide a measly, a very small, modest support for the Philippine delegation. I discovered, Mr. President, at that time that Indonesia, our neighbor in ASEAN, was the featured guest of honor country in the Frankfurter Buchmesse. And after Indonesia, no other Southeast Asian country. And short of stalking, STALK, stalking the officials of Frankfurter Buchmesse, we requested for meetings every year, 2015, 16, 17, then the pandemic happened. And at the time, they said, if you really want to be the guest of honor country like Indonesia, then perhaps you should have a bid book. I did not have a staff who could do a bid book, a document. The DFA was not yet on board then. By my lonesome, on Zoom, I requested the former members of the board of the National Book Development Board, which is under the DepEd, to come up with a bid document. Again, DFA was not yet there. However, with the full cooperation of, I think it was Teddy Locsin at that time, and then eventually Secretary Manalo, we were able to put the Department of Foreign Affairs, the National Commission for Culture and Arts, and the National Book Development Board. We created a three bodies of government, department and commissions, to be able to come up with a bid book and to ask that the Philippines be the featured country. Lo and behold, in August, I believe, of 2022, was it, or 23, I received a communication from the CEO of the FBM GOH that we had been selected as the guest of honor country in October 2025. It is still a long way, but we have provided what is needed. Every year from 2015, our booths and our delegations of publishers, of comic artists, of writers, of literaries, of brilliant intellectuals, of different sectors of our publishing industry participate in the Frankfurt Book Fair. It's not limited to the publishing industry. Let me also mention, having said that, the DFA is an integral part of the three, with the NBDB and the DFA and the NCSA, of the three agency commission or secretariat. I would like to mention as well that the Piña cloth of Aklan, which has been declared by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage, ICH, right? Is Ivan here? Yeah, ICH, in December of last year. And we, together with the UNESCO, the UNACOM of the DFA, an attached agency, had put together whatever resources we could so that the Philippines could have an exhibit in UNESCO in Paris. this representation could not go because of work here in the Senate, but I'm proud to mention that we mounted a beautiful piña exhibition in the UNESCO headquarters in Paris. I can go on and on. Oh, I also, if I may, mention that in our legislative work, we were able to help push, along with you and the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, for the Senate's concurrence on the UNESCO Convention on Promoting and Protecting Diversity on Cultural Expressions. I believe it's been 3 ambassadors of France who had told me that, why is it taking the Philippines so long, almost 20 years, before we concur in the ratification of a very important convention? And it really boggled the mind. And I finally, thank you to Senator Marcos, who sponsored this. The instrument of ratification, I believe, was what is the word? Deposited, and then finally the Philippine Senate concurred. It was not the fault of the Philippine Senate because it was never, the document was not yet transferred to the Philippine Senate. I can go on and on with all the work that we have been doing to that encapsulates the soft power, so to speak. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you that you took advantage of my one and only question to explain everything that you had in mind. Okay, sige. Just
It's not yet everything.
yes.
I wish I could have
yes,
more time. I know you're very interested. Yes,
Yes,
you chaired the Foreign Relations Committee at one time. You were Senate President, Mr. President. I am certain that all of us in this hall and those not present here are very much interested in what this representation is saying. And that just, I'm trying to say in just a few minutes given me,
Yes, thank you.
what we have done together with the Department of Foreign Affairs, so that cultural diplomacy as one of the 4 pillars of our foreign policy is really given focus. Because as we know, times have changed. The geopolitical landscape has drastically changed. And the Philippines is in a very unique position to really push forward the so-called soft power. And we have been doing that. And I am honored, privileged, proud to be a part or instrumental in pushing for this so-called soft power. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
ma'am. So just additional observations from this representation. And siguro using the terminology used by our sponsor, sabi niya cultural diplomacy, maybe you can add creatives diplomacy. Tingnan natin. Just a suggestion. And then I noticed that the DBM increased the requested budget of the DFA by 5%. So I think you are the DFA is really one of the prioritized departments under this administration. But just tell us how we can still help you with your budget, especially the attached institute, the Foreign Service Institute, because I made the commitment to also help you in your budget as you now approach your golden anniversary. 50 years na po sila. So, and when I looked at the budget utilization, mataas ang budget utilization ng FSI. So that means that they can still afford to absorb additional budget. Yet, I could also see that compared to the 2024 level, they are being given an additional around 47 million pesos in the 2025 budget, or which is 50%, almost 50% of what they were given in 2024. So, meaning to say, it's also a manifestation that the FSA is also a prioritized agency under this administration. But still, when it comes to the DFA and the DFA family, I think the majority sentiment and the minority sentiment converge in the DFA family. Na if you can just tell us what else we can do to help you, we will be here to help you. Okay, so as I understand, for FSI, you are the premier training and research institution relied upon by our diplomats. So You make them the professionals that they are. You make them the well-informed diplomats that they are. So we really also have to really focus on the FSI. But hindi naman po sila pinabayaan din. So
Mr.
andito lang
President,
po tayo for ano lang tayo, parang backup support lang po tayo just in case there are other requests. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
I really think that, Mr. President, this representation and the minority leaders' thinking is really aligned. Yes, the FSI needs attention. And yes, hindi po natin pinapabayaan. I'd like to mention that in the past years, we have a project with them, which is a digitization of the various languages, no? Yes, publications and languages. What were the booths that we set up there? The language booths, they still exist, yeah. Right before pandemic, or was it after pandemic? We had provided them an allocation for language booths, but we also realized that they should be online and there should be no physical need to be there. And so we're providing for that. And during the hearing, this may be a small matter, but it's important. We found out that the FSI personnel were not covered by medical insurance as the DFA officers. And, you know, kailangan po makatao tayo. So we are providing for the medical insurance of the FSI officers and staff. At the same time, Mr. President, because the Senator Tolentino, I'm sure will be interested in this, they had recommended a Law of the Sea Academy summer program. And when we supported the Law of the Sea Academy, it was very successful. And there were participants from various agencies of government, including the Philippine Senate, who joined. And we decided to continue funding it. It's a summer program that's part of the continuing education offered by the FSI, which is to promote maritime awareness among our government public servants, contributing to enlightened discussions on maritime heritage of our country, especially with the enactment recently of our two important laws. Perhaps this could be a subject matter of the Law of the Sea Academy. So this experience, I think one of my staff, I hope you learned, had joined. We could roll this out to everyone in senators' offices, in the Senate, the legislative officers who could join the Law of the Sea Academy. So we're also involving ASEAN diplomats. We hope that in the next Law of the Sea Academy, we're not limiting it only to Filipino public servants, but to ASEAN diplomats as well, so that this could be a platform to engage with maritime experts and practitioners to empower our participants from the ASEAN member states to have a better appreciation and understanding of the Philippine perspective concerning the international law of the sea and the current opportunities and challenges in our region's maritime issues. So these are some of the initiatives, Mr. President, which may not hit the headlines. It's never talked about, even perhaps on social media, but this is the body of work that we've been doing with the Foreign Service Institute and with the Department of Foreign Affairs.
So thank you, ma'am. I have already restated formally my pledge to support the DFA and the DFA family budget-wise. So should there be a wish list to be submitted to the chairperson, the minority, I get a commitment from the minority. The minority are willing to work with the chairwoman on how to look for ways and means to how to accommodate some of their wish list, just in case meron. So with that,
In fact,
okay.
I am told here that there's a portion of their request. I tried to accommodate as much, but due to limited fiscal space, it was not included yet. This is training and research outreach courses. It's only 5 million. Perhaps you can put it as a minority amendment, the training and research outreach for FSI's researchers and training specialists, etc. For
DFA
consular.
to the Office of the
Yes.
Secretary.
Okay, so
Sige.
i-amend nyo si Senator Pimentel ang
Sige po,
ano, ayan, very
I
good.
will adopt that as my
Thank
own
you so
amendment.
much. Ano pa?
So with that, Mr. President, I think so it's time to congratulate the DFA family for the good job that you have been doing. Keep up the good work, sir. We wish you all the best. Congratulations to our chairperson. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, our minority leader, majority leader.
President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budgets of the following: Department of Foreign Affairs, Office of the Secretary, Foreign Service Institute, Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines, UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines, and the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces be deemed submitted for the Senate's consideration and approval. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There be none, motion is approved. Congratulations.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. objection is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we One-minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Optical Media Board and recognize the sponsor, the chairman of the Subcommittee M of the Committee on Finance, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpolate the Honorable Senator Jingoy Estrada. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Hearing objection, the consideration of the aforementioned budget is now in order for interpellation. Senators Mark Villar, the sponsor, and our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Jingoy Estrada are now recognized.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm here to sponsor the proposed budget of the Optical Media Board for fiscal year 2025. The OMB regulates the mastering, manufacturing, importation, and exportation of optical media products and manufacturing materials. The board is also primarily mandated to ensure the protection and promotion of intellectual property rights. For the next fiscal year, the allocated budget for the OMB per the committee report is 53.028 million pesos. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I am appealing for your support in the approval of the OMB budget. Thank you, Mr. President. I now welcome the questions of my dear colleagues for a fruitful discussion of the OMB's budget.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I know who heads the OMB right now?
As of now, there is no head. I was made aware that he is, the head, James Macasero.
Where is he?
He resigned. He filed his candidacy. So
All right, so who
Dean
runs
resigned.
the daily affairs of the office, of the agency, Mr. President?
no one was delegated by the office of the president.
No one is delegated? So who signs the vouchers, the documents? What's the signing authority to disburse any funds from your agency?
All the signature documents at this point are on hold because none of them have the authority.
On hold, paano po sila nakakasweldo? How can they receive their salaries if nobody has the authority to sign any documents? That's the first time I heard of an agency was no
The highest ranking officer at this point is Chief Administrative Officer Janine Sison. But
is
she has no
she not authorized to sign any documents? For example, the salaries of the employees under the agency?
It is the chairman who signs the voucher. So at this
It's the
point,
chairman.
there's no chairman.
Oh, there's no, sabi mo, so ilang buwan na, how many months have you not received any salary since the officer in charge has already resigned?
The agency has advanced the salaries up to November. Come December, there will be no more salaries.
Pwede bang mag-advance ng sweldo?
Huh?
Well, this is the first time that I heard of it. Pwede pala mag-advance sweldo. Pwede ba tayo mag-advance?
They've only advanced the processing, but the crediting will be done.
How
crediting
can
will be
you,
done with the pay.
you know, it's kind of weird. How can a government agency advance the salaries of the employees up to several months? Eh kami nga dito Senado, naghintay
Only
sweldo
1 month
buwan-buwan.
because of the filing. So only 1 month.
So after December,
Wala na.
magpapasko, wala kayong sisweldohin?
Wala.
My God.
Tulungan mo na.
So what is,
President, just
man,
interject, Mr. President. I believe, Mr. President, that there are relevant civil service rules that could be implicated that would require the highest ranking officer, even without a designation or appointment, to sign for in behalf of the agency, of course, with the concurrence of the Office of the President. So perhaps the highest ranking official of the Optical Media Board can communicate with the Office of the Executive Secretary as to these internal administrative matters that would require disbursement of funds, among others.
53. Mr. President, may I ask, who is the highest ranking authority in the agency right now?
Earlier, si Ms. Ma'am
Ano
Gana.
yung salary grade? What's your designation there in the agency?
She is the Chief Admin Officer, salary grade 24.
So you are not still authorized to sign any documents.
She's also the OIC accountant also. So
Yeah, no, I'm asking
Yeah.
if she is
she's
allowed
not
to-
authorized at this point.
You're not authorized.
She's not.
Okay, is the Office of the President made aware of this situation? So what did the Office of the President say?
What did he say?
Because I understand that the OMB is under the Office of the President.
They've communicated this and they're still awaiting a response from the.
May I know, Mr. President, when did they communicate with the Office of the President?
They communicated this in October.
October, and yet you still did not get any response.
They're still awaiting a response.
So if you do not get any response by December, wala kayo sweldo. Wala kayo
That is
pamasko.
correct. And they will not, yes, that's correct. They will not be getting the bonuses.
All right.
There's-
All right. How many employees do you have under the agency?
52 plantilla employees.
52 employees. All right. May I know the accomplishment of the OMB for the past year? Do you have any accomplishments?
They were able to get the support of the major telecom companies this year in order to help them in their mandate. And they issued licenses and permits as of June 30, 2024, 3,059 and 10,781. And as of June 30th, 2024, the OMB Registration and Licensing Division has processed 100% of licenses and permits within the prescribed timeframe.
Is that the only accomplishment? All right.
And also, basically what I said earlier, the agency was able to secure the cooperation and compliance of the major telecommunications companies in the country. And this shows that even companies as big as theirs recognize the jurisdiction of the OMB over digital storage devices. So in light of these, other companies which deal with digital storage devices will be motivated to follow suit. And more importantly, when these legitimate companies become registered with the OMB, it will be easier to root out other entities which may be involved with piracy and or counterfeiting the unlawful use of these storage devices.
Okay, I just would like to share, Mr. President, what I know about this Optical Media Board. When our colleague, Senator Revilla, was at the helm of the then VRB. I think it was the VRB, if I'm not mistaken, of Regulatory Board. Now the OMB. And after that, his successors were Edo Manzano and Ronnie Ricketts. They were arresting left and right itong mga tinatawag na pirata. Yung mga namimirata ng mga pelikula. And I think that contributed to the downfall of one of the factors of the downfall of the movie industry. Itong mga namimirata ng mga pelikula. Okay? Minsan pinipirata nila yung mga pelikula nila FPJ, nila Bong Revilla, nila Lito Lapid, nila Robin Padilla. That contributed for me the downfall of the movie industry. Ngayon, because of the advent, because of the evolution of the digital technology, wala nang namimirata ngayon. So I think that was your main function before yung OMB, na hulihin lahat yung mga namimirata ng mga pelikula. So ano na nga, what is now the duty or the function of this agency aside from arresting these pirates? Kasi ang pagkakaalam ko, ang objective or duties and responsibility ng agency nito is to file cases or to arrest these pirates. Aside from that, wala na eh. So I believe, wag sana sasama ang loob ninyo. Itong OMB to has or must be abolished. Kasi wala nang function to eh. Ano pa ipa-function to? Siguro itong mga 52 employees na sinasabi mo na kung sakasakaling ma-approve yung abolition nitong agency nito, siguro you can transfer to another government agency, like for example, the FTCP or the MTRCB, all related to the movie industry, if I'm correct. And sooner or later, by next year maybe, or by next Congress, I will file a bill abolishing this particular agency. Kasi wala na eh. Wala na talagang ginagawa eh. Eh ngayon nga, hindi nyo alam kung sino yung sino pipirma ng mga dokumento. Pagdating ng December, pag walang aksyon ng Malacanang, wala kayo sisweldoin. So, what's the use?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Revilla is recognized.
Yes, may I interject, Mr. President? Yes, I used to be the chairman of the BRB, Mr. President. At alam natin yung function ng but yun din ang tanong ko, ano yung function nila ngayon? So, your accomplishments, pero alam ko, Mr. President, ang hirap din ang sitwasyon ng mga empleyado sa OMB. Marami rin ako naririnig na reklamo nila na sila mismo hindi yata sumasahod ngayon. Am I correct?
According to the chief, they still have until November.
Until November. What about for December?
Wala.
O, kawawa naman sila, Mr. President. If we're going to abolish OMB, so saan natin sila ilalagay?
No, I filed the bill, no? I stand corrected. I already filed the bill, Senate Bill number 1904, an act abolishing the OMB. Okay? Because OMB was created by virtue of Republic Act 9239. And under the proposed measure, the FDCP, or the Film Development Council of the Philippines, shall absorb the employees and officers of the OMB and shall assume all obligations, liabilities, and unexpended appropriations of the OMB. So, itong mga empleyado, if ever that this law will be passed or the abolition will push through, lahat ng mga empleyado, all of the employees of the OMB will transfer to the FDCP. So, hindi sila madi-displace.
Okay.
Kasi for me talagang wala nang function itong OMB. And I hope you will also agree with my opinion. Being the former chair of
Yes.
the OMB.
Yes, Mr. President, I agree that the nature of the OMB has to be, we have to revisit the nature of their mandate because of new technologies that before, we all know the CDs, VCDs were very rampant. Nowadays, it's really storage devices. In fact, a lot of what the OMB does is monitoring the importation of storage devices, whether or not they're allowed to come into the country. That's a majority of what the work and checking for piracy. But of course, the nature of piracy is different now. And of course, we want to make sure that the people in the OMB continue to they have jobs that we also want to protect. So if there's a bill, because this agency was created by law, if there is a bill that will also update and refresh the OMB, I think that's something that we can support and look at.
Mr. President, if I may, Mr. President, with the indulgence of my two colleagues, Mr. President, I have been espousing the importance of right sizing in this August chamber. And of course, we don't want to jump the gun, so to speak, and say that we wanted to just abolish one bureau or one agency of the government. We wanted to give them the opportunity, Mr. President. If I may just ask one question to the sponsor of the budget of OMB, ano po ba yung silbi ng OMB ngayon? Ano po yung napapala ng bayan sa OMB at this point in time?
What is the relevance?
Relevance ng OMB. May napapala po ba tayo? May napoprotektahan po ba sila? May nagagampanan po ba sila na mandato na relevant po sa mga panahon ngayon? So I think that's just one question that I'd like to raise, and with the indulgence of my two colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think at this point, the primary mandate is one, storage devices, because that is the medium for piracy now. It becomes more of a regulatory agency than an enforcement agency in the sense, now whether or not how we want to deal with that we should do that by law because this agency was created by law. But in essence, the agency now is more of a regulatory because it regulates the importation of storage devices to ensure that these storage devices being brought in the country are not being used by pirates, do not contain material that is pirated. So that becomes the mandate, and that's something that because of the changes in technology, maybe it doesn't need as much of an enforcement as a regulatory function. Now, we can also discuss how to further that if we want to continue that mandate and it also regulates commercial activities involving storage devices. So I mean that's where the technology takes us today. We're talking about storage devices. We're talking about regulating storage devices, and maybe we can look at it as a legislative body to see how we can refresh and maximize the people of the OMB and make it more relevant in today's with the technology that we have today.
With the indulgence of my good colleague, my good friend who is sponsoring the measure, if they are now functioning as a regulatory body, may we know how many inspections they have made and what happened to these inspections, Mr. President?
Well, at this point, we have some numbers. The number of licenses in 2023 was 6,709. Number of permits was 23,067 in 2023. Number of inspection orders served was 2,345. There, and that's
and the relevance of which, Mr. President, it becomes relevant. It becomes important of getting all these inspections. Nakakasuhan ba? May kinakasuhan? May
there are number of in 2020. Well, in 2023 there were 2,345 administrative cases filed.
In 2020.
And the penalties of 380,000 pesos in 2023.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am just curious about it. Thank you for the information.
Thank you, Senator Joel. One more question, if I may. Mr. Sponsor, is physical piracy still existing?
It exists in a different, I think, in a different medium, not in what we saw before during the time of CDs, DVDs, where it was really
Wala na ngayon, di ba?
Wala na.
Sa Green Hills,
So,
wala nang DVD.
Oh, wala na. So it becomes then an issue of it's online. They gain access to
online.
it. Yes.
It's already online. Okay, right now, there is a rampant online piracy wherein illegal links of movies, usually nakikita ko yung mga pelikula ng tatay ko can be accessed through a social media platform. So what can the OMB do about this, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, I think also that's why it becomes also there might be some there needs to be some interaction with the IPO because it kind of delves into the intellectual property office. Although right now these pirates also use these storage devices. So in that respect, the storage devices that they will use they will store the content on is under the OMB. So that they check and that they regulate. In terms of online IP use, that's something that perhaps in conjunction with the intellectual property office they can enforce that. But of course, this requires technology. So perhaps in the future, it should be something that's an interagency also because it also deals with intellectual property rights and perhaps digital technology as well.
Yeah. Is it within the mandate of the OMB to arrest or to file charges against these online, Kasi, alam mo, for example, the movies of Senator Revilla, napapirate to sa social media. Imbis na ibenta ni Senator Revilla yung mga pelikula niya sa media, sa TV outlets, napapanood na rin sa social media, sa YouTube.
Yes, I think
Lugi.
Yes,
So,
I agree.
meron ba magagawa?
If the owner has the right to of that intellectual property can of course file a case. If in order to consummate the privacy they use storage devices, then the Optical Media Board can file a case. But
So-
if it's just online, it's
Yeah,
more
we're
of the
talking online.
yes, it would be more on the owner of the actual intellectual property office who can
So
file a
the
case.
OMB cannot do anything, cannot file charges.
If it's
Am I
online,
correct?
if
Yes,
it's online,
if it's
you know,
online.
I
cannot
think
do
the
anything.
mandate of the OMB when it is transferred to a storage device, that is so I mean this is something that maybe we need updating also. And
Mr. President, if I may, I'm really sorry, Mr. President. It begs my attention, Mr. President, to find out a while ago how many cases were filed. So these cases that were filed are against who, Mr. President? Maybe we get a big breakdown. Is it a companies pirating these movies, or just poor individuals storing in a particular storage memory card or something, Mr. President?
yes, mostly these are just individuals that they filed against, not the corporate entities.
So these are poor guys, unfortunately not aware of what they're doing, because you can all access this anyway in the internet, in online, or in different platforms, Mr. President. I just want to put
Yeah,
that on
could
record.
be hackers, individual hackers who operate online, not most no corporate entities mostly.
Thank you, Senator Joel. Well, again, it is my own opinion, it is my humble opinion that we need to abolish this, with all due respect to the employees of the Optical Media Board. Meron naman kayong palalagyan meron naman FTCP na nakasama po rin sa aking panukalang batas na mag-absorb sa inyo. Of course, being the former chairman of the Committee on Labor, of course, ayoko rin ma-displace kayo na mawala kayo ng trabaho. At syempre, of course, Senator Joel Villanueva will agree with me na of course, kailangan muna hanapan kayo ng trabaho bago ma-abolish itong Optical Media Board. Because I believe na talagang right now, the Optical Media Board is already irrelevant. That is my humble opinion. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
That a manifestation will be made by the minority leader, taking into consideration the measure filed by the Honorable Senator Jinggoy Estrada, as well as the functions of the Optical Media Board, whose employees should not be displaced at the moment, Mr. President. They being headless right now administratively. So recognize again, Senator.
Thank you.
The
Thank you.
minority leader.
The
Thank you,
minority
Mr.
leader is
President.
recognized.
Thank you. With the permission of our chairman, to help us when we now encounter the substance of the points of Senator Estrada, especially the fact that he has filed a bill to abolish the Optical Media Board. So the budget, hindi naman maapektuhan yung budget ninyo kasi this is not the proper the proper forum for that. The budget of the Optical Media Board is 53 million. May we know how much is for the enforcement of your mandate?
The salaries is magkano yung salaries? Okay. So the regulatory is about 34 million, 872. The personal services is about 21 million.
55 million ba? About sa committee report, Mr. Chairman? Sa notes ko kasi 53 million.
How much is the total? 50?
Huh? No, yes, we need the committee report figure.
Huh? 53 million is
53 million. So nabawas. Anong binawas natin doon sa regulatory siguro? The regulatory budget?
Yes, in the so in the 2024 GAA it was 664.24. In the 2025 it's now 53.028, representing a decrease of 11.2 million.
Oh, sige. Okay, so I think the prioritization for this agency is also reflected in its budget na as stated by the chairman, 11 million yung cut niya from last year's budget. So, okay, so I hope that the Optical Media Board will be able to fix their present problems, especially on the kahit OIC or the new head for the agency so that the signing authority matter can be fixed. So with that, Mr. President, we have heard the inputs of Senator Jinggoy Estrada. This is not the proper time to act on the a substantive bill. So at least nalaman na natin yung budget po nitong Optical Media Board. At any rate, ang usapan naman natin dun sa loob, if ever we abolish kasi an agency, we look at the personnel. We have to find a way to transfer them. Ganun naman yun eh. Ganun naman like sa creation ng DFW. Ganun yun. May mga offices na inabsorb na inalis from the DFA, linagay sa DMW. We made sure na wala pong affected na government employees, yung service in the government, continuous pa rin ang pag-compute. So, we will make sure of that. Okay? But marami po tayong mga eye-openers na ipalabas po ngayong hapon. So, thank you for that, Mr. President. So, we have no objection if we approve the budget because they deserve it. They deserve to be paid their salaries and they are obligated to continue with their mandate until we make the substantive decision, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Estrada, I seek the floor. It's
Mr. President,
recognized.
maybe we can ask tomorrow, since tomorrow we'll be deliberating on the budget of the Office of the President, if I'm correct. Maybe we can ask the Executive Secretary to appoint the OIC of the Optical Media Board. Since, alam mo, no, talaga nakakaawa sila kung wala silang, kung headless sila, if they're headless and nobody signs the vouchers for their salaries, talaga wala silang masisweldohan. So maybe tomorrow if we can ask the Executive Secretary under the Office of the President.
And perhaps to require the senior officers of the Optical Media Board to be present tomorrow likewise, Mr. President.
Are
So
there
we can-
any senior officers of the Optical Media Board? Yes. Yeah. Maybe you can be present during the deliberation of the budget of the Office of the President, and you can talk to the Executive Secretary.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Manifestations noted.
Mr.
Majority
President,
Leader.
there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budget of the Optical Media Board be deemed submitted for the body's consideration, again, subject to the meeting to be facilitated by the Senate President pro tempore tomorrow.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: the Bases Conversion and Development Authority, the Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, and the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority, and again recognize the sponsor, the chairperson of the subcommittee, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpellate the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the consideration of the aforementioned budgets is now in order for interpellation.
May we ask the USAA to please restore order?
So, Mr. President, before the opening statement of our sponsor, just to be able to, for the orderly presentation of the budget, I have been informed that the head of the CEZA, Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, is not with us this afternoon. Is that correct? She's not, yes? Is the mic on?
Kaya nga.
We're in session.
Yes, Mr. President.
That's so that we can
Yes, sir.
dispose of the matter or.
Okay, yes, Mr. President, I was informed by the CESA chairman that she begged off because they are currently in operations for the relief of Cagayan, which is the province of Cagayan, which, as we know now, is hit hard by a typhoon. So she is there now, conducting relief efforts.
Yes. Mr. President, with the permission of the chairperson, I have here in my possession a letter coming from Secretary Katrina Ponce Enrile, and it states that, and I quote, "We regret to inform that I will not be able to attend the budget hearing since I am still in Santa Ana, Cagayan, and is currently conducting relief operations in the municipalities of Santa Ana and Gonzaga, which are heavily devastated by Typhoon Marce." For the
Yes.
consideration,
And that's, I think, That's the third typhoon nata, the third
Yes, actually
consecutive typhoon to hit the area. So now we understand her absence for this afternoon session, but still we still want the agency head to be present before us during the budget season. So we are not taking it against her, but I hope that she will also not take it against us if we reschedule the budget for CESA, Mr. President.
If I can just make a comment, Mr. President, perhaps I also, given our timetable for the budget, I also don't want to make her rush home if she's because she's engaged in relief operations. You know, if we compel her to go, she might be compelled to come back, even though
No, I think November
the
19
operations are going.
November 19 can accommodate CESA, Mr. President. As we can reset the consideration of the CESA budget to November 19. That should be sufficient time for Ms. Ponce Enrile to be with us.
And I understand, Mr. President, they're still being battered by a typhoon Nika.
Fourth na.
Mr. President.
The Senate President pro tempore is recognized.
I agree with the opinion of the minority leader that the head of the agency must always be present during the budget hearings in the plenary. But I think there is a valid excuse for the head of the agency not to attend in today's budget hearing because of the typhoon that struck her own province. Maybe if there is yung kanyang assistant, if she has an assistant there.
Yeah, she
maybe
the chair the secretary is also sent two very ably qualified representatives, the acting department manager of finance, Mr. Rodrigo Pablo, and department manager of regulatory and employment, Novelin Achansar, who we believe can very well answer any questions that we might have regarding the budget of the CESA. So I think the secretary will be ably represented by these
for me,
members.
it's a valid excuse in order for us to expedite the proceedings, or in order for us not to delay the budget proceedings or the budget of the Cagayan Economic Zone, if the minority leader would agree.
Well, is moving the day of the consideration of the budget already a delay, Mr. President? If it's still within the budget season or period that we have allotted for the law, for the bill, Mr. President. So I think November 19 would be a reasonable time period. But of course, kung masama pa rin ang panahon doon and she still cannot make it, we understand. We're not taking it against her actually. Nothing is taken against the agency or whatever, but we just want to meet with the head of the agency so that, you know, the other agencies will know that we really require the head to be here. Look at Secretary of the DBM, si Amina Pangandaman. She came back yesterday, kahapon yun, Monday. And then si Secretary Roque of the DTI from UAE, dito, reset her trip, gano'n. So, we know they're also busy people. Sometimes may mga contingencies na ganito. But what's also basically wrong with just resetting it to November 19, which is still within our period, Mr.
Yes, I know. Yes, I totally agree with the minority leader. Since we have a lot of, we had already scheduled a deferment, no? This housing agency on November 18.
18, yes.
No? Baka marami pang mga agencies na ma-reschedule pa sa November 18. That's why sa akin naman it is a valid excuse.
Yeah, my proposal is 19. That's our.
No, maybe if we will defer the budget deliberation of the Cagayan Economic Zone, maybe we'll do it on the 18th, not the 19th, if possible.
Yes, okay. It's a matter. I thought that 19 was the freer schedule. So, if the motion of the Senate President pro temp is November 18,
yes.
But basically that's the idea.
Yeah.
We will defer it so that the chief of the head of the agency will be with us.
Yes, of course.
Pero kung meron pa talagang contingency, masama ang panahon, I mean,
Wala
Mr.
tayong magagawa.
President, we will not take it against the, ano kasi,
Quite
ano na yun, ano bang tawag mo doon? Force majeure. Oo, force majeure po yun. So nothing is taken against, pakisabi na lang po
Kasi by tradition, Mr. President, it is only the President of the Republic of the Philippines that we do not require his presence, his or her presence here. Even the Vice President herself, we do not require her presence here in the budget hearing due to courtesy. As a matter of courtesy.
Sige, yung mga tradition po, we will just talk about them when the issue crops up, kung kasi hindi nakasulat sa rules yan. Pero anyway, basta ganun.
Yes, Mr. President, just if I can add, of course, we will defer to the ruling of the chair. I just want to make, for the record, state that, of course, what's happening in Cagayan now is very extraordinary, that we have multiple typhoons hitting one after the other, and the damage is quite massive, and it's still ongoing as far as I know. So that's just I just would like to put it for the record that it is a very extreme circumstance. So it's not something that I'm sure they would do. It's not skipping this year is not something they would do unless it's the most extraordinary of circumstances, which it is now. So
Yes.
just for the information of the committee, I just like to say that.
I think we should also ask the chairman what is his preferred date, November 18 or 19? Kasi kayo po magde-defend naman.
Yes. I can. Of course, I will adjust. Of
I will
course,
adjust. Thank you, Mr. President. So I think we have settled the issue. So Majority
Yes, so-
Leader, what would we
Yes,
I think we
Majority
can
Leader.
excuse Cesar.
Yes, Mr. President. The Cagayan Zone Economic Development, Cagayan Zone Economic Zone Authority's budget would be, deliberations would be rescheduled on the 18th, Mr. President.
If there is objection, then the motion of the majority leader is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, to continue with the budgets of the BCDA, Basis Conversion Development Authority, as well as the Zamboanga City Special Economic Authority. I move that we recognize Senator Mark Villar and to interpolate the Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. President, yes.
Yes, the sponsor again, Sir Mark Villar, may now continue.
Yes, Mr. President, it is my privilege to sponsor the proposed budget of the Basis Conversion and Development Authority, or BCDA, and the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority, or the ZEZA, for fiscal year 2025. For the next fiscal year, the allocated budget of the BCDA per the committee report is 2.602 billion pesos. And the allocated budget of the ZEZA per the committee report is 308.35 billion pesos. The BCDA is mandated to create economic opportunities for the country through public-private partnerships that push for vital infrastructure such as tollways, airports, seaports, and major real estate developments. They are also one of the key agencies driving the Build Better More program while strengthening our armed forces. Mr. President, the Subcommittee M is further proposing an additional 530 million pesos for BCDA for the expansion of the apron and runway to provide additional operation space for the Clark Airport, which could cater to the forecasted 30 million passengers by 2027 and the forecasted cargo tonnage of 696,582 by the same year. The expansion of the airport facilities aims to achieve nonstop operations in the airport and to accommodate the demand for logistics carriers operating the airport while ensuring the safe movement of the aircraft. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I am appealing for your extensive support in the approval of the BCDA and the ZEZA budget. It's all in our best interest to see the effective discussion of their budgets as it will impact the conduct of their future projects. Thank you, Mr. President. I now welcome the questions of my dear colleagues for a fruitful discussion.
Meron kang tanong ulit.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I proceed, with the sponsor? Yes.
Please proceed.
Yes. Per my information, as a BCDA has a corporate operating budget, I think, and then you requested for a subsidy in the total amount of 9.9 billion pesos. Is that an accurate information?
They requested for a 9.9 billion peso budget, but what was approved by the DBM was 2.102.
And then our committee added 530 million as explained by our chairman sa runway para to.
That is correct.
Pang runway.
To expand the
Yes, so-
function of the airport.
So ang ending natin would be 2.6 billion. So kung i-subtract ko yun sa 9.9, ano yun, mga 7.3? 7.3. So yun yung mga ungranted of the requested projects of BCDA. What would be the project which would be most affected by the
Well, there's
non-granting of the amount?
a big part is the delays in the following of the capex projects. A lot of the infrastructure projects, for instance, the military replication projects, of which a 5.3 billion peso budget was requested and only 1.2 was granted. Also, a major component of the budget was the NCC road projects, of which they requested 2.7 approximately, and 600 million was granted. And of course, we were able to bring back originally the original proposal for the Clark Airport was 1.011 billion, and what was granted was only 30 million. But now we are recommending through the committee that we increase that again, as mentioned earlier.
So what's the total COB of PCDA?
The corporate operating budget is about 8 billion.
8 billion. Sige po. 2.1 of which will come in the form of a subsidy. So more or less mga 6 billion yung internally generated funds ninyo. And where are these coming from?
These comes from their sale and joint venture contracts.
Pero kung sale, mga one-time ano lang yun, di ba? One-time inflow. So, ano yung mga steady, ano nyo? What's the steady amount of the recurring income or revenue of BCDA?
This FBDC dividends amount to about 1 billion. And of course, they have contracts with other operators such as Market, which they're approximately generates an income of maybe about 300 million a year. So that's just it. Yes, and also the Esitex, which gives an income of about 2 billion. So these are the sources of income,
Yes.
among the sources of income.
Sige po. So, the sponsor mentioned the military replication projects. Can you give us more information? What is that all about?
Yes, one example is military. The Marines transferred to Bataan. Before, the Marines were stationed in near Bonifacio, Fort Bonifacio. Their whole base is being relocated to Bataan. So that's part of is part of the military replication budget.
Marami-rami pa po ito nasa pipeline.
That's just one.
Itong so-called military replication project.
And the other ones are Air Force related. So there's quite a number.
Kasi may amount na not funded by the subsidy. So that means in future years, meron pang activities under the military replication projects.
Yes, mostly Air Force. There's a lot of Air Force relocation, and Navy are major components of the military replication budget.
Thank you. The Virology Institute is mentioned under the development of the new Clark City project. May we know what is the role of BCDA in the establishment of the Virology Institute?
Well, the BCDA is responsible for the construction of the access road leading to the Virology Institute.
Nasa 2025 budget na po yung construction of the access road?
For the road construction, yes, there is a budget in 2025 for the...
How much po?
The budget is about 300 million.
So meaning to say yung site pala, ano na, determined na yung site kasi.
The
Yes.
DPWH will construct the Virology Institute.
Yes, the construction of the premises or the building, DPWH.
That's correct, the
Construction of
DPWH.
the access road, BCDA. So meaning to say na determine na natin where it will be. So sa loob siya ng ano, it's inside the New Clark City.
At this point, the Virology Institute is 60% completed, and it is located in New Clark City.
New Clark City. Oh, sige, okay. 60% complete na pala. Oo. Just one item in the COA report. COA noted that 138 parcels of land with an aggregate area of 126.6 million square meters acquired by BCDA through purchase or transfer have remained untitled in the name of BCDA. So can the BCDA update us on this
The
issue?
PCD has taken many steps to address those concerns, and these are some of the steps. One, for the titled parcels, the BCDA has successfully titled 51 parcels of land encompassing a total area of 169,325 square meters under the BCDA's name. And in designated areas, 27 parcels with a combined area of 764,427 square meters have been allocated for infrastructure purposes such as roads, creeks, and easements. And we can supply you, there's actually 3, 4, many points here, up to 10 points of what the steps are taking. We can furnish to your, Mr. President, with a list of all their steps. It's quite numerous.
Yes,
but,
thank you.
Yes.
And I hope that in subsequent years, medyo itong COA observation na to dandahan mawala, maubos, or ma-address. Is the BCDA a contributor to the AFP modernization program? Isa ba yan sa mga mandates po ninyo?
Yes. Yes, in fact, the AFP is the biggest beneficiary of the disposition proceeds and received 59.71 billion pesos, equivalent to 42% of the total disposition proceeds generated since 1993.
Pero itong 59 billion remitted by the BCDA to the AFP modernization program, over how many years po ito?
Well, since 1993, so
okay,
that's about 31 years.
In case our resource person knows, no, just for this representation's education, kasi meron kaming item kasi na AFP modernization program, 50 billion yun. So that is separate. Yung riniremit ninyo is over and above that amount or part of that amount?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. President. It's over and above that amount.
The BCDA remits directly to the AFP?
It remits directly to the Bureau of Treasury.
Additional.
Okay, and this year they remitted 4.01 billion.
4.0. So, okay, so meaning to say that the line item for the AFP modernization program is not the only amount or that the AFP receives for their modernization program. Meron kayo for 2024, naka-add kayo ng 4 billion. So close to 10% actually. So congratulations to the BCDA. Is your charter about to expire? Tama po ba yan? About to expire o matagal pa mag-expire?
It is expiring in 18 years.
In 18 years pa?
Yes, 18 years.
18 years pa. Okay, matagal pa pala. So, thank you for that information, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, well, if BCDA has been remitting 4 billion to the AFP modernization program, I think we should congratulate the agency, Mr. President, for fulfilling one of its main objectives. So, thank you to the BCDA and to our chairman. So that's all for the BCDA. Is the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority also under consideration now?
Yes, it is.
Sabay na
That's
po.
correct.
Opo, sige.
And I'd like to just to mention for the record that we mentioned earlier the increase was 530 that we recommended. I just want to state for the record that it's 500 million, just so that
Correct. Okay. So
just
500
for,
million. Correct.
just for the record.
So
Thank you.
I corrected my notes. So it's really 500 million. Apo. Salamat. It's still for the same purpose, no? The apron of the
Yes, that is correct.
runway. Dito po sa Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone, it is also operating under a corporate operating budget. And it is requesting the amount of 308 million pesos. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes, under the NEP and the House GAB, the budget of the ZEZA is 308.35 million pesos.
But I've been informed that this is not, the amount is not entirely to be treated as a subsidy. Can the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority educate this representation na tama ba yun? It's not entirely to be treated as a subsidy. Merong equity and subsidy. Can this be explained to this representation?
Yes, they're saying that of the budget, there's the maintenance and other operating expenses, which is 43.35, and capital outlay of 265 million.
Yes, ano yun?
For infrastructure. So
Yes, sa nature of the expense yun. Pero yung in your books, when you now receive the 308 million, what is it in your books? Saan mo nakuha itong inequity? Di naman sinasabi.
it's a combination of subsidy and equity.
Yes. Yes, can you explain the equity part? Tama, ito. Ilang agencies ang ganito pag-treat? Kasi parati ko inisip, subsidy lang. Subsidy, so MOE lang.
So the cost of the capital outlay will be booked as part of their equity, from what I.
And in writing na lang po, Mr. Chairman, kasi most of in majority of cases we encounter just a subsidy. So yung sa GAA namin when we give an amount to a GOCC, it's really a subsidy. I think sa CEZA and sa inyo part subsidy, part equity. So subscription, there's a subscription payment for the subscription of the national government in your shares of stock.
Mr. Chair, I think this is something that the DBM has also is part of what is behind, I guess, as part of the regarding this capital outlay. Perhaps we can also ask for a more extensive explanation from the CES and because it's a little corporate. I think we need a little. Perhaps we can submit a statement from the DBM and the ZEZA to give us a more. I understand what you're getting at, Mr. Chairman. I just think perhaps if we can submit the answer to you in writing to give us a more adequate explanation for that the difference between the capital outlay, I think, and capital and considered as additional equity.
Yes, treated.
Because as we know, capital outlay is infrastructure expenditures, but we're talking about when you talk about additional equity, that's a different.
Correct.
We're talking accounting practices already. So perhaps if you can give us, I think we'll be able to give you a better explanation in writing with.
In writing na lang po. In writing na lang po. Just for transparency's sake, and then to better understand your agencies, your corporate entities budget. Kasi we also want to help you. Meron po tayong Asian Halal Center as part of our expenditure. 135 million. Tama po ba ito?
It's here. The Asian Halal Center is 135. Yes.
That is correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Kasi yesterday, last night, we had the DTI secretary with us. Isa yan sa projects niya. Kasi she just came from the UAE. I think yung SM counterpart doon, a very big retail store, Lulu. I think that's LULU. They are willing to accept Philippine products, but they must be halal certified when it comes to food items. No? So, as far as the authority is concerned, has Philippine law pinpointed the halal certification authority for the Philippines or here in the Philippines? Is that halal center under your authority meant to be the halal certification authority?
It's part of their program, but it's not the body obviously that certifies. The nature of the halal sector is it will be leased out to those who are selling halal products, and it's an income generating infrastructure for the ZEZA. So that's the nature. It's not really meant to be a certification center or.
So it's a physical place where halal certified products
Can be sold.
And you want to be known as that, as the host for the location of this. Okay, so 135 million pesos to construct the premises. Okay, but as far as you know,
I mentioned selling. It's also manufacturing, actually. So
Manufacturing.
people who manufacture
Yes.
halal can also use.
pero certified yun. As far as you know, who would be the halal certifying authority here in the Philippines?
Yes, in fact they've mentioned two agencies. The DA is one of them, and who are, although it's not clear yet who's the single entity who will decide.
Yes.
There are two entities who've been mentioned that can certify, that are allowed to certify.
What did our resource persons mention? The two agencies, which one?
There's one that's located in the Basilan, and they mentioned the DA. So those are the two. There's another one mentioned in Basilan. Yes. Yes.
See, how can you claim to be selling only halal certified products kung what mark or label will you be looking for before you will allow the selling of the product in your halal center? Dapat may idea din po kayo.
Yeah, they have a MOA with the National Commission of Muslim Filipinos, and they will provide them with the accreditation. They will help expedite, and they will.
Doon nyo dinaan.
Yes,
Kasi
that's what their MOA is with.
Yes.
So they will be the ones to.
So you pass the responsibility to the MCA and NCMF to certify na this is halal product. Okay. So we will have to ask the NCMF for the same question. Who will they trust for the halal certification? Siguro ano na lang po, in writing na lang po on the sources of revenue of the authority. So you have 308 million pesos, but your COB is 392 million. Tama po ba yan? Am I correct? The corporate operating budget.
That is correct.
Oh, so you have, in effect, you have around 83 to 84 million pesos of locally generated funds that you can rely on. Yes.
They can generate themselves.
They can generate this. That's the that's a constant amount every year in, year out you earn.
Yes, that's a constant. More or less, that's their break even. They break even with that amount.
You break even with that amount. What do you mean break even? But you ask funds from the national government. Bigay yata kami na bigay din sa inyo year in, year out. So
yeah, that's 80 million, but they expect that there will be an increase. That's why one of the, like I said earlier, this infrastructure is also income generating. So hopefully they'll be able to increase that amount significantly in the near future.
Sige, okay. Sige po, we wish you all the best, the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority. Pasalamat tayo, meron tayong eco zone dyan sa Mindanao. But we need to understand your experience para kung maganda, paramihan natin ang economic zone sa Mindanao, Mr. President. But kayo, lead the way, and show us some publications siguro. Pag mayabang naman natin yung mga achievements natin, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President,
Thank
we will certainly furnish you with all the information.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Thank you to the authority. Thank you to our sponsor.
Mr. President, there being no other reservations for interpellation, I move that the budgets of the following: the Basis Conversion and Development Authority and the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority be deemed submitted for the Senate's consideration and approval. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: Department of Health, Office of the Secretary, the Philippine Nutrition Council, the Philippine National AIDS Council, budgetary support to government corporations, the Lung Center of the Philippines, the National Kidney and Transplant Institute, the Philippine Children's Medical Center, the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, the Philippine Heart Center, and the Philippine Institute of Traditional and Alternative Healthcare, and recognize the sponsor and chairperson of Subcommittee D of the Committee on Finance, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to interpellate Senator Rafi Tulfo. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of the aforementioned budgets is now in order for interpellation, and we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano and Senator Rafi Tulfo to interpellate.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have an opening statement. The gentleman may wish to sit down first. Mr. President, the total new appropriation of the Department of Health and its attached agencies and corporations under the Senate Committee report is 277,995,747,000 pesos. The breakdown is as follows. For the Department of Health Office of Secretary, 277,425,590,000 pesos. For the National Nutrition Council, 519,873,000 pesos. For the Philippine National AIDS Council, 50,284,000 pesos. For the Lung Center of the Philippines, 850,185,000 pesos. National Kidney and Transplant Institute, 1,986,886,000 pesos. For the Philippine Children's Medical Center, 1,774,216,000 pesos. For the Philippine Heart Center, 2,652,920,000 pesos. For the Philippine Institute for Traditional and Alternative Healthcare, total new appropriations of 176,726,000 pesos. For Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, total new appropriation of 68,719,010,000 pesos. Furthermore, this representation would like to thank the Chairman, Senator Grace Poe, for accepting our amendments, the Office of Secretary, the development of RITM's anti-venom production, and the upgrading of their technology, equipment, and facilities to boost production efforts, and the procurement of rabies vaccines to address the projected animal bites expected this year. For the Lung Center of the Philippines, in line with my tobacco control advocacy, the smoking cessation program, or the quit line. For the National Kidney and Transplant Institute, the construction of phase 1 of the new 8-story outpatient department OPD building. For the Philippine Children's Medical Center, the renovation of existing and construction of new PCMC buildings. And for the Philippine Heart Center, various programs like the training of advanced heart failure teams, subsidy of heart transplantation for charity patients, and the procurement of heart transplant equipment and mechanical circulatory support devices, replacing 10-year-old machines. These are all part of our commitments to integrate the Sustainable Development Goals into our National Development Plan and policies, specifically SDG 3, ensuring healthy lives and promote the well-being at all ages. Mr. President, before we proceed with the interpellation, I would just like to point out that in 2012, we passed the Syntax Reform Act, RA 10351, and then again, another syntax law in 2020. These laws increase the excise taxes on alcohol, tobacco, and later for vapes. Just to give our colleagues an idea, when we started in 2014, the collection was 33.9 billion. In 2017, this was almost doubled actually. In 2018, it was 66.55 billion. In 2020, it was 93.57 billion. And in 2024, The collection so far is 184.5 billion. This is a lot of funding that has contributed to healthcare, Mr. President. But today, we still see a lot of problems in the healthcare sector. Napakarami pa ring Pilipino ang nakapila, whether sa PCSO, sa PAGCOR, sa Office ng Mayor, sa Office ng Governor, sa Office ng mga Senador, at humihingi po ng mga guarantee letter, humihingi po ng pondo para sa kanilang pangangailangan pag sila ho ay na-ospital, sa kanilang mga treatment. We can do so much better than this than to see our kababayans lining up like this, Mr. President. Kasi may pondo naman tayo. It is really a matter of managing our resources properly and putting them into good news. Marami din, at kanina po sa lounge, I speak on behalf of Senator Lauren Legarda and Senator Cynthia Villar, but it is also something I was going to bring up. Maraming hindi nakakaalam kung ano ho ang benepisyong matatanggap nila sa PhilHealth. Kailangan pa ng matinding information campaign. I have a very sad story to share. Si Father Rocky of Tuloy Foundation introduced me to 3 street children. Yung isang bata duling at kinupkup niya ito dun sa Tuloy sa Alabang, no? And they are given a home, they are given education, and nakakapaglaro pa sila ng football at kung ano pa man. So nung sinabi niya dun sa bunso na duling, sabi niya, oh halika ha, schedule kita ng appointment sa doktor para yung mata mo makakita ka ng maliwanag. Yung bata umiiling-iling at ayaw, parang nagtatago sa likod ng kuya niya. To make a long story short, tinanong niya yung kuya, bakit takot ba sa doktor? Sabi ng kuya, hindi po, wala po kaming pambayad. So at that tender young age, they already have this concept na kung wala kang pambayad, huwag kang pupunta sa doktor. So we want to change that. I'm addressing the agencies, no? Kailangan alam nila na meron silang matatanggap na tulong at sa iba pang sitwasyon at sana mas marami pang sitwasyon, libre na dapat talaga tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapagamot. Then again, yung nabanggit ko ang collection natin sa Syntax, ang laki ding contribution dapat dyan ang gagaling sa vapes. Nasa news naman po na marami hong hindi nagbabayad ng tamang buwis dito sa mga e-cigarettes and vapes. So kasama yan sa problema natin, pero kasama din sa problema natin ang paglaganap ng paggamit ng kabataan. At yan ay napakalaking issue na na-foresee na natin, kaya nga sinabi natin na kailangan yung age ng access is 21 years old, kailangan ng jurisdiction, nasa Department of Health and FDA, at kailangan walang flavors. Pero challenge ko po sa ating lahat ngayon, mag-Google ho kayo ngayon, pumunta kayo sa kahit anong app na nagbebenta, makakakita kayo ng mga pinagbabawal na vape na ang tina-target yung mga kabataan. So that remains to be a problem for all of us kasi sayang lang yung pagre-raise natin ng funds kung hindi naman natin magagamot itong mga batang to dahil bata pa lang, sininghot na nila ang masasamang chemicals na kinalalamnan yan. And finally, itong vaccination. For the longest time, isa po tayo sa top na kasama po tayo dun sa top na unvaccinated na mga kabataan. The good news is, natanggal na ho tayo sa listahan na yon. Pero hindi ho pa tayo pwedeng mag-celebrate dahil napakababa pa rin ng coverage natin. Nasa 62% pa lang. And with that, our infants, our children, they remain vulnerable to these deadly health conditions na pag sila ho ay tinamaan, yung iba dyan nakakamatay. We need more health promotion so our mothers, our grandparents, fathers will understand the importance of vaccination. So with that, we're ready to accept the interpellation of our colleagues. I believe Senator Raffy Tulfo is the first in line.
We recognize Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. My next question, my first question is regarding vape. Meron ho bang makapagsabi sa akin from the DOH or FDA, ano po yung chemical that goes into vape?
Well, actually, Mr. President, maraming chemicals talaga yan. Kaya nga ang mga health advocates and ang mga doktor, hindi ho sila nilalabanan nila yung paniniwala na itong mga pag-vape healthier dahil napakaraming chemicals. Lalo na ho yung mga may flavor, hindi pa nga natin alam minsan kung ano yung nandyan dahil yung mga small companies kung ano-anong nilalagay. But as the question has been asked, I will now give a more technical answer. But I do know that it varies. Not one company has a single list of ingredients. This is according to DTI, no? Kasi as his honor knows, napunta yung jurisdiction doon. Pero ang kadalasan na laman na harmful, I'm going to read just the harmful ones, no? Acrolein, acrylamide, acetamide, acetaldehyde, hydroxycarbonyls, dicarbonyls, propylene oxide, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Ito po ay mga kinikilalang may mga carcinogens. And then of course, yung mas kilalang harmful talaga ay yung nicotine at yung formaldehyde.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. Formaldehyde, yan po ating ginagamit pang imbalsamo, if I'm not mistaken. So, ibig sabihin, buhay pa yung mga nagbe-vape, inimbalsamo na. Parang gano'n natang lumilitaw. So, ano pong ginagawa ng FDA natin para masiguro na itong mga chemicals, especially minention ni Madam Sponsor, mailagay doon sa karton sa label para yung mga may balak pa lamang mag-vape, mag-research sila, makikita nila yung mga chemicals na nakasulat doon, then hindi na sila ma-encourage na mag-vape. And then yung mga iba na nagbe-vape na, pag nakita nila yung nakasulat doon yung formaldehyde at alam nila ipang-imbalsa mo yon, baka tumigil sila. So, pwede bang magkaroon ng sistema na ngayon ang DOH and FDA in coordination with DTI na para ilagay na yung mga chemicals that goes into vape doon pa lamang sa karton, sa labeling?
Then, that is precisely the issue that this representation raised when the law regulating e-cigarettes and vapes was passed because the jurisdiction was transferred to DTI. So in that sense, natatali ang kamay ng DOH and FDA, even though I'm always prodding them to be more active because the law itself gave the jurisdiction to DTI. So yung listahan ng mga ingredients na yan, I actually spoke to the secretary, the acting secretary of DTI yesterday kasi kahapon po yung kanilang budget deliberation. Kasi bago po siya, so tinanong ko siya kung ano yung ginagawa nila about it. And according to her, they have sent out advisories to all these companies to submit the list kasi lumagpas na po yung deadline for submitting their registration, which includes the list of ingredients. So once na matanggap nila yon, noted lang sa kanila yung list na yon. Kasi nga po, Mr. President, si DTI, wala naman siyang capacity, hindi ho sila mga doktor. So that is the sad reality. Kaya kanina, before we officially started, I was also telling the secretary na, ano bang pwede natin gawin para matulungan sila dahil they're incapable of doing that job. Even though the secretary assured me na nagmamalasakit siya at ayaw din niya ng ganon. Pero sabi ko baka pwede kayong mag-usap dahil bago din ang secretary. Anong bagong direksyon ang pwede natin kunin within the bounds of the law kasi nga nabigay yung jurisdiction sa DTI.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. In other countries like Singapore and China, banned na yung vapes, especially
Yes,
sa US, banned na rin yung mga flavor vapes, as you did mention, Madam Sponsor. So, hindi ba natin magawa yan dito sa Pilipinas kung nagawa na ibang bansa na i-ban yung vapes? Special flavor vapes muna. Kasi yun yung very attractive to sa mga youth eh. Yung may mga flavor, strawberry, apple, etc. Yun yung very attractive sa mga bata. So, kung hindi na talaga natin mapigilan na payagan na magkaroon ng vape dito sa Pilipinas, at least man lang yung flavors, pagbawal para hindi mainganyo yung mga kabataan na gumamit ng vape.
What are you for the banning of flavors? Okay. 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 So, Mr. President, just a brief history to put on record for all our colleagues and listeners. Nung natakil yung syntax law, I think that was 2019, yun nga pinasok po as syntax law which included some provision. Well, it included the taxation of vapes. That's why doon sa law na yun, we included a provision that limited the sale of vape to no flavor and plain tobacco, yung normal na flavor ng tobacco and menthol. Kaya lang nung inamend itong law na ito at pumasa ito, if I'm not mistaken, 2021 or 22, which I voted against, napasok na yung iba-ibang flavors. Nandun yung parang supposedly, and I really emphasize, supposedly safeguards na wag daw attractive to the children. Pero the reality is, once you open that definition, it's there. So mag-aaway-away tayo what's attractive to the kids. And now, yun nga, one click, you will see all of these, mga cartoon characters, mga pink floral, etc. So the secretary said na ang stand nila is against flavors. First of all, bawal nga sa bata, but the fact that it is attractive to the young people and the kids, na-attract nga sila. And ang stand nila is bawal sa bata. Dapat bawal ang flavors din. Yan ang stand nila. Pero like I said, there is a law that we passed, and this representation actually has a bill to revert to the original law that limits the flavors drastically to just plain tobacco flavor. Tapos yung menthol, gusto ko nang tanggalin na rin yun.
So, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, so wala na tayong magawa tungkol sa pagpasok, paglaganap, dito mga flavored vapes. So wala na, dahil batas na po yan, hindi na ho natin magawa ng paraan na magkaroon man lang ng regulation to ensure na ito mga flavored vapes ay hindi mapunta sa mga kabataan. Kasi ito pong gustong-gusto mga bata as young as 15, 16 years old. May kita mo, may hawak-hawak na mga vapes, mga estudyante, mga eskwelahan. So how do we go about making sure na ma-stop to, yung mga bata ay hindi magagamit ng vape?
Magagawa in the sense that yung implementation ng batas na bawal sa bata. Kasi yung bawal sa bata, bawal talaga. Kaya lang, yung in-expect na nga natin ng mangyari, pinayagan nyo, binabaan yung age dahil dati sinabi natin bawal at 21 years. Ngayon, ginawa mong 18. Ngayon nga yung 18, kadalasan yan, high school, pinayagan mo na. So yung makita ng mga grade 7, grade 8 na yung grade 12, pwede na palang mag-vape, nakakahawa po yun sa pananaw ng mga bata, di ba? And then yung flavors na pinayagan na nga, the most that DOH and FDA can do is, according to the Secretary, they have already met with PNP for the implementation. Like meron po yan yung bawal ang pagbebenta 100 meters from the schools. Actually, for His Honor's information, yung akin pong amendment nung dinidebate namin yan is 200 meters. Natalo po ako. Hindi naman tinanggap yung aking amendment. So sige, lapit pa natin sa eskwelahan. Yan ang pumasa dito sa atin. So I share His Honor's concerns, and kung sasamahan ako ng ating kasama, yung bill po natin is, I'm sure papayagan po tayo ng ating chairman ng Committee on Health na ma-prioritize ang pagdinig noon, kasi yun lang talaga yung best na magagawa natin. Pero as to whether papasayan sa House, hindi ko po alam. Sana dito sa Senate, mapapasaman lang natin.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, I would like to ask the sponsor if she will join me in the motion, my request to suspend the rules, so I may hear from the officers of the DOH and NCMH directly their answers to my questions.
Mr. President, with the indulgence of the good senator, there is a motion here to suspend the rules. And most probably the underlying reason would be to ask directly the cabinet member concerned.
Yes, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President.
suspended. Session resumed.
President, the motion here is to suspend the rules to enable Senator Tulfo to ask directly Secretary Ted Herbosa. I join said motion, Mr. President.
All right. So is there any objection? Hearing none.
Mr. President, after conferring with our colleague, we have no objections. We will give that to our colleague. However, may I know who His Honor would like to direct his questions to? Because baka wala dito.
My question concerns about National Center for Mental Health.
So sino po? Is it the secretary or the head, the director?
If the head of the director is not
Oo, kasi
present.
hindi na,
so-
ang normal ho na pinapapunta natin yung sa mga GOCC, yung mga lung center, NKTI. So, wala ho yung taong yun.
So maybe the
Gusto
USIC
niyong
or
patawag
ASIC,
natin?
yeah, maybe the USIC or ASIC
Pero-
can call. Maski na siguro
The
over the
USIC in
phone.
charge.
USIC in charge.
Perhaps Senator Tulfo is referring to the Undersecretary in charge. Head office.
Which is for NCR, Regional Director of NCR. Ang nandito po is the Regional Director for NCR and under doon yung center. Is that acceptable to His Honor?
That's very acceptable,
Okay.
Madam Sponsor.
Sige. In that case, we have no objection, Mr. President. We just wanted to clarify that.
All right. So Majority Leader? Hindi pa. So is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
So this is ASEC?
Regional Director.
Regional Director Rio Magpantay. I'll step aside, Mr. President. So wait. There is also an ASEC. Valencia. Doctor. Yeah. There is also an Assistant Secretary in charge. It is ASEC Dr. Ariel Valencia.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor.
S8. Yan ba yung bago? Okay. Nag-change sila ng
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know who would like to answer my question, whether it's ASEC Ariel Valencia ba o Regional Director Rio Magbantay. Taas lang pong kamay, sino ko pong volunteer na sasagot sa mga katanungan ko. Yung naka-black na jacket, your Regional Director Magbantay. Okay, thank you, sir. Last year, ako po'y nag-conduct ng surprise inspection sa National Center of Mental Health. At tad po ng violation ang aking nakita, na diskubre. At tad po ng korupsyon, lumitaw. Aware po kayo doon sa mga nangyari sa National Center for Mental Health. Pinost ko po yun sa social media account ko at yun po ay lumabas sa news at na-interview ko ilang beses. So maybe meron po kayo idea tungkol doon sa problema. Ano po? Umpisa na po natin dito kay Director Noel Reyes. Siya po ating Director ng NCMH.
Yes po, siya po yung bagong director po ng NCMH.
Correct. Kilala niyo po si Dr. Alden Cuyos?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, hindi ko po kilala. I was the director of NCR last January 15 lang po ako nag-start, Your Honor.
Kasi nga po, itong si Dr. Alden Cuyos, napakakurap po ito. As a matter of fact, nasampan po siya ng kaso sa NBI dahil sa kasong korupsyon. At that time, siya ay head ng Bids and Awards Committee sa infra, sa supplies and equipments. Tatlo po yun, ano? Kinasuhan siya. So, nung kinasuhan siya sa NBI, at hindi ko alam kung ano na nangyari doon sa kaso, at nakakapagtaka bakit hindi po siya sinampahan ng kasong admin. And yet, na-promote pa po yung Mokong, nabigyan pa po na mas magandang posisyon. Bakit po? Mokong means yung tao.
Yan.
Sa halip po na pagpapahingin muna, delikadesa, out of delikadesa, i-transfer muna sa ibang posisyon, eh binigyan pa po ng mas juicy position. Ba't po nagkaganon?
Your Honor, gusto ko lang po i-refer yung sinasabi niyo po kay ASEC Ariel Valencia. If it's okay with you, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President. ASEC, so ASEC Ariel Valencia.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Actually po, based po dun sa directive noon, meron pong dito na investigation po na ginawa for this. Kasama po rito, base po dun sa minutes po, ay nagkaroon po ng investigation, the role actions of certain engineer Purino in the misappropriation plans allocated for SMH projects and any conflicts of interest involving government officials. So far, yung po kasing name po na sinabi na promote, we look into that po, Mr. Chair. Kasi dito po sa record po namin, I'm sorry, wala po kasi yung ating medical center chief who will know better po yung details of these concerns po.
During the last hearing, Mr. President, I spoke to Director Noel Reyes at sinabi ko sa kanya itong problema. Sabi niya under review daw yung status ni Dr. Cuyos. So it's been more than almost a year or a year now since then. At gusto ko lang malaman kung ano pong naging resulta ng review na yun at ano bang lumilitaw sa review na yun, kung fit ba siya para sa posisyon na binigay sa kanya bilang committee chair pa rin ng Bids and Awards Committee. Siya pa rin po ang committee chair ng Bids and Awards Committee sa supplies and equipment. Dati na po siyang kinasuhan dahil sa korupsyon. So sabi po, ang mga nagkaso, mga kasama niya po, if I'm not mistaken, isa po sa mga nagkaso sa kanya, pinatay. In-ambush para ma-silence. And mismo yung pong triggerman, dalawa po sila, umamin at nagtututuro kung sino yung mga kasamahan. At isa sa mga naituro, pointing to Cuyos as isa sa mga possible na kasabwat hanggang sa nakapag-file ng case sa NBI. And now, bakit na-promote? Bakit nabigyan pa ng posisyon to? Di ba dapat sabihin na natin dahil hindi pa siya napapatunayan sa korte? Okay lang yon. Huwag mo na siyang sibakin. Pero at least man lang, alisin siya dun sa kanyang posisyon, ilagay sa ibang posisyon. I don't care. Pwede siya maging head ng janitorial services. Pwede siya maging head ng mga gardener. Pwede siya maging head ng motor pool. Huwag lang po dun sa supplies and equipments chief ng Bids and Award na kung saan doon nga po siya nasasangkot sa anomalya.
Mr. Chair, I may po. We'll check on this po, Mr. Chair, and make an appropriate action po. Sabihan yung Chief of Hospital as you recommended po na alisin po dun sa position po. Kasi sa ngayon po wala po sa amin.
Kasi nga po, ito pong si Cuyos, bata sarado po ito ni Director Noel Reyes. Bata-bata po niya ito. So, sampal po sa atin lahat na itong isang taong sinampahan ng kasong korupsyon sa halip na pagpahingahin o sibakin, pinabayaan lang na mamayagpag pa rin sa same positions para patuloy na mangurakot muli.
Reason po, Mr. Chair, the said person is the present Chief of Medical Professional Staff.
Bawasan na po natin yung kahiyan na dulot nitong si Cuyos. Baka pwede po, sir, reviewin niyo po yung records niya. Baka pwedeng pakisibak na itong taon to kasi nakakainit ng ulo na meron dyan mga ibang tao, kunting akusasyon lang sa korupsyon, tinatanggal agad. Samantalang ito, matindi yung kasong pinal sa kanya. Wala man lang kayong pinal na admin case. Although meron pinal sa NBI, criminal case, pero admin case wala, parang kinukonsinte. So pwede ho ba, sir, pakisibak na muna itong si Cuyos? Para, total mag-retire naman siya, marami na atang naipon to.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the central office will act on this for immediate action po, as assured by the Secretary.
So, can you get back to us. Gusto ko sana before the end of this year, sibak na po itong taon to. Kasi po, kung hindi, babalikan ko kayo, sir, at magpapakita pa ako ng more evidence at mapapahiya po kayo lahat dyan sa NCMH, sa DOH.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll look into that and make an appropriate action based po sa inyo pong recommendation po.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Now, doon po sa pagkain, 80 million ang budget para sa pagkain ng lahat ng mga pasyente. Now, in-outsource, lumundag sa 300 million. It doesn't make sense. Okay na sana dun sa 80 million at ang nag-prepare ng food ay in-house. Meron tayong dietitian, meron tayong mga cook, meron tayong kumpletong personnel, may kitchen tayo, etc. At doon piniprepare. Now, bakit natin in-outsource at 300 million ang gagastusin o ginastos? Para naghahanap tayong pagwawaldasan ng pera. At that time, ang binigay na reason sa akin ni Dr. Reyes ay paimbestigahan daw niya, pero ang reason ay dahil yun daw po ang request ng dating director, predecessor niya, because of pilferage. Dahil lang sa pilferage, kailangan kumuha daw ng i-outsource yung pagkikater at magdagdag ng another 220 million on top. Bakit po? Does it make sense, sir? Does it connect?
It doesn't make sense po, Mr. Chair.
At ang balita ko po ngayon, that was last year, ngayon na po, 400 million. Umaakyat na umaakyat.
Mr. Chair, we'll check on this and the central office will be handling this po, not the hospital director. It will be
Maybe
central office.
since nandito po yung ating butihing DOH Secretary, baka pwedeng, Mr. Secretary, ibalik nyo na lang po sa in-house yung catering. Mas makatipid pa po yung gobyerno natin. Marami po mapagastusan doon sa 220 million or 320 million na pagkakaalam ko for this year.
Yes po, kung Mr. President, kung talagang yun ang makakamura ang government,
Yes.
we'll follow that procedure.
So, by the end of this year, I need you to get back to this committee and to me para mapakita sa amin na seryoso po kayo sa ating pinag-usapan ngayon, hindi po puro sat-sat lang, at maibalik na po sa in-house yung pong catering, sir, yung pagkikater sa pagkain ng mga patients.
We will Mr. President, we will ask all our central office staff to be able to update you before the end of the year
Okay.
on the results of our investigation.
Now, isa po sa mga napansin ko when I was there, when I visited yung NCMH, may mga wards doon na dapat ang capacity lang ng patients for a certain room or cell, whatever you call it, is 10. Pero sinisiksik up to 40 people. Ang balita ko hanggang ngayon, ganun pa rin daw po. I was informed na gagawa ng paraan na ma-decongest po yung mga overcrowded na mga pavilion. Mga wards. Especially itong forensic wards in particular. Kaawa-awa po, nung pumunta po ako doon, meron doon yung mga patients na nagmamakaawa. Sabi nila, ibalik na lang ako doon sa kulungan, the forensic ward na dinala muna sa NCMH under observation kasi meron silang nagawa. While their cases are being processed sa korte. Now, 10 lang dapat ang capacity ng ward na yon at 40 sila nagsisiksikan. Amoy ihi, walang banig, walang kumot, mainit, malamok, para naman sila mga animal. Yan po ba ina-address? Ang sasagutin niyo po, yes, but hindi pa rin po base po sa aking informante. Palibasa ho ba ng mga pasyente na may problema sa pag-iisip? So, papabayaan na natin, hindi natin naalagaan.
Mr. Chair, we'll look into that po. Kasi together po ng nabanggit nyo kanina, there are certain patients na ikinumit po or ordered po na i-admit doon. But definitely po, yung improvement po will be looking into po ang ating health facility enhancement program po. Para po mas maging maayos po ito.
Tama, Mr. Chair. Ang binigyan naman sa akin na reason noon ni Dr. Reyes, yung direktor, ay kung bakit hindi pa rin po na babalik sa korte, sa jail, yung po mga nakumit sa kanila ay sapagkat humintay lang sila ng court order. And I have with me from the Supreme Court, from the court administrator, says here na 80% na ay nakapag-comply na sila, nautusan ng mga korte para maibalik na yung mga nakakumit sa NCMH sa mga city jails, kung saan pa man yung mga city jails na dapat sila ay nakapiit. And again, my informante told me, hindi pa rin daw po nangyari despite the fact na meron ng mga order sa korte at may compliance ng mga korte. So lumilitaw lang po dito, hindi lang po korap ang ilan dyan sa mga taga-NCMH, inutil pa.
Mr. Chair, with that information po, we'll review po the list na nasambit na banggit po nyo na meron ng court order to send back, to transfer po yung ating mga na-admit sa facility into the appropriate jail po as mandated by the court. We'll review po the list, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Isa pa po ang gusto kong i-point out, meron pong pavilion na hindi po tinuloy ang construction because of corruption. Nagpadala ulit ako ng tao doon, nakatenga na lang po doon, nabubulok na po yung building, mga materyales. Ang sabi sa akin ni Dr. Reyes, na mag-usap kami last year, nasa korte raw yung kaso kaya hindi raw pwedeng galawin. Ang tanong ko po, it's been a year, so ano na po ang status ng kaso? I'm referring, Mr. President, to Pavilion 6.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we'll be asking our legal service to look into this and what remedy can be done so that it can be acted upon para po hindi masayang po yung facility. Mr. Chair.
Siguro may request from you. What's your name? Rio Magbantay, Regional Director.
Ariel Valencia po. Yes, sir.
And then ASEC Dr. Ariel Valencia. Siguro kayong dalawa mag-ikot doon at huwag kayong gumamit ng face mask. Pasukin niyo po yung mga ward, pasukin niyo po yung mga facilities at makikita niyo kung kaano kabaho, kapanghi. In fact, ako pumasok doon, halos maduwal ako Matibay sikmura ko pero nasuka ako sa sobrang baho. Yung mga nurses nyo kaawa-awa, naka-face mask doble-doble pa, hindi masikmura. Napabayaan na yung mga taong yon. Siguro umalis kayo sa mga air-conditioned room ninyo, pumunta kayo doon para makita nyo on the ground kung ano yung status. Sa palagay nyo, tama ho ba?
Will do po, Mr. Chair.
So maasahan ko ba before the end of this year na nakapagbisita po kayo, magpadala po kayo sa committee na ito sa akin ng mga videos, pictures na you were there and then ano po yung na-find out ninyo at anong mga improvements ang dapat nyo gagawin para matuwid po yung problema.
Yes, we'll do that, Mr. Chair, including po yung ating legal team to look into the unfinished Pavilion 6 po, Mr. Chair.
Sa Belkins naman po, kumusta na po yung kaso tungkol sa Belkins, Secretary Ted Herbosa, sir?
Mr. Chair, nag-create kami ng parang 3 groups. Sinama namin ang PRC, ang PMA, at ang PHA, Hospital Association, and we're investigating. Pero ang problem po namin, kailangan namin ng complainant. Parang sabi nila, hindi daw magagamit yung anonymous complaint na sinabi doon sa Senate hearing, sa Committee on Health. So if the good senator can help us, have an individual who filed an official complaint to tatakbo yung investigation, Mr. President.
Oh yeah, pero Mr. President, merong mga doktor na umamin na sila po ay mga member ng Board of Directors. Kasama po sa Board of Directors o member ng mga pharmaceutical companies, and yet they practice and they write prescription ng mga gamot na kung saan sila ay connected. Isn't that conflict of interest, Mr. President?
Mr. President, we also ordered the director of Heart Center, the director, then director, not the new one, to actually cleanse the roster of visiting consultants of those that were connected to the Belkans to minimize this particular problem which was raised during the Senate investigations.
Okay, so ongoing po yung inyong investigation.
Yes, Mr. President.
Ano po yung pinaka-latest na? Meron na ho ba kayong nakitang kaso doon na tingin nyo ay napapatunayan yung mga kumakalat na mga akusasyon na irregularities about Belkans?
Meron
for you
po
to-
mga lumabas, Mr. President, mga
file a case.
patients that were bothered nga and did not buy the prescriptions that were given to them na napakahaba at napakarami. Pero hindi sila mag-complaint, ayaw nila mag-file ng complaint. Although yun ang alam ko rin, yung isang doctor finailan ng kaso ng Belkans, I think cyber libel. And
Okay.
hindi na masyadong nag-post yung specific doctor na yun.
Okay, marami po sa mga doktor ang umamin na there's such thing as incentives. They are given incentives para magsulat ng prescription in favor of their favorite pharmaceutical companies. So, ano pong direksyon, polisiya, ng DOH tungkol dyan? Marami po mga doktor na umaamin na mismo na yes, we get incentives. In fact, sa isang hearing the last time dito sa Senate, ilang doktor na paamin na nabibigyan sila ng incentives pag susulat ng prescription in favor of pharmaceutical companies, drugstore na
Yes, Mr. President.
kasama sila.
Ni-raise nga namin ito sa Public Health Ethics Committee ng Department of Health, yung conflict of interest issue of owning a pharmaceutical and then practicing in a DOH hospital. Ang napag-usapan dito is malaking tulong siguro kung ang Pilipinas ay magkakaroon ng similar law as in the US, yung Stark Law, wherein ang doctor cannot prescribe anything where he will benefit from. If he owns a laboratory or a botika or a pharmaceutical. Wala po tayong batas na ganun. Kaya ang nangyayari, it's an ethics complaint. So it will be based on ethical standards of the peers. Ang lahat ng mga minention ko po, may mga ethics committee. Yung DOH, yung Philippine Medical Association, yung Hospital Association, meron silang ethics committee where these complaints can be given kung may isang pasyente na nagrereklamong may conflict of interest na piniprescribean siya ng gamot na kailangan bilhin sa isang specific na butika.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Pero sometimes the patient doesn't know. So how would they complain if they don't know? Ang nangyari po kasi nag-overprescribe ang mga doktor na hindi naman kailangan halimbawa ng isang pasyente yung number of medicines. Dadamihan niya para ma-meet niya yung quota. You know that, Dr. Herbosa, nangyari yan. So yun dapat na iwasan natin dahil kawawa din naman yung pasyente, natataga sila sa mga gamot na hindi na dapat nila kailangan naman.
Yes, Mr. President. Yan din ang inutos natin sa bagong director ng Philippine Heart Center to make sure ma-educate yung mga patients themselves na merong ganun at magbigay alam kung merong sobrang prescription at also the doctors themselves para tayo ay magkaroon ng tinatawag na ethical prescription para sa ating mga pasyente. Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Let's move on to the Bureau of Dental Health Services. Ano nangyari po rito?
Para sa kalaman, Mr. President, ng Senado, first time po meron tayong undersecretary na Doctor of Dental Medicine and nagawa na siya ng programa para sa ma-reorganize at ma-create uli yung Bureau of Dental Health. So may proposal na. Number two, immediately naggawa kami ng proposal through Undersecretary Molly Chong, nandito sa aking likod, yung PhilHealth dental benefit package. Ito rin po yung minungkahi nyo, Senator, sa amin. And ang first package na propose is yung extraction, prophylaxis, and fluoride varnish, a total of 300 pesos, plus needed emergency tooth extraction, plus spit and fissure sealant, which is 400 pesos, and second such benefit of 300 pesos. So a total of 1,000 pesos per PhilHealth member for benefit package. Hindi pa ho to approved ng board pero nakapropose na ito sa Benefits Committee. I think ita-table namin sa Benefits Committee sa Huwebes po, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, for mentioning na isa po ako doon sa nagtulak na para magkaroon ng malawakang coverage para sa dental services ng ating mga kababayan from PhilHealth. Pero di ba mas maganda kung meron tayong isang departamento na nakafocus lamang tungkol sa dental care ng mga Pilipino, Dental Bureau, so to speak. At yun po ay tinanggal na ata. Sayang.
Tama po, Mr. President. This will require additional budget, so approved to ng DBM. Pero in the meantime, nag-issue po ako ng Department Personnel Order creating a task force for the review of the policies and organizational structures concerning the Bureau of Dental Health Services and Oral Health Bureau. So, kasi ilalagay sa budget at saka pagka nag-create ng bureau sa organizational chart, pinapa-approve din sa DBM. So, task force muna po, Senator, Mr. President, para tumakbo lang itong dental services.
Pero importante po, by next year, if I'm not mistaken, if I heard it right, mula sa mga taga PhilHealth, so magkakaroon po ng malawak na coverage para sa dental health services or dental services para sa mga Pilipino covered ng PhilHealth. Kasama yung prophylaxis, kasama na yung tooth extraction, surgery, etc.
Yes, Mr. President. At saka tutuloy din natin yung mga dental missions na ginagawa during our Lab for All, during our Servicio Fair na sinusupport ng mga dentist na galing sa mga hospital ng Department of Health.
How about yung pre-postizo po, Mr. President?
Nasasama namin ngayon yan doon sa MAIP program kasi mas mahal niya konti yung postizo. So, pinapondohan namin yung mga indigent na nagpapasukat at nagpapagawa ng postizo.
MAIP. So, ibig sabihin, mag-aantay pa sila kung merong MAIP available. Di ba dapat kasama na po yan ng coverage sa PhilHealth? Lahat ng mga postizo, especially sa mga mahirap natin kababayan, or hindi na sa mga hirap, even the working class na they cannot afford it because postizo are very expensive. Ang mga postizo na ito. At lalo sa mga senior citizen, makikita naman po natin, Mr. President, marami sa mga senior citizen natin, pagdating ng 70 and above, wala sila mga ngipin. So, maybe we can provide free postizo sa kanila through PhilHealth.
Yes, Mr. President, we will also include this. Naka-pipeline actually. Kasama yan yung sa umpisa yung extraction and cleaning. And then susunod na po natin yung provision of prosthesis.
Okay. Dalawa na lamang. Okay, sige. Sige, suspend.
Otherwise, it's my job to be.
Isuspend na niya.
Kung ano rin yung very personal na.
Okay, well, hindi ko nasabihin. Sige.
Mr. President, after conferring with His Honor and considering that we're scheduled to have our traditional Christmas Yuletide lighting ceremony scheduled at 6:30 today, I move that we suspend deliberations at exactly 6:26 and return to the plenary hall immediately after the ceremony after 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, before I rule on that motion, let me invite everyone to join us in the Christmas tree lighting, especially the Department of Health, para meron naman tayong health break. Is there any objection? Hearing none, The motion of the majority leader is carried. maybe directly technical to turn on the volume. There, okay.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status is that the earlier interpellator, Senator Rafi Tulfo, concluded his interpellation, and we are still in a period wherein our rules have been suspended. So, Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator J.V. Ejercito, since he indicated to this representation that he would want the rules be suspended for his questioning. And this was done with the concurrence earlier of the chairperson, Senator Pia Cayetano. So I move that Senator Ejercito be recognized to pursue questions to PhilHealth, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you. With the consent of the good sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, to suspend the rules so that the gentleman from San Juan can directly ask his question on the topic of PhilHealth. So we recognize Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Likewise, thank you to our chair, Senator Pia Cayetano. I know that she really prepared for the defense of the budget of the Department of Health. However, Mr. President, that I would like to ask some questions that I think would be better answered by the PhilHealth head himself and the DOH secretary, because this concerns the implementation of the Universal Healthcare Law, for which our chair is likewise one of the authors. So I'm sure that she will be very much interested as well. If I may proceed, Mr. President.
Before that, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
Mr. President, I have no objections. I defer to the former chairman of the Committee on Health on this matter. But I'd like to repeat to our colleagues that this is an exception to the rule because our responsibility as chairman is to defend the budget. So I know that our colleagues will take this exception very seriously. The gentleman, as far as I'm concerned, may proceed.
Yes. May we recognize also the President of PhilHealth, Mr. Emmanuel Ledesma Jr. Right.
Yes, Mr. President, before I start my clarificatory questions on the proposed subsidy of PhilHealth, I'd just like to again refresh everybody that the Universal Healthcare Law was passed and signed in 2019. So we're entering the 5th year of the implementation of this landmark legislation. Also, UHC aims to give access to good quality healthcare, genuine healthcare for all Filipinos without the financial burden. Yan po talaga ang intent of the law, no? To give access to good quality healthcare for all Filipinos without the financial burden. Mr. President, I would like to be made of record why this chamber experienced utter shock and collective disappointment when we found out that PhilHealth has readily available excess fund. Naging controversial po ito, no? And of course, I would like to ask our PhilHealth President, ano po nangyari, no? How come we had almost 89 billion in excess funds when, in fact, Mr. President, I know that most of us here experience that a lot of our constituents, a lot of our kababayans are still lining up, having a hard time paying their hospital bills, going to PCSO, PAGCOR, our senators, mayors, and asking for assistance. Mr. President, every year we always are trying to allocate a higher budget for health, including that of PhilHealth, because we are aware that our country's healthcare spending is rising yearly. Hindi lang po food inflation ang problema ng ating mga kababayan, kundi yung medical inflation din, na taon-taon tumataas ang lahat ng presyo ng gamot and other related medical expenses. So that is why probably nung po lumabas itong 89 billion na naging controversial, we felt anger, no? Kasi marami pa ho ang nahihirapan talaga na magbayad ng kanilang mga hospital bills. So, pagkatapos natin paglaban na mabigyan ng mas mataas sa pondo, mababaltaan na lang natin na magsusoli sa National Treasury ang excess funds. We cannot blame the Department of Finance, the economic managers, kasi po nandoon din pa po sa gaan natin last year na any excess funds of GOCCs may be tapped for priority programs. So, sa akin po, bakit hindi nagamit ng PhilHealth? Siguro simple lang. Kaya Mr. Ledesma, what happened? Why was there an 89 billion excess fund that was declared, even though a lot of our kababayans are still struggling to pay their hospital bills?
May I answer, Your Honor?
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you, and good evening, Your Honors. Just for the record, Your Honor, I've been appointed as PCO of PhilHealth 2 years ago. So it was late November, so this is my second year, my 24th month as PCO. It's been, prior to my appointment, Your Honors, it's been 12 years that the benefit packages of PhilHealth have been enhanced. So, hindi po nagalaw, no? With inflation and everything, hindi po na-adjust or na-enhance yung benefit packages ng PhilHealth. As soon as I was appointed, Your Honors, on my first year, I already made a number of adjustments, no? Specifically, the ones for stroke, ischemic stroke, pneumonia, dialysis, hemodialysis sessions increased to 156, no? And then this year, last February 14, we had a 30% increase almost across the board among our 9,000 case packages. And after that, we also have a lot of other enhancements, no? And every month thereafter, I think for the whole year, marami pong enhancements. So I think the first reason, I would narrow it down to 3 reasons, Your Honors, no? The first reason is, kaya po nagkumpul-kumpul yung pondo, Mr. President, kaya nagkumpul-kumpul po yung pondo is because 12 years po, hindi na-enhance yung case packages. That's number 1. Number 2 po, nagkaroon po tayo ng pandemic for 2.5 years. And because of that po, I think all of us in this room and most of us, dahil napaka-serious yung pandemic, natakot po lumabas sa bahay at pumunta sa ospital at pumunta sa mga doktor dahil baka magkaroon ng COVID, no? So that's the second. The third reason po is kasi by law, and Mr. President, alam na alam to ni Senator JV, no? Yung premium contributions were already set, no? So even if we had a lot of funds in place po, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang pagkakolekta ng premium contributions. So I think with those 3 and plus a number of other reasons po, I think it's safe to assume talagang magkukumpul-kumpul yung pera, talagang dadami po yung pera, no? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. Ledesma. Tama po kayo yung policy. Ito po yung policy brief ng PhilHealth, no? 2013, yung all case rates were created, no? 2013. Kaya lang po, yung clamor, nagkaroon ng clamor 2023, but yung case rates adjustments were just fixed itong 2024. No? So, sabi nyo rin, you were appointed 2022, 2 years. Opo. Kaya nga po ako bilang principal sponsor and author of the Universal Healthcare Law, one of the reasons that I really wanted to be back in the Senate was to oversee the implementation. So in 2 years, bago po ang presidente, bagong administrasyon, bago rin ho kayo, we gave you enough ample time. Sige, unfair naman na magsalita lang kaagad kami, kaupo nyo lang. But I guess 2 years, Mr. President, is long enough. Diba? For, hindi na pwedeng sabihin na magiging learning curve. 2 years. A lot of there is no room, I think, Mr. President, to wait because a lot of our people are struggling to pay their medical bills. No? Napakarami, alam ko, lumalapit kahit sinong senador dito. 100,000 ang kanila pong medical bills. Oo, maganda. Natutuwa tayo. PhilHealth, nandun na. By law, kailangan sagutin. Sumagot ang PhilHealth kahit papano. Pero ang tanong ko lang, andito po, magtatanong ako, regarding the support value. No? Halimbawa po yung nandyan, makikita ninyo, public hospital, total bill 270,894.75. Ang deduction ng PhilHealth nasa 32,964. Malaki pa nga yan, or 12.17%. Next, these are real mga bills na nakukuha namin from patients. Ito po 1,541,000 ang bill, ang deduction ng PhilHealth 10,700, 0.69%. Next. Ito po, another billing from a public hospital, 915,826. Ang deduction ng PhilHealth, 170,185. Medyo malaki pa yon, no, sa 18.58%, but still not enough. Next. Ito po, private hospital, 548,905. PhilHealth deduction is 45,435 or 8.28%. So, napakaliit ho ng pinakamalaki na 18%, madalas 8%, 10%, 12%. On the average per medical bill, ang tanong ko lang po sa ating presidente ng PhilHealth, gaano po talaga ang naibabawas sa medical bill ng isang pasyente dahil sa PhilHealth? Ilang porsyento ba ang nababayaran, nababawasan? Kasi sa National Health Objectives for 2023 to 2020, nakalagay na dapat 66% ang support value ng PhilHealth. That was in 2019. But currently, we have received a report regarding the 2020 and 2021 PhilHealth support value for patient care that PhilHealth support value is only 43.58% and 56.80%. So kahit sundin ho sana natin yung 43% o 56%, kahit ba bumaba, ang laking bagay, pero napakasakit, basahin nito mga ganito. Hindi ba kakapiranggot ni hindi nararamdaman eh. Di ba? So, how can you explain this? Babina natin case rate, 2024, bakit naman ngayon lang tayo nag-adjust? Oo, 10 years, 2013. Di dapat nag-adjust na ho kayo kaagad. We have to be proactive kasi napakarami nahihirapan. Probably we are living in we are comfortable in our offices, but a lot of people are struggling to pay their hospital bills. And that's the reality. So sana maintindihan nyo, Mr. Ledesma, hindi po ako, nothing personal against you, but as the principal sponsor and author of this landmark legislation, it frustrates me that by now, entering the 5th year of implementation of the Universal Healthcare Act, sana nararamdaman na ito ng taong bayan. Sana ang tao hindi na pumipila kung saan-saan, PCSO, PAGCOR, di ba? May one-stop shop pa ngayon. May pumupunta sa politiko, yun nga iniiwasan natin eh. Di ba? So, sige po, pwede ako yung sumagot.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Senator JV. Thank you so much for this opportunity. No? First of all, Senator, I just want to reiterate muna. No? So, 12 years po yan, hindi nagagalaw yung case rates. Now, I respect your opinion, Mr. President, na binigyan ka na namin ng 2 years. Okay? So, if we can backtrack po, no? I entered November 2022 po. 2 months after, in February po, nag-adjust na kami ng case rates. And that's the first time po in 12 years. So, ang point ko lang po is, siguro naman po, maybe you can give me some slack, Mr. President. As soon as I came in, immediately may adjustment. And if you look back po, it's been so long, diba? So, bring in, pasok po ako, after a few months, may increase kagad. Now, I'll move forward a little po. In 2024, this year po, so I mentioned earlier, last February 14, may 30% almost across the board. Next month po, ayoko lang pangunahin po kasi mukhang si President Marcos wants to be the one to announce it, no? Pero next month po, maglalabas po kami ng another round. So we did 30% last February 14. Next month, we're going to do another round of 30 to 50% on top of the 30%. So before the year ends po, magiging 60 to 80% increase almost across the board, no? So again, po, with all due respect, no, I'd like to think medyo nagiging aggressive po kami, no? And we're not gonna stop there. Aside from that po, we've increased the capitation rates. It used to be 500 pesos for public and 750 for private. Again, for the longest time yan. Pagkapasok ko po, times 3 namin. In fact, up to today, everyone is celebrating the huge increase, no? Yung mga local officials, yung mga governors, yung mga doctors. So again, I really respect the opinion, Mr. President, but I'd like to think po, nagtatrabaho naman po tayo. Marami po tayong ginagawa and we're being aggressive. Also, just to add to that, in the last SONA that the President, that we had last July, alam mo, it's been, I think, I don't know how many years na minimension ng PhilHealth in a positive note. Eh, again, sorry, this sounds self-serving, Mr. President, but after the last SONA, almost everybody, including the lawmakers, are saying, wow, ang ganda naman ng PhilHealth. Puro PhilHealth, ah. Parang pinakamaraming hits, pinakamaraming accomplishments, PhilHealth. So I think even our beloved President Marcos acknowledges what we are doing in PhilHealth. No?
That's good
So
to hear.
now, again, Mr. President, if I may be allowed, Your Honor. So, yes, I agree po, 2 years is a long time, no? But I think po, with all due respect to your honorable senators, and of course, Honorable Senator JV, Mr. President, parang wag naman sabihin na wala po kaming ginagawa. Kasi, like I said po, within a few months, it's been so long that the case packages have been enhanced. Pagkapasok ko, wala pang 1 quarter, ginalaw na namin. And then, this year, we're going to do something unprecedented, which is unheard of for the longest time. We did 30% across the board, which was already reverberating. And next month, we're going to do another 30 to 50% increase at the minimum, might even be more, no? And we're not gonna stop there because as Senator JV knows, Honorable Senator JV, no? Ang target talaga ng universal healthcare is talagang no copay, walang out of pocket, no? No balance billing. So tuloy-tuloy talaga to, and I'd like to assure this very honorable committee, Mr. President, Senator JV, we will not stop. We will not stop. We will continue to be aggressive and we will continue to work hard. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was a clamor, no? Buti po, umaksyon kayo. There was a clamor because kasi nga po yung case rates napakababa at napakaliit ng sinasagot. Well, ang ganda hong pakinggan talaga, no? Yung inyong report card, kung babasahin yung financials, PhilHealth is very healthy financially. That is good to hear. But ang tanong ko lang sa inyo, what do you perceive of PhilHealth? Ano ba tingin nyo sa PhilHealth? Is it a financial company? Is it an insurance company? Is it a private corporation that at the end of the year, we are proud na meron tayong 89 billion na reserve fund. Pagmamalaki natin, ng savings natin, 89 billion. Mr. Ledesma, ako po ay matagal na rin po sa public service. Gaya ng presiding officer, nag-mayor po ako. And as an LGU, nag-mayor din si Senator Tolentino, yung pondo po namin pang ospital or for social services, at the end of the year, dapat inuubos yan. Kasi pag may savings ka, ibig sabihin, you're a failure. Ang daming naghihirap ang bumili ng gamot, nakapila, magbayad ng ospital. Ang laki-laki ng savings mo, hindi mo ginamit. Ganun po kami sa gobyerno. When you have a fund for social services, inuubos po yan dapat. Hindi natin dapat ipagmalaki na meron tayong savings. We are not a private corporation. Mr. President. Dapat ba ipagmalaki? 89 billion reserve namin. Healthy kami financially. Gayong napakahirap. Ang dami naghihirap, nakapila sa mga ospital. Ito nalulungkot ako, pinuntahan ko isang dati namin leader. Magkano yung kanilang billing? Halos 1 milyon. Ang sinagot lang ng PhilHealth, kakapiranggot. Wala pa yatang, magkano nga yun? Parang 90,000, 1 million po yung billing. Mr. Ledesma, ano po ang tingin niyo sa PhilHealth? Is it a private corporation? Is it a financial corporation? Or are you a government agency? A government service agency?
Can I answer, Mr. President?
Apo, go.
Thank you. Again, thank you very much, Senator JV. Mr. President, we agree. I agree with all your points, no? First of all, I feel PhilHealth is a health insurance company, no? We are here to provide health insurance to 116 million Filipinos. And actually, I echo everything you said, Senator JV, Mr. President. In fact, paulit-ulit ko sinasabi when I joined PhilHealth, sinasabi ko sa Execom, no? Sabi ko, bakit ang laki ng net income natin? Hindi maganda yan. Kung commercial bank tayo, kung bangko tayo, or business, entrepreneur, maganda yon. Pero for a health insurance company like PhilHealth to have such huge net income is actually a negative. So I agree with, Mr. President, I agree wholeheartedly with Senator JV there. Now, Senator JV, sana I'm asking, no? I'm asking this honorable committee, kasi sinasabi nyo, bakit ganon? May 89.9 billion. I'm the first one among all of us in this room who is not proud that PhilHealth has had a 600 billion cash reserve, no? Now, first of all, pero at the same time, Mr. President, parang mali rin ata to pin the blame fully on me. Why? Kasi again, ulitin ko po, diba? Itong pera na to, it was piling up through the years. Hindi naman, this is all accumulated through a long period of time. Hindi naman pagkapasok ko, tsaka lahat, diba? So I think it's wrong to point the finger at me. But anyway,
But Mr. President, just to clarify, sabi mo, wag ikaw ituturo. But sino ituturo namin?
Mr. President,
Di ba dapat leadership to?
yes, yes, Mr. President. Actually, again, if I may, Mr. President, what I'm just saying is, yes, I take full responsibility po, no? Pero like I said, yung 600 billion na pondo niyan, or even yung 89.9 billion, all of this were not accumulated in 1 year or in 2 years. This was in the fact, diba? So parang, kasi po, kapapasok lang po natin noong November 2022. But again, I take full responsibility po. Anyway, now, to move forward, like I'm saying, aside kasi from the increase in benefit packages, another thing we've done in PhilHealth since I joined po is increase our payments of claims to hospitals, which has been an issue, no? Yung fraudulent claims at saka yung payment ng claims na hindi nababayaran yung mga hospital. Again, kung titignan po natin yung mga numero, ang tataas po ng increases doon. In fact, as of now, as of today, I think we average around 15 to 16 billion a month, no? And all of this, we get commendation letters from both public and private hospitals as we have really moved forward in this area, no? So lastly, what I want to say is, Mr. President, we hear Senator JV's comments and issues loud and clear, no? But I'd like to think po, we are really addressing this directly, no? Because number one, like I said, we have started aggressively enhancing the benefit packages. And if I may add, no, last April for breast cancer, which used to be a 100,000 peso package, we increased it to 1.4 million, no? That's just an example, and a lot of others, no? And every month may mga lumalabas kaming bagong enhancement, no? So
sorry to cut you short, Mr. Ledesma. I hear you. Okay po, no? Magandang marinig na nag-increase na po yung benefit packages. That's how it should be. In by law, yung ZIPA benefit packages, talaga napakalaki. Ang problema, hindi rin alam ng tao. So kung sinasabi niyong madami ng accomplishment ang PhilHealth, ang tanong ko lang simple, bakit hindi nararamdaman ng tao at mga pasyente ito? Bakit ang dami pa rin hindi nakikita sa hospital billings? I'm hoping that you will understand also our frustration because pinaghirapan namin ipasa batas na ito. Hindi basta-basta ito. It is an ambitious measure, no doubt. It is talagang ambisyoso ito na to ensure all Filipinos. But, you know, it's a 10-year program. We are already entering the 5th year of implementation. That by now, people should already be feeling it. Oo, nagkaroon ng improvement doon sa out-of-pocket expense, pero kakapiranggot kung titignan nyo, kung titignan nyo yung mga billing na amin po nakikita, kakapiranggot, mukhang hindi man lang na this will hardly make a dent doon sa kanila pong babayarin. Halimbawa po, 1.4 million yung nakikita nyo po dyan. Tapos ang deduction ng PhilHealth, 15,000. Kung mahirap ka, Diyos ko. Sa public hospital pa ito. Di ba? So, siyempre bilang mga author nito, kami po, sponsor, sasabihin ng mga tao, ano ba yung batas na pinasa nyo? Hindi namin nararamdaman. I hope that you will understand our frustration because when we passed this law, we were so proud. Not because it's an achievement, but more so because we know that this will be of big help and alleviate the hardships of every Filipino. Alam nyo, nung nag-mayor po ako, doon ko nakita yan. Na isa sa pinakamabigat na pinapasan ng ating makababayan yung medical expenses. Minsan po, alam niya, na mga nag-mayor dito yan, pag umikot ka sa barangay, may ipon po sila, OFW, 5 million yung inuwi. Magkasakit ng cancer ang isa. May dinadialysis. Merong bypass. Ubos kaagad ang inipon. Kaya nga po, mahirap man, ambisyoso man ang batas na ito, we really strive hard to pass this law because for the simple reason, we know for a fact that medical expenses is one of the biggest burdens that each Filipino family is facing. Sana po maintindihan niyo po ito. We do not have the time. I know, 2 years, we want to give you the slack. Opo, kaya nga po hindi ako nagsasalita tungkol dito eh. Di ba? We wanted to give you time. But ang hindi po makapaghihintay dito, yung makababayan natin nahihirapan, magbayad, dagikahos. Hindi alam sa kukuha pambayad ng hospital bills nila. Mr. President. Kaya nga po umabot tayo sa Senado para dito eh.
Mr. President, can I reply, please? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator JV. Mr. President, yes, we understand and we agree. We agree with Senator JV na masyadong...
If I may interject,
Majority Leader.
of Senator JB, may I remind our resource persons, especially since we have suspended the rules, to temper the responses with an iota of humility and perhaps answer correctly the questions being propounded by a member of this chamber, so that we can have a semblance of sincere discussions here, engagement with a member of this chamber, Mr. President. Just a gentle reminder to our resource person here who was given the chance when we suspended the rules to respond directly to to a member of this chamber. Because the usual rule, Mr. President, is that we allow the chairman of the subcommittee to respond. So we're not here in a committee hearing. I've been hearing several times the word committee. We're here in the plenary, Mr. President. Just a reminder to our resource persons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I may remind the President of PhilHealth, the resource person, to please answer the question with respect and also to temper his voice, because Senator JV has been very fair in his questioning, and may I remind the resource person to answer the questions directly without any insinuation of disrespect. You may proceed.
My apologies, Mr. President. My apologies to this honorable plenary.
And likewise, Mr. President, just want to clarify, wala ho akong minamanok o binabata para sa PhilHealth. Had you performed well, had PhilHealth performed well, wala saan tayong pinag-uusapang ganito eh. Diba? Kung naubos nyo po yung pondo nyo, humingi kayo ng subsidy o kung kinakailangan pang magdagdag ng pondo, we will be more than willing kung ginastos ng tama at maayos at alam namin na marami ang nakinabang. 'Di ba? Kung kinakailangan mag-supplemental budget pa para lang kung ito'y mararamdaman, I think this body will be more than willing to spend. Kaya wala ho I just want to clarify kasi may narinig ako, meron daw akong binabata. Meron lang tayong sinasuggest. Kasi kinakailangan ito turn around kung sakasakali. It's not just you. We need to revamp and reorient the whole PhilHealth, yung pag-iisip. Hindi tayo private insurance company. We are a government agency, service agency that is tasked to give access to healthcare and ease the burden of every Filipino. Yan po ang dapat na ginagampanan ng PhilHealth.
Mr. President.
You may respond.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. We agree po with Senator JV. Mr. President, with your permission, if I can add a few things, no? I know time is of the essence. We at PhilHealth all understand na maliliit pa yung out of pocket. Kailangan we have to move as fast as we can. Naintindihan po namin yan. Talagang po, we are at this stage po talaga, ever since I joined, na talagang naghahabol po kami. No? So we are...
Correction lang po, hindi po maliit ang out of pocket. Mataas po ang out of pocket expense.
Excuse me, sorry po. Yes, that's what I meant po, mataas ang out of pocket. Sorry po. So we are at this point na talaga naghahabol kami. Now, again, with the permission of this honorable plenary, no, ang hiningi po lang sana namin sa PhilHealth is this, no. Anyway, sinabi ko nga earlier, nag 30% across the board na kami noong February. Next month, magdadagdag kami ng 30 to 50% across the board. So, talagang very substantial po yung increases na yan. So, I think it's very safe to assume sooner rather po than later na talagang malaki na yung effects nito and mafe-feel na po ng mga taong bayan ito. Lastly po, Mr. President, if I can also add, no, kasi pinag-mention kanina ni Honorable Senator JB yung hemodialysis, no, yung dialysis. Doon po sa zona po ni PBBM last year, yung pinakamalakas na palakpak po yung in-increase namin from 90 to 144 to 156 hemodialysis sessions, no. And then just very recently, in-increase po namin from 2,350 to almost 6,350 po yung sa hemodialysis, no, per session. So ang lumalabas na niyan, if you compute it at 3 sessions per week po, at 52 weeks in a year, almost 1 million po yan. Very substantial po yan, and the feedback we're getting, again, is also very positive, no. So again, I'd like to end by just saying, Mr. President, na yes, we agree wholeheartedly with Senator JV. We have a lot to move forward. We have a lot of things to do. Pero rest assured, again, to this honorable plenary, no, we are moving as fast as we can. Naghahabol talaga kami. At talagang we are really working hard at PhilHealth po. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat kung ganun. Sana noon pa. Dapat kahapon natin ginawa. So siguro sa akin lang, Mr. Ledesma, inihingin ko na lahat na sinabi mo ma-implement sana this year. At sisingilin ko yan talaga, first quarter of next year. And I plan as the chair, as the principal sponsor and author of the Universal Healthcare Act, I plan to ask that the oversight committee be convened as soon as possible so that we may know what went wrong, what needs to be done, where is the disconnect, saan ba tayo nagkulang, si DOH ba, si PhilHealth ba, si HTAC ba na dapat sila rin na nagre-recommend sa mga technical aspect to improve the beneficiaries and thereby improving the rates? We're entering already, Mr. President, the 5th year of implementation. Dapat ito ramdam na. Although nakatulong naman, bumaba ang out-of-pocket expense, but still, we still have a long way to go. Diba? Marami pa pero ang sa atin po, tayo po pwede magantay. Yung mga nahihirapan magbayad ng kanilang, yung makita lang yung hospital bill, mamamatay na sa laki. Yun ang mga hindi kayang magantay. Tayo pwede magantay, sila po hindi kaya magantay. Kaya po, Mr. President, I hope, pasensya na po if I'm quite frustrated because being the principal sponsor and author, we were very optimistic that by now, the Filipino people will already feel that the government is there the moment that they are in need, especially with their medical expenses. Kaya yun lamang po siguro. I will be asking siguro later on our chair when we go back to the rules regarding the specialty centers that we are also pushing in this body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, last response from the
Mr.
resource
President,
person.
just for last response, again, I want to thank Your Honor, Mr. President, and Senator JV. And I just want to assure all of this honorable plenary, that we hear you loud and clear. We will continue working very hard para po maghabol to catch up, And as Senator JV said, medyo late na, 5 years na. Diba? We were supposed to be at a certain level, which we are not. We will try our best to really catch up, and to work double time to get there po. Maraming salamat po.
Kung ako tatanungin, Senator, first of all, I join the frustration of Senator J. Versito. We've seen his hard work in putting the universal health care in place. Pero ako, dalawang obserbasyon lang ang nakikita ko at alam ko na hindi tayo umaabot sa universal health care. Number one, tuwing pumapasok ako dito ng 7, 8 a.m., ang daming nakapila sa labas para humingi ng tulong sa mga senador. Karamihan dyan, medical assistance. Pangalawa, in 2024, meron tayong 58 billion for MAIP. Ito yung general, ito yung guarantee letter. Hanggat may guarantee letter, ibig sabihin, hindi sapat yung universal healthcare. So yun lang po. And I join Senator JV.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, itong mga bill nito, those are from people who are seeking
guarantee letters
Correct. And MAIP. Halos lahat po yan. Kaya nga, dapat, yun nga yung gusto nating alisin sa UHC, yung pumipila pa, yung patronage politics na tanggalin natin. So before we go back to the rules, siguro take advantage lang ako si Secretary Herbosa. Pwede ba? Ano lang, one question lang, Mr. President, if you may allow. Where are we in the implementation of UHC? What seems to be the problem?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Actually, when I came in, natenga po yung Universal Healthcare Act because it was passed in 2019 February, na-sign yung IRR in September yata of 2019. But by March of 2020, we were in lockdown. So nung ako po ay na-appoint nitong last year, June 6 of last year, my first goal was really to implement universal healthcare. And we all know na the first thing to implement is to improve primary care. Kasi yun yung spirit ng universal healthcare law, to integrate the health services that had been devolved and decentralized. So nakapag-develop kami ng tinatawag na bukas, bagong urgent care and ambulatory services to provide free medical care at the community. Ito po ay pinatatakbo ng ating regional hospitals. Mr. President, I'd just like to inform the good senator, Senator JV, na meron na tayong universal healthcare sa ating mahihirap. Because of the UHC law, yung indigent hindi nagbabayad ng premium sa PhilHealth, pagkatapos yung pag na-hospital sila sa DOH hospital, no balance billing na po sila. Yun means yung budget na binibigay nyo sa amin, sweldo ng doktor at saka yung MOE ng ating mga hospital, ginagamit natin sa indigent. Ang nakita kong problema po sa implementation ng UHC law ay yung middle class, pagka pumunta na sa ospital, dahil sila ay may sweldo, hindi sila beneficiary dun sa no balance billing at doon sa, tsaka sila ay nagko-contribute ng PhilHealth premium. So, kailangan makaisip tayo ng mga solusyon para ma-improve yung healthcare at mapababa yung out-of-pocket ng ating working class. Ito yung working class Filipinos na talaga nagko-contribute ng part ng sweldo nila para sa premium payments ng PhilHealth. At agree ako sa mga points ni Senator JB na dapat taasan talaga ng PhilHealth yung benefits. Talagang nakakagulat if you have 600 billion in their bank, yet you are unable to pay the hospitals. Ang mga public hospitals po, may utang sa amin. Ang computation namin, magkano 15 billion ba yung hinihintay naming reimbursement. Services rendered na po ito sa mga indigent, but we are unpaid. So yung iba, karamihan denied claims. Nung tinanong ko kung ano yung denied claims, karamihan po ay anong tawag doon, yung late filing. Kasi you're given 60 days to file. Pag na-file mo in the 61st days, denied na po yung claim kahit binigay yung services, binigay yung gamot from the hospital, walang kapalit, so hindi namin nare-replenish yung aming medical supply. So we need to fix many things. Sa primary care naman po, meron akong programa ngayon, yung Purok Kalusugan. Yung Purok Kalusugan, we are trying to do the population-based. So yung PhilHealth is supposed to pay for the individual-based care, yung mga bills ng mga pasyenteng pinakita ni Senator JB. Dapat sana 50% yan or 60% bayaran ng PhilHealth para yung remainder out of pocket. Yun yung spirit ng batas. Pangalawa, may population-based tayo. Nakahingi ako ng additional money sa bakuna for vaccination. Pina-include ko na yung vaccination sa 9 years old na babae para ma-prevent ang cervical cancer. So nasa 7 billion na po dito sa ating NEP. Nakita nyo, 7 billion na yung National Immunization Program for all ages. Sa bata, sa children in school age, at saka sa mga matatanda. Ito ang key ma-shift po natin sa prevention and health promotion, disease prevention through vaccination. Ang nakakalungkot lang after COVID, madami po yung anti-vaxxer. So ang sinabi din ng ating sponsor, Senator Pia, that even though umalis tayo dun sa top 20 in the zero-dose children, mababa pa rin. Ang nakita namin po, yung first dose na kukuha ng ating mga bata, pero yung second and third booster dose, di na bumabalik. So we will find ways to improve these services. Yung population health, kasi yung universal healthcare, dalawa Population health, DOH po ang bahala doon. Yung pondong binibigay ninyo sa amin sa bakuna, sa disease prevention, sa health promotion, sa quarantine services. So very important na mag-match yung dalawa. Kung maganda yung health promotion, disease prevention, hindi na sila ma-hospital. Hindi na rin gagastos ng malaki sa ating mga malalaking hospital.
Well, thank you, our Secretary. At least you agree with the frustrations that I vented, that marami pa talaga tayong dapat gawin. And there seems to be a disconnect. Sana pag maayos po natin to. And that's the challenge, Mr. President. Siguro, to end, siyempre po maraming beneficiaries, marami pong miyembro nagagalit. That includes the Filipino people. Kasi may contribution. Dapat naman pag sa oras sila may mga ilangan, dapat nandiyan naman ng gobyerno ang PhilHealth para umalalay sa kanya. And that's the essence of the law. Ganun po. At least kung 50% man lang sinasagot o 40-50% sinasagot, ang laking kagaanan sana nun, Mr. President, sa bawat Pilipino na mga ngailangan ng tulong. Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
President, I'd like to thank the gentleman from San Juan for his very candid and forthright engagement with the PhilHealth. And I move that following the conclusion of His Honor's line of questioning, that we resume adherence to our rules, and again to recognize the chairperson of the subcommittee, Senator Pia Cayetano. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, we recognize the good sponsor of the budget of the Department of Health, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Sana wala na pong suspension dahil pag napanood tayo ng Senate President, baka sabihin hindi ako nagtatrabaho.
Mr. President, next to interpolate would be Senator 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Honorable Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel.
Okay na ba, Mavi? We recognize the Minority Leader. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President. Na-reinstate niya na.
Reverted to the rules. May we recognize the Minority Leader for his interpellation.
We recognize the Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope the sponsor wouldn't mind if I jump from agency to agency because of the cross-cutting nature of their mandates and their concerns, Mr. President.
I'm always happy to hear and do my best to answer the minority floor leaders' questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's go to the budget of the Department of Health. They have a Cancer Assistance Fund to the tune of 1.25 billion pesos.
Yes,
if I'm not
I
mistaken.
remember
So,
that.
May I know how this is accessed, Mr. President? Kasi isa yan sa maraming lumalapit sa atin.
Hospital.
Parati ko sinasabi na meron tayong cancer fund, pero nobody seems to have heard about this and I know of nobody who has benefited from it, Mr. President. Meron din.
Yes. So, Mr. President, the oncologists are aware of that there is now a cancer fund, and they would refer the patient to the what do you call it? Access sites. There are 7 access sites, so the patient would touch base with the access site, one of the access sites all over the country. And these are in
34 access sites.
The 7 access sites.
34, sorry, 34 access sites.
34. So all over the country, sana spread out ito, Luzon, Visayas,
Okay.
Mindanao.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. President.
Sige po.
Meron din sa BARM.
Yes, meron sa BARM, yes. We have already a cancer fund for this year, 2024, right? 1 billion ata. If I'm not mistaken, tama po ba?
Same, Mr. President, as
1.25.
2024. 1.25.
1.25. Sige. Just to test if the people have access this, what's the current balance of the cancer fund as of the moment?
Meron po kasing pero ngayon, going po yung for each
I recall, Mr. President, this time last year, the utilization of the 2023 budget was on the low side because the what do you call it? The job order or the joint administrative order was not yet released, but they assured us that there are already patients in line waiting for the services, so they would be able to use the budget that we give them in 2024. So currently, their utilization is still only at 47%, but they have assured us that they will be able to utilize this.
So as of, ano ba date ngayon? 12? Yeah. So as of November 12, 2024, the Cancer Assistance Fund for the year 2024 has been used up to 47%. That's the information that we are getting. Okay. So, okay. At least nagagamit, pero sometimes si PhilHealth, kini-criticize namin na kulang sila ng information dissemination about their programs and benefits. Tayo ba merong, si DOH naman ito, may information dissemination ba tayo na meron tayong Cancer Assistance Fund and how to access the said fund?
Yeah. Yes, they do, Mr. President, and I actually have a report here on what are the causes of bottlenecks or the delay in being able to fully utilize. And Information is not one of them. I was discussing on the side already with the secretary that if they can address these bottlenecks, would you like me to read it? The bottlenecks?
Yes, sige, sige.
Yeah. So basically, some sites do not have the complete services. So kunyari, wala kang CT scan doon, hindi mo magagawa. Hindi ma-diagnose na maayos. Baka siguro ma-refer pa yan sa ibang site. That's why I was telling them, give us a complete list of the lacking equipment so that
An
those
access site is a hospital?
Yes. Yes. An access site is where they will go to already get their treatment. Tama, no?
Yes.
And perhaps they would then be referred to their oncologist back at their home. O may prescription na yon. So they can get treatment in the access site or they can get treatment back in their home hospital once they've got the proper diagnosis. It's possible that in their hospital walang complete equipment, no?
So that may not be an access site. If the hospital is not ready to treat cancer, I cannot imagine it being an access site.
Yeah. So the home hospital is not the access site. When they go to the access site, meron nga doon na kulang pa ang gamit. Kaya nga sabi ko, kumpletuhin natin para talagang kompletong access site siya.
Pero
Some have
I think there are thousands of types of cancer, and I have been informed that we are limiting the types of cancer that we are covering with the cancer assistance fund of the DOH. Are we limiting the types of cancer, or all types of cancer can?
But the reason is incidents. But you want to help more. So what alam ko yung next question niya. So what do you do with somebody who doesn't, so if yung cancer yung
Okay. So, Mr. President, under the Cancer Assistance Fund, there are 8 focused cancer types: breast, childhood, gynecologic, liver and colorectal, adult, blood, head and neck, lung, prostate, urinary bladder, and kidney. So, for those cancers these are the most prevalent. Because obviously they want to target as many people who have cancer as possible. So for those who may have a particular cancer that is not covered, then the assistance would be by way of MAIP in the hospital. And of course, they can be referred to the hospital that has better specialists.
What's the logic? Di ba yung cancer, merong protocols, may protocols na yan, di ba? Radiotherapy, chemotherapy. So are we limiting the expenditure to the 8 focus types or open tayo sa other types of cancer?
So even if the cancer of a particular patient is not included in the 8, but they can be treated by the usual equipment like radiation that is available in the access site, then of course they will be treated. It's not limited because it's not here. It's limited because rare types like, well, now we are treating liver, but my father had to go to another country because wala namang whether kahit private pa, walang gagawa ng liver transplant dito. So I would assume that those are the limitations.
Yeah, but if it's for a procedure which is an anti-cancer or a therapeutic procedure for cancer, generally speaking, that should be covered by the fund. Whatever the type of the cancer. So I don't understand how come we still need to mention 8 focus types. Hindi ko po makuha. I don't understand it, Mr. President. What's the point?
But not, hindi nakasulat, pero i-copy. Kaya may question.
Radiotherapy, chemotherapy.
So the 8 types of cancer, these are the stock that needs to be available for the most prevalent. But if there's a particular kind of cancer that needs a surgeon, any general surgeon can remove that cancerous body part, or remove that cancer growth, the growth. And then the medication, they will look at what is the best suited for that. If there's a special one, and again, I use my father as an example, when it was a hepatitis virus before it became cancer spread, that medication that was stopping the spread was not available here. It was not yet approved by FDA. So, anong gagawin ng DOH pagka ganon, di ba? So, they'll have to find other means.
So may we know how the fund works? So kunyari, there's someone, let us say, the cancer is covered under the 8 major focus groups. So how does it work? Pabayaran ng DOH through the fund ang gastusin ng pasyente? Ganun po ba yun? As simple as that?
Yes, so these cancer medicines for these the most prevalent cancers are purchased in bulk so that they can get a cheaper price, and then they're distributed to the access sites. So once a patient is seen by their doctor and then referred now to the access site, they can have the further testing and the whole course there, including the medication that would be needed libre. So, kaya may in bulk tayong purchases.
The expectation is there's no ceiling for a patient with cancer. And then, for as long as available ang medisina or chemical, for as long as available ang machine and procedure will be done at no expense to the cancer patient. Is that the simple mechanics of the program? Or of the fund?
So, Mr. President, with the 1 billion fund, this is projected, okay, projected to cover 36.72% of the forecasted actual needs of patients. Because it's a forecast, you don't know exactly how many people you don't know how many people will present themselves to a doctor. So this projects that 30%, this will cover 30% of the forecasted needs of patients. And that is roughly 8,332 cancer beneficiaries. I recall, and this just is from memory, when we first put in the cancer fund, which I do believe is 2023, which when we put a really big amount for cancer. The reason also for that is we also don't, as a habit, put in a huge number that we don't know if it can be utilized properly. So if this is utilized properly, we are very happy to join our colleagues in moving for a bigger cancer fund. What is that?
Actually siguro more liberal rules and regulations kasi DOH is acting like PhilHealth actually, and the result is like PhilHealth. November na, 53% of the fund hawak pa rin nila. So siguro they now understand why PhilHealth also accumulated lots of reserve funds kasi ganun din ang nangyayari.
The exact reason?
More than 500 million pesos nandyan pa sa Cancer Fund, November 12, 2024. Mr. President.
For last year. So, na-upload sa late October 2020.
What is wrong? Ano bang, what's problem? I'm sure there are more than 8,000
So they had 2.300
Filipinos sick with cancer. We hope na mas konti, pero I'm sure covered na yung ano na yan. But how come 50 to 53% nandiyan pa rin, Mr. President?
I know, but does that mean you own funds after?
According to them,
There's a COA
liquidated budget
for liquidation.
They were liquidated, hindi nila bigyan.
Yeah, so Mr. President, they are bound by COA rules also. So if a specialty hospital, basically the access site, has unliquidated amounts, they will not get the replenishment, and that is quite standard. So I don't know how to, I don't know, and I mean, until it's liquidated, that is a standard I believe that is being followed all over government. So
Kasi actually pinagmamayabang ko din po ito na meron tayong kasi bago to, relatively new yata ito. Yes, I think this is what a 3 to 4 year old fund. I think.
less pa.
Less, okay. Pinagmamayabang ko po ito because I still have a memory of the plenary discussion and I think it was led by Your Honor, our chairwoman, right? Did you sponsor the creation of this fund, the cancer fund? I think so.
He did, Mr. President,
I can
yes.
identify it with you. So pinagmamayabang ko rin po ito, but then if these are the figures that you're giving us and then you're using COA rules as excuse, parang nagpaasa rin po tayo. Although I'm happy na at least close to 500 million pesos na gamit na naitulong naman din ninyo pala. So, opo, but then
Yeah, well, maybe we can give a firm, make a strong position that the secretary and his whole team is hearing now, that, you know, we take it as a disservice to the cancer patients and their families if the next batch of beneficiaries cannot benefit from it because the hospitals are not able to liquidate.
My predecessor, 34 sites. All the hospitals have access to cancer funds.
But do they have the diagnostics? Or there are more that, so if there's more, according to the secretary, under his leadership, his intention is to increase the access sites. So more hospitals would have access, so they don't have to go to the, what was that number, 34, 74, what was it? The 34 hospitals. Ano ba? Yeah, so that's what they want to do. So are you going to implement that next year?
Yes, basta may oncologist dun sa.
Oh, for so long as there's an oncologist, his idea is to give cancer funds to that hospital. So faster access. But you have to tell them to liquidate because at the end of the day, that's also the issue.
Hospitals, it's not hard to liquidate. Sa GOCC kasi, may structure yung GOCC kasi different entity. Yun yung may bawal ng cash advance.
So apparently the DOH hospitals, there's no problem with the liquidation with the DOH hospitals. It's with the specialty hospitals, the GOCCs. So just those.
sige, can I ask for a listing of the 34 access sites for the
Yes,
cancer fund?
we'll do that.
Any other fund under the responsibility of the DOH na with the same mechanics?
Yung ganon.
Blank, a blank fund for an illness or a disease. May any other fund na ganit may existing sa budget po ninyo? Alam niyo po siguro, Madam Chairwoman, ang purpose ng tanong ko. Gusto kong ipalabas lahat ng anong hawak ng DOH na funds na pwedeng i-access ng taong bayan na, so we have this cancer fund, any other fund? Meron pa ba? Announce natin para malaman po ng lahat ng tao. Ito nga, ang liliit kasi nito sinunod din yan.
In kind, but ganun din.
Ay, iba yung mait. Mait kasi isa na. Wala na iba in the nature of a cancer fund. Hindi, iba naman. Ibang illness na fund. Meron.
Change that if it's something you can do by law.
Kasi yung sa mental health, hindi siya subject to formal liquidation kasi hindi siya
Yeah, so it's not the same na. That's why he's asking, is there anything similar to the cancer fund?
They did make cancer medicines access programs specifically cancer.
Actually, sa level na to, wala na ako nakita sa level na eh. Kaya ko nila sila tinatanong. Bakit ako niya?
Assistance to Philippine tuberculosis.
Hindi, nakita ko yan. Pero ba sila?
President, they are confident that mauubos tong fund within the year. They do not see this really as a major problem. Because I was trying to explain His Honor's concern that bakit ito lang ba yung klaseng fund na may problemang ganito? Oo. Pero nga, they don't see it as a problem because they are confident, which is what they were telling me since last year, that kaya nilang ubusin.
Opo, so we're talking about the cancer fund. Ang tanong ko is, do you have any other fund under your
No, that's why I was asking. I was reading His Honor's mind.
Another disease or illness?
Not the same, not with the same mechanism. Not with the same mechanism.
Sige. What can-
Apparently, the cancer fund, because it is called a fund, has different mechanics, including the required liquidation in specialty hospitals.
Yeah.
Other programs, DOH delivers, they deliver commodities. So it's as simple as that. They deliver drugs to the different to the different outlets, and it's given to the patient. That's it. It's as simple as that. But this one, the cancer fund,
Yes.
has other protocols, the liquidation, and then hindi ma-release ulit.
Yes, yes. Okay. Basta this is parang a sinking fund nga na it operates like PhilHealth. Nababayaran yung, di ba? Nababayaran yung nakakalibre si pasyente. That's the cancer fund, tama? Ang expectation ni pasyente accessing the fund is the government pays for my medical expenses. Tama? The long and short of it.
Yeah, according to the secretary, if PhilHealth pays for the chemotherapy, then no need for the fund.
Correct. Kaya nga, I'm shifting now my attention to PhilHealth because si President Ledesma announced the increased package for breast cancer. Is that the only cancer type that you have a package for, or which you increased? Ayan. Can we announce it to the public? Ano meron pa po tayo as far as cancer is concerned?
They have only announced breast cancer, but within the year, they will be announcing for leukemia, enhancement of the package, prostate cancer, colon cancer, rectal cancer, and cervical cancer.
Okay. So may programs kayong ganyan, and then yung 12-year-old benefits ay recently in-increase ninyo. Okay, so good. Pero may breast cancer ka pa rin. Robert. So, sige, meron pong phoned-in question kasi tayo. Kung metastasize na po yung cancer, masyado na complicated. So, we still can cover it under Cancer Fund of the DOH, and then also PhilHealth. May programa ba tayo yung lumampas na po sa isang organ ang cancer? Stage 4 na yun, ganyan, diba?
Yes, Mr. President, the Secretary is explaining that the new medicines today can be availed of by patients who already have their metastatic cancer, because the medication will hold it at bay. So they have those kind of medications.
And the
also.
Cancer Fund is available.
Yes.
PhilHealth, do we have such a program kung more than one organ na po? PhilHealth po, meron din?
Yes, they cover, Mr.
Para
President.
hindi ma-discourage ba yung mga nakikinig po sa atin. So thank you for that. I mean, sayang kung effective sana itong Cancer Fund. We could invent more funds under the administration of the DOH. Is it an easy fund to administer, or pabigat lang po sa inyo, DOH, para po maintindihan namin?
The way DOH and PhilHealth were envisioned to function, that is really the function of PhilHealth. Because ang DOH is population-based, so like yung vaccination para sa lahat. Pero mga individuals treatment na ganon, it's really a PhilHealth mechanism. But I understand what His Honor is thinking of, and maybe it's a topic we can bring to the attention of, it's already brought to the attention of the Secretary, and I don't know, that would really be a change in, yeah. Okay. So the Secretary said other countries have a catastrophic illness fund. So illnesses that are not covered by PhilHealth, they can avail from that fund.
Okay, so at least we have a new idea for tonight.
Yes.
Mr. President. So Since that came from the secretary, that means the department is open to. So itong cancer fund has not proven to be a burden to the department.
No, no, they're happy
There.
to implement it.
Okay.
The demand is really there, Mr. President.
It
That's
has
why
not-
they're confident that they can ensure that those funds are used.
So it has not led to COA observations. It has not led to the filing of cases. So tuloy po natin ito. That's baka makaimbento pa tayo ng iba-ibang fund under the administration of the DOH. I also noticed health statistics. We gave it 242 million. May we know what is this for? Health statistics.
It's a fund for the Epidemiology Bureau to do their surveillance, Mr. President, yung mga upcoming prevalence, incidents of different all kinds of health diseases. Typically like TB, measles, kasama din ba yung surveillance nila sa mga COVID, yung mga up and coming? Ano? Yan, kasama po yung sa surveillance ng mga bagong mga like yung COVID and then now monkeypox.
Ito yun.
Yes.
Health statistics. Sige po. So more of surveillance yan. Ano? Okay.
And the reason for this is so that their policies are data-driven.
How much is our budget for the health facilities enhancement program? Laki para 22.9 billion.
36.77.
Tama po ba yun?
Yeah, no. 22.99 is in the NEP. The GAB is 33.92 and the Senate committee report is 36.77 billion.
Okay, so that's for our health facilities enhancement program.
Yes, Mr.
But
President.
then there has been an observation that that program has low absorptive capacity. And the reason is that there are always project modifications. Ano ibig sabihin yan? Si contractor na? At the level of the contractor, binabago po yung specifications ng project?
Yeah.
Is that the reason?
The info I have, Mr. President, the project modification specifically is because of change of site request of LGU or the end user. But I was of the impression, because I also handled the budget of DepEd, that the LGU pre-clears the site. So how come they will change? I guess that happens, no?
Modification is from infra to equipment, equipment to infrastructure.
But is it because of...
Site ready. Yun nga, yung site ready, kailangan site.
Actually, Mr. President, during the, I think, committee level discussion or the meetings I've had, I remember I reminded the DOH team that this is exactly the same issue I faced during discussions with DepEd when I first handled their budget 6 years ago. And really the site preparation, or it should really be site ready. Hindi yan dapat nasasama sa listahan kung hindi site ready. Kasi otherwise, they come back next year and halos lahat yon did not move forward.
If you are not site ready, you are not shovel ready.
Yeah, definitely.
Yan ang
Exactly.
pagka-infrastructure, shovel ready.
Exactly. So
What's happening?
a lot of people get excited to submit their name there. And then it's not ready, or the titles are not the title does not belong to the LGU. It has not been donated properly. So all of those contribute to the delays. And then another issue in particular with health is the need for infra changes to equipment. And I'm guessing the reason for that is it's possible that the LGU spent for the infra. So then now they just need the equipment. Because they have separate budgets for that, Mr. President. So pagka may humihingi ng tulong sa kanila or kahit sa atin, ang tanong is, ano ba, may site ka na? So for building pa lang, for equipment na? And then usually pag tapos na lahat yun, ang kasunod na nun is motor vehicle, yung ambulance or...
If we can talk about the health facilities enhancement program, kasi program ito yata, I think this is one of the major programs of the DOH. So are we talking about the structure?
Yes, when I say
or it includes
it includes
the
medical
contents,
equipment.
the equipment.
Yes,
Yeah.
it includes.
Ah,
That's
it
why
includes that.
when I say that iba pa yon, kasi nga iba pa yung request for infra, iba pa yung request for medical equipment. And from what I recall before, you had this policy that the infra has to come first, right? Because when you deliver ka ng equipment dun, wala pa yung infra. So that comes the following year.
So yun po yung 35 sa committee report po natin, 35 billion. How much?
The infra
30?
is 27.6 billion. That the medical equipment is 8.2 billion. Then the motor vehicles is less than 1 billion, and the total is 36.7 billion.
That's the HFEP.
That's the
Yes.
HFEP
Okay,
budget.
thank you. Naintindihan ko na po ng mas mabuti. But yung infra ng health facilities, ano to? These structures range from hospital all the way to a health center?
Yes, so the barangay they now have bukas, this is the new center. It is a bagong urgent care and ambulatory services center, bukas. It's a higher level center, higher than primary care. But yeah, everything that a hospital has except the beds.
Meaning to say, itong bukas, ngayon ko lang nga ito narinig, is this a new sub-program under HFEP?
Yes.
Invented only for 2025?
Invented, yes. What?
Magkano?
They have 38 already, but ngayon lang nasama na sa budget. So dati, they just used the HFEP budget and I guess you expanded on other...
But for
on the
2020,
RHUs.
for 2025, there's a specific line for bukas or it's found under HFEP?
Under infrastructure.
Under HFEP nga, the health facilities. So yun. So, ito ang bukas ang gusto kong tanungin din eh. It's supposed to be an intermediary healthcare hub. To bridge a gap between village health centers and higher level hospitals. But you envision a bukas to have MRI machines? That's the plan? Di ba,
Yes, that
di ba
is-
ang MRI machines in the hundreds of millions ang cost niya?
140. Mga 130 to 140 million, Mr. President.
Are there hospitals with no MRI machines yet? Oh. And then our plan is to have bukas with MRI machines?
For 1 hour travel.
So a regional hospital may have. But it's possible that you have more than one bukas. Okay. So the bukas centers are under the regional hospitals. So they have the radiologists there, and so let's say the X-ray or even MRI can be read in that bukas center, which is closer to. These are for areas that are far from the regional centers. That's the priority. So ano ba yun? Do you have an idea? Like 2 hours
Hindi,
away? Mga ganon?
What
1
is
to
the
2 hours
idea
away.
that the bukas center, pagpunta mo rin, it looks like a hospital because the hospital equipment are also found in the bukas centers?
It is actually an outpatient center. There's no rooms for them to sleep there. They can just do their tests and they can do day surgery that are that allow the patients to go home the next day. They can be accommodated there so they don't have to go to the regional hospital.
But we envision the Bukas centers to also be equipped with this 100 million plus worth of machines, hospital machines?
Yes. Because it's possible that there are areas that are very populated and they're quite a distance from the regional hospital. So it serves as a ano ba tawag doon? Outpost. Yeah. It's like an outpost for the regional hospital to serve that community there. So whatever services can easily be done in an outpatient type of setting, they will do it there instead of the patient having to travel to the city where the regional hospital is.
So if we list down all of the public hospitals that we have, public hospital, hindi Bukas Center, hospital, do they all have the equipment they need right now?
So most would have, but the issue would be they need to be upgraded or they need to be replaced. So those are usually the situations where you will find that they don't have that equipment or it's not functioning at its peak.
And then with our limited fiscal space, we invented a center to compete for funding for this hospital equipment.
So the budget goes to the regional hospital. Yeah. So actually, Mr. President, we should view this as a extension of the regional hospital because the budget goes to the regional hospital. It's like you created another emergency room for the regional hospital, but instead of it being attached to the regional, it's now closer to the community. I understand, this is just a personal note, I understand His Honor's concern na baka mamaya you're raising expectations or creating a monster where you have all these MRIs and high-tech machines and then the main, like the regionals don't have. So maybe you can assure us that the regional hospitals have that before it, or if yeah, I don't know why you would go there first, no, but that's the point, right?
The priority
yeah.
is the regional hospital.
Yeah.
I hope the secretary will correct me if I'm wrong, but this from my briefer prepared by my staff. Ito yung entry, about the Bukas centers. The DOH initially targets the establishment of at least 28 Bukas centers nationwide to serve around 28 million Filipinos in need of accessible and quality healthcare services. Did we get this from your website or from your printed?
Yes, but the update is it's already 30, envision 37 Bukas centers already running.
Yes, okay. But let's just stick to my original. 28 Bukas centers to serve around 28 million Filipinos. 1 million Filipinos to be served by a Bukas center. I-hospital nga cannot serve 1 million Filipinos. This is just a Bukas center, Mr. President.
But our operations show that we can actually run. That's why we're asking for a budget.
No, his point is 28 centers.
Hindi, kung galing sa kanila, parang
So, Mr. President, the 28 that His Honor probably read on the website is the initial phase because the fact is there are 28 million Filipinos in need of this care. So it doesn't mean it's just 28. It's already 37. It's going to be what? 79. It's going to be 79.
Okay.
So, yeah.
79. So, but let's say domoble to serve 500,000 Filipinos per Bukas center. Ganun ang pag-market, ganun ang pag-present ninyo. I mean, daig pang hospital. Ang tunay na hospital.
So, yeah. So actually, Mr. President, the regional hospitals with the limited resources and the less accessibility it has to the people that live an hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours away are technically the ones serving the 28 million unserviced because they have to travel or they won't decide not to go. So for every ambulatory service that they open, connected with that, there will be less that have to go there. The point is there's 28 million people in need. And it is correct that they expect heavy traffic in the ambulatory centers because that's the nature of the ambulatory centers. It's closer to the population. So they do expect that more people will be serviced there eventually. Okay. Okay. So it is basically primary care, which as we know is really more, that's where everybody technically would go for the very first consultation.
But at any rate, the Bukas Center budget is found under HFEP. So meron tayong natural ceiling, di ba? If it turns out to be not workable or unnecessary expenditure, we can always revert to the original meaning or purpose of HFEP, di ba? Which is hospital. It's about our hospital
Yes.
yeah.
If it turns
Sige
out
po.
that they need a
Yes, if it
full-on
turns-
hospital with the beds, yes, of course, they can do that.
Sige po. That's the role of the minority to test the proposals or the ideas of the administration, which is backed up by the majority. So pasensya na po kayo if a non-doctor is debating with you. Sorry for that, Mr. President. Can we now go to babalikan ko po si PhilHealth kasi I filed a case against you. Mamaya na tayo. Tungkol po dun sa 89.9 billion, di ba? Pero mamaya na po. Dito muna tayo sa attached agency like the National Nutrition Council. Are they
Yes.
present? Yan, ma'am, para magising tayo. Just your comment kasi kayo ang ginamit na excuse ng ng NEDA when they came out with the food poor, the definition of who is food poor. Can we just get the comment of the National Nutrition Council? Are you guilty as charged that kayo yung dahilan na sinabi ng NEDA na, although kinorek na ng NEDA, but ngayon lang tayo nagkaharap, that's why I want the inputs from the NNC. Yung 64 pesos a day, if you spend 64 pesos a day for food, you are not food poor. And it's because now of your calculation of the minimum nutritional needs of a human being. So can we get the input from the National Nutrition Council? Bigyan niyo ako and then PhilHealth tayo. Di pa sila nabigyan? Sila ba sasagot doon?
Their computation is 175 pesos for a family of 5.
Okay. So for a family of 5. So divide natin by 5. Yung mas maliit pa. Per meal. Is that per meal? So tama nga. Kung babalik sa babalik sa 175 divided by 35 times. Hindi. Divided by 175 divided by 5. 35 per head. Per meal. Per meal. So 35 times 3, 105 per head.
And actually, it's
day. Isa.
It's 75 pesos.
75?
Tama ba? 35 pesos times 5, which is 175 per meal times 3 meals a day. So 5.
No. 175 for a family of 5 divided by 5, 35 pesos per head for a meal.
Yes.
So 3 meals in a day, 105 pesos.
Yes.
Ang layo sa reported ni... Okay, so ngayon lang kasi tayo nagkaharap, ma'am. So at least we really get the information from the NNC. So thank you for that input. But what is that an updated figure? Did you ever give a lower figure in the past?
Excuse me. Okay, they did not, Mr. President. They did not have any consultation.
Sayang kung nakausap ka namin before the general principles na nagamit sana natin yung denial ng National Nutrition Council. But at any rate, they're reviewing their figures because we really reacted when we heard that. Medyo unbelievable, unrealistic. So thank you for that input, ma'am, from the National Nutrition Council. We have also before us the Philippine National AIDS Council. Okay, ito lang po, the COA reported that the council convened only 2 plenary meetings in 2023, falling short of the mandated number of at least 4 meetings. So, ako ang point ko lang, hindi na nga namin kayo nababasa ang achievements ninyo sa dyaryo. Ito pa yung na-encounter natin na report. Number of meetings lang po ito. Sana mag-comply po tayo.
Mr. President, they met 3 times and the requirement is 4. This year, they have met 3 times and they're going to have 1 more meeting.
Pero sana narinig niyo yung side comment ko na hindi na nga namin nababasa ano yung greatest achievement ninyo sa news eh. Ito pa ang na-encounter namin na even number of meetings hindi natin makomply.
Actually, Mr. President, I'll share some information that I received last year because this also came up last year. And one of it is for the benefit of us lawmakers was they have a very long list of required members, right? Yeah. And I was told last year that that is one of the reasons because sa dami nila, hindi sila makakorum. That's what I heard. Oo daw, they're nodding.
Okay, so yung dami nila fixed by law?
Yes.
Fixed by law or just by the
That's
regulation?
fixed by law, Mr. President. That's
So,
why I was
our
saying
mistake,
that it's a learning on our part. Kasi alam ko that was also debated na ang daming gustong maging part nun. So, but that's what happens.
How large is the council for our information?
21 members.
Sige po. Kasi ako naman when I sponsored the Creatives Industry Law, it's a 19-member council. Pagkakalam ko hindi pa rin nabubuo hanggang ngayon.
I saw that also and I shared my experience. That's why pag ako yung gumawa, 6 lang kayo.
So sana alam natin yung feedback from the AIDS Council na sa 21 mahirap na. So another council ba ito? Another institute that we rarely hear about is the Philippine Institute of Traditional and Alternative Healthcare. Yeah, PITAC. Can we be informed ba, Madam Chairwoman, of the bang mga latest developments with PITAC? Ano po ba ang mga pwede nilang i-announce sa ating
Actually,
mga kababayan?
marami, in fairness to them, lagi naman silang humihingi lagi silang nagpapasabi kung ano yung mga bagong programs nila, tas humihingi sila ng budget. And from my understanding is, they also have a request for an amendment to their law, di ba? To their law, no?
And anything newsworthy from PITAC?
Increasing number.
Like what? Ano to? Sino tong practitioners? Practitioners na increase.
Pero sige, ano na lang.
Tsaka what? Acupuncture.
Just dinagdagan po natin for daily expect acupuncture.
Okay. So, Mr. President, in the recent years, the PITAC has achieved significant milestones, and the most impactful is the increased integration of traditional and complementary medicine into the mainstream healthcare system. This includes acupuncture, acupuncturists, chiropractors, massage hilot, naturopath, osteopathy, traditional Chinese medicine, and so on and so forth. I have to say, I can vouch for that myself because this is very hard to find before and they're actually more accessible now. Even when I go to, well, Cebu is actually second to Metro Manila, but yun, yung mga acupuncture.
So what are more accessible now?
Ito pong mga you call them traditional and complementary medicine, otherwise known as alternative medicine. They're now more easily accessible. They're either integrated in, I think integrated in some hospitals already.
Can they be found in the pharmacies of our government hospitals?
No, not pharmacies. These are usually services. Wala pa ako dun sa products. But
Ah,
I'm
services,
referring
no?
to services, yung acupuncturists,
Ah.
yung mga hilot. So, so the goal of the secretary is to include this in the Bukas centers. And I actually agree because there's so much that can be addressed. Yeah, in like, well, my personal experience when I go to my sports medicine doctors, dati isa lang yung kilala ko na may kasamang acupuncture. Ngayon halos lahat, pati mga physical therapists, tsaka it's ano pa, mobile pa. Dala pa nila yung kit nila, so kasama acupuncture dun sa treatment na ibibigay sa inyo. But the minority floor leaders also asking about products. Where can they be found?
Ma'am, ang impact manufacturers, ma'am, and with sa ngayon naman to DOH facilities.
I know you manufacture, but the volume is very small. Do you actually accredit yung mga?
No pa, ma'am, kami lang.
Okay. So in terms of product, they do produce their own, but it's still very limited quantity.
Sige. In all honesty, no, I want to tell Pitak na bumagsak po yung energy level ko nung nabasa ko po ito na according to the 2023 COA, the Pitak Central Office Laboratory, which was completed in September 2022, and the various equipment therein delivered and accepted in the first semester of 2023, amounting to 10 million, remained unutilized at year-end due to electrical malfunction in the initial testing. So, hindi ko na nga naririnig si Pitak, tapos nakakabasa tayo ng ganito, electrical malfunction, 10 million worth of equipment, Mr. President. So, please address na lang, please address the COA report or inform us, what is the...
What do you call it?
Director General.
The Director General says that when she assumed the post 6 months ago, she saw that problem right away, and they're now medyo malalim daw yung problem ng electrical nila, so they're now fixing it.
Hindi ba na-damage yung 10 million worth of equipment?
Equipment na damage ba?
Hindi po na-damage?
Oh, hindi naman ho namatay. Hindi naman nasira. They're testing it one by one to check. But basically namamatay kasi I guess it's not getting enough power.
Sige po. Anyway, COA is on top of the situation. Just inform us how you intend to address the COA findings.
Tapos kasulatan mo kami.
So let's now final point ko na lang sa PhilHealth. So anyway, I'm sure you were just complying with the order kasi to remit around
89.
60 billion ata ang nakuha from the 89.9. Tama ba yun, Chairman, CEO?
89.
The last tranche was 29.9, which was the TRO.
The last tranche.
The transfer.
Oh. So
All in all, how much?
All in all,
How much? 60, no?
Dito ka sasagot. 60.
Sorry,
60.
So okay, so I'm sure if you were given the discretion, you would rather that the fund should have remained with the PhilHealth, no? But ngayon yata under the 2025 NEP, there is a proposal to give PhilHealth the amount of sa atin po.
Ang NEP natin ang Senate version natin is 68.72 billion.
So there has been no change to the decision of the committee. We really intend to give PhilHealth 68.7
Well, it's
billion
lower.
pesos.
It's lower than
Yes.
GAB. So
But that's our plan. That's the plan of the Senate as recommended by the committee. Kasi may nabasa ko sa mga parang may mga pronouncements ng colleagues natin no longer to give PhilHealth
Yes,
this amount.
meron nga. Actually,
So what's
yeah, this committee did not change what was in the NEP precisely because it is a very serious issue. We wanted to defer to the chairperson and also our colleagues what they wanted to do. So the final version of the Senate has a slight reduction
yes?
from NEP and from GAB.
No, I am for supporting the committee report. Don't worry, CEO, kasi I'm sure that you made your plans eh. You made your plans at inano ninyo yun. Kasama na yung mga infusion of around 70B siguro yung inyong kinumpute doon. How does the PhilHealth treat this subsidy from the national government? Is this in the concept of the premium payments of the indirect contributors?
Yes, the answer is yes.
So how do you compute it? Kung ginagalaw-galaw yung amount, NEP has an amount, Congress reduces the amount, Senate further reduces it or adds to it. So what's the formula? The total amount, you divide it by what? A certain amount to come up with the number of indirect contributors covered? Ganun po ba yan?
President, they have a chart which I can share with His Honor, but I'll summarize this on the different classifications of the indirect contributors. So ito yung mga senior citizens, PWD, unemployed, solo parents, unemployed, and if you add all of them, they each have different contributions. I guess
Right.
based on their risk, no? Ganun ba yun? So if you add that all up, the amount that they requested DBM is 150 billion.
Okay.
And then they were given 74.
The 150 would have covered how many of the indirect contributors?
Spread out, yes. Sorry, what is the question, Your Honor?
Yung original proposal nila 150 billion would have covered how many indirect contributors per their
25.28 million.
25.28. Okay. Okay, although the amount was not given, the full amount was not given, almost half lang, but theoretically,
They're all covered.
all are covered.
Yes.
Tama?
Yes.
That's okay,
because there
so-
was a news report that came out that said that there was a certain sector not covered. That's not accurate.
Correct.
Because
So-
by law, they have to cover all.
Yes. So, in the nature of indirect contributors membership premiums, yung amount natin ngayon, ano ba ang amount natin? 70 plus. 70 plus?
Now it's 68.7.
68.7. That's in the concept of an indirect members premium payment, but we will not limit it to an imagined 13 million Filipinos, but all. Tama?
Yes.
Ganun
Yes.
po. Okay. Sige. So, importante po yan. Ano? So, now, I'm sure you have followed that Supreme Court TRO. Sa kaso ko po yan, you followed it. And then, hopefully, hopefully we will win the case para wala na po yan. Hindi na natin problemahin yan. At any rate, during the interpellation for the general principles, ang nasabi ng DOF, it was a one-time attempt or mechanism to sweep the excess funds. Hindi na nila, I think, they're not including that fourth trigger to release unprogrammed appropriations in the 2025 budget. So I hope it stays that way even after the BICAM.
Actually, for the information of the minority floor leader, I had asked the Secretary of DOF um, that if DOF under his leadership has further concerns about unused funds of PhilHealth, which obviously we all do because the fund is there and not being used, but is meant to be used for the the objectives of PhilHealth, I requested that he take it up as a member of the board of PhilHealth so that they decide as a body how they will use those funds that were given to them. Halo-halo na daw yon. So whatever na nandyan sa inyong put under your care, use it for health. And he committed that that is what will happen.
May voice naman pala siya dun sa
Meron,
board.
may voice siya doon.
Okay. So, final topic for PhilHealth. Does PhilHealth make transfers to local government units? Do you make transfers or payments to local government units?
We give benefit payments. So when these hospitals of the LGUs ask for reimbursement, they will pay them.
Okay. So, parang upon billing of the LGU?
Billing, yes.
Did you make a recent payment to the city of Marikina to the tune of 130 million pesos?
Pwede nyo ma-check, Marikina.
Late 2023?
Late 2023. Can you check?
Factual question for the...
Mabilis nyo bang ma-check yun or...
Maybe second half of 2023? You have no way of checking it the computerized way? Wala. Trying.
Would it be okay with the minority floor leader if we proceed as they are checking?
Anyway, hindi, yung last question ko kasi connected dun.
Connected.
And what was the nature of the payment?
Okay.
Yun lang siguro.
Consulta? Sure.
COVID testing.
Yeah, COVID testing.
May laboratory.
Kasi may lab sila.
So, that whole amount?
Kasi kung 2,000 something, 5 po ata per
Per
plane.
test.
Eh, magkano 100 million yun?
120 million.
If you have 100 million daw? Yeah, if you have 40,000 people, then abot ng 100 million.
48,000 po people for 120.
But are you sure? That's what it was?
Test. Yeah, COVID test. Kasi
What do you want me to say? You assume that that's what it's for?
COVID test.
Are you kaya nga, you're sure? No, I know, but yung purpose, yun na yun. Okay. So, Mr. President, they said they don't have the exact amount with them, but it would appear that that was reimbursement for COVID tests for around 48,000 people. Tests, 48,000 tests.
Yes, the amount is around 131 million pesos. And do you know when the payment was made?
They're still checking,
Checking,
but
sige,
he
just
made a rough
Ano na lang, in
estimate.
writing na lang po.
Oh,
In writing na lang.
Okay.
So I think, so one more request. May we request the okay, from the point of view of PhilHealth, kasi you're supposed to be the recipient of portion of ano ba yun? VAT ba yun? VAT? Excise taxes, portion of the excise taxes imposed on sugar sweetened beverages, alcohol, tobacco products. Tama po yun? Tama, di ba? Okay, so from the point of view of PhilHealth, because you know the formula, and you also probably know the total collections. Are you getting the amounts which are supposed to be due your agency under the law? From the point of view of PhilHealth, as the recipient, the beneficiary, are you getting it? Basta to kasi every ano.
Amount that is due, no? This is incremental revenue for health from syntax collection. And the total, and I read this earlier in my opening statement, is 184.50 billion. PhilHealth should receive 79 billion. And then MAIP and HFEP, 41 billion. Universal Healthcare is 64.30
Sige pa.
billion. So,
Okay. I'm happy with the response already, Madam Chair. I'm okay with the response.
Okay.
Siguro ito lang, request na lang from the point of view of the beneficiary. If you can submit in writing your own computation of what should have been remitted to PhilHealth pursuant to that law. Siguro 5-year time frame, kung pwede. Okay? So, okay. It's the literal application of the law. Tignan natin what should have been remitted or given to PhilHealth. Sige pa. Then kami na bahala sa research. We will ibabangga namin sa actual subsidies given by the national government. It's just for purposes of a study, Madam Chair.
yes.
Okay. From the point of view of the beneficiary. Kasi iba yung
Sa inyo?
iba
Yeah.
yung amin.
Okay.
Sige.
Thank
So,
you, Mr.
so with that,
President.
Mr. President, I would like to end my interpellation and of course wish the DOH all the success as well as PhilHealth. So keep up with your reform measures or yung catch-up plans ninyo. I attended kasi the hearings, Madam Chair, ni Senator Bongo, kaya medyo abbreviated na itong tanong ko sa PhilHealth actually. Just to give you credit, sinabi nyo nag-increase kayo ng 30% sa benefit packages nyo. So kunyari ang base natin 100, hindi naging 130 na yon kasi nag-increase kayo ng 30. Dahil sabi nyo mag-increase pa kayo ng 50% of that new base. So 65. So 195 na. So in effect, you're actually close to doubling your benefit packages. But that's on paper. Magbayad dapat kayo magbayad. Importante magbayad. Yung totoong maramdaman kasi it's on paper. Tapos wag niyo pahirapan na yung mga obscure illnesses ang bibigay kasama sa mga packages. So anyway, sinabi niyo naman we were covering the top 10 top 10. So we wish you all the best and the successes. Thank you. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpolate is the Chairman of the Committee on Health, Senator Bongo. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Christopher Bongo is hereby recognized.
Mr. President, as Chairperson of the Committee on Health and Demography, I want to underscore the importance of the health budget to ensure an inclusive and equitable healthcare in our country. We must make sure that our health budget is responsive to the needs of our healthcare system and that is spent efficiently and prudently. Hindi po natin dapat pabayaan ang mga natutulog na pondo po na dapat sana'y napapakinabangan po ng mga pasyenteng nangangailangan. On that note, Mr. President, will the good sponsor of the DOH budget yield the floor for a few questions?
Yes, of course, Mr. President.
Last year, we passed the Regional Specialty Centers Act. Isinabatas po natin dito sa 19th Congress to establish specialty centers in DOH hospitals at priority po ito ng Kongreso at ng ating mahal na Pangulong Marcos, yung specialty centers, including itong mga heart centers, no? With this law, hindi na dapat kakailanganing pumunta po ng Maynila ang mga pasyente may malulubhang karamdaman. Specialty centers will be available in DOH hospitals in various parts of the country. Ang ginawa po natin, ilalagay po ito sa mga selected DOH hospitals across the country. Hindi po siya stand-alone para mas mabilis at may mga existing facilities na po ang ating mga DOH hospitals. Halimbawa, sa Cagayan, sa Davao, sa Zamboanga, para mapabilis, no? It's a multi-year plan of the government. Isinabatas lang po natin para tuloy-tuloy yung budget nitong implementation ng regional specialty centers. Para po yung mga kababayan natin na magpapa-opera sa puso, kidney, neonatal, mental, ortho, brain and spine, lung, cancer, at iba pa, no? 17 specialty centers ay itatayo na sa mga selected DOH hospitals. Hindi na nila kailangan pumunta ng Quezon City para magpa-opera sa puso. Doon na lang po sa probinsya dahil ang hirap po, ang mahal ng pamasahe, wala pa silang matitirhan, wala silang kamag-anak dito sa Metro Manila. Sa pagkaalam ko, 3.5 billion lang po ang naaprubahan na budget for specialty centers for 2025 sa NEP, no? At as earlier discussed with the DOH officials, nabanggit po nila noon na meron pong separate funding from the Asian Development Bank, funding for regional specialty centers. Bakit po 3.5 billion lang po ang budget for this year at akala natin more than 20 billion po dahil para tuloy-tuloy pang pagtatayo ng mga specialty centers for 2025?
Yes, Mr. President, that to complete the picture, no, we have 349 designated specialty centers and 172 are assessed as functional. We also noted the decrease, no, in the NEP amount compared to the 2024 GAA of 11.12 and the NEP is 3.59. But the reason for this is the 11.12 is still being utilized for the ongoing construction. So DOH has not asked us for additional funding because they are still using the 11.12 from the 2024 GAA to build.
What is the status about the planned Asian Development Bank funding? I heard ito yung pondo pa po dapat sa pandemya na hindi nagamit at plano niyong gamitin. At ang sabi raw nasa NEDA pa po.
Okay.
What caused the delay and took so long bago maaprubahan po ng NEDA?
Process of NEDA. So ADB has a loan facility available for equipment, and this is undergoing the usual process approvals in NEDA. So it's not yet being released. It's not yet agendad, so they don't have the funding yet.
Kasi nagtataka lang po tayo, imbis na tumaas, na increase, na dagdagan, at kung priority po ito ng ating administrasyon sa ngayon, ay bakit bumaba from 11 billion sa 2024 naging 3.5 kung importante po itong specialty centers at kaya nga po isinabatas po natin ito.
So, Mr. President, just similar to how we tackled the Doktor para sa Bayan, when we passed that law, we wanted to ensure that the medical schools that are existing can adapt and accept more students, and many of them were already full capacity. So we then had to use the budget process to increase the carrying capacity of each of these medical schools by way of laboratory. Some needed buildings, and then scholarships for the med students. So similarly, dito sa specialty centers that the law that we passed, for these new specialty centers to be functional, not only do they need infrastructure, but also equipment and human resource. So that's why DOH is, I believe, quite satisfied with the progress that has been made, that 172 out of 349 designated specialty centers are actually functional. So I would say that's roughly half. The other half are not yet functional in different states, no? So basically,
Supported by Heart Center and then eventually bibitawan nila.
yeah, so ngayon itong mga functional, they are still receiving support from the major specialty centers. So for example, yung Heart Center. So they're now supporting that. But yung human resource then takes time, no? Not just from the specialty doctor, but also the whole team, no? From the nurses and the what do you call them? The radio technologists, all of them. So it takes time, Mr. President. So yung budget last year, ulitin ko, na 11.12 billion, hindi pa naman nauubos. So kasama yun naman yan sa nagagamit. But some things require time para mabuo, including nga yung pag-prepare po ng mga human resources, yung training din nila.
Salamat, Mr. President. Importante po dito that we are on track, no?
Yes.
At hindi maging, and of course, hindi maging white elephant po ito. Dahil sa pagkaalam ko, marami pang sa ngayon, yung specialty centers sa Bohol, marami pa pong kulang sa construction. And I think this is under DOH rin po, sa Galyares, at marami pang ibang tinatayo ngayon na hindi pa natatapos. Sa Quezon, meron din po mga specialty centers doon. Kindly take a look dito po sa mga proyektong ito na hindi po maging white elephant dahil nagsakakaantay sa funding. So yun lang po ang gusto nating malaman, ipa-check lang po ng mabuti at to make it operational po. Dahil kaya nga po natin isinabatas itong regional specialty centers para tuloy-tuloy po ang pagtatayo and make it operational at mapapakinabangan po ng mga kababayan natin, lalong-lalo na po sa malalayong lugar na hindi na nila kailangan pumunta pa po ng Metro Manila. And also, Mr. President, I have also been advocating for the construction of super health centers all over the country to make primary care services more accessible. Dito po sa mga super health centers, pwede na po dito yung magpakonsulta. Dahil sobra-sobra nga po yung naging issue po dito, yung sobra-sobrang pondo ng PhilHealth. Alam nyo, nakapag 9 hearings na po ako. Kaya ayaw ko na pong I do not need to request the suspension of the rules since we are conducting monthly hearings naman po dito sa Committee on Health, no? At nasanay na po ako sa ating PCO Ledesma. Hoping yung mga pinangako niya sa hearings ay kanyang tutuparin, no? At sobra-sobra nga po ang pondo ng PhilHealth. Kanina tinanong ko, 500 billion at during the last hearing po ng Department of Finance and even the Secretary of Finance agreed na bago pa mawalis pa yung pinigilan ng Supreme Court ng through TRO na 29.9 billion bago tuluyang mawalis muli ng finance manager o national treasury ay nandiyan na po sa inyo. Pwede nyo nang gamitin. PhilHealth, please lang gamitin nyo po ito sa mga mahirap. Sa totoo lang po, naghihingalo yung mga pasyente. Totoo yung sinabi kanina ng ating presiding ni Mr. President, Senator Win Gatchalian, nakaabang dyan sa amin na walang pambayad po yung mga pasyente. Kaya nga po, pinakiusap ko mismo sa PhilHealth. 9 hearings na po tayo, including the health emergency allowances ng ating health workers na pinaglaban natin. At salamat po sa DOH at DBM. Finally, no, ngayong taong ito, 27 billion po ang na-release na po. No, meron pang mga appeals. I'm appealing also na i-reconcile po yung records ninyo dito sa mga appeals dahil services rendered naman po ito. At pinaghirapan, pinagpawisan po ito. Umiiyak nga yung mga health workers natin dahil sa panahon ng pandemya, sila yung nagsakripisyo. Sana naman daw ngayon ay bilang sukli naman po sa kanilang katapatan at pagsasakripisyo. Some of them ay namatay, ang iba po ay nagkasakit sa panahon ng pandemya, matanggap nila yung services rendered nila. Masaya sila, but until now, marami pa rin sumisigaw ng hiya, 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 kahit saan ako pumunta, including Catanduanes. The last time I visited Catanduanes, sumisigaw pa rin po sila ng kanilang hiya. So ibig sabihin, hindi pa po fully reconciled yung records at hindi pa sila nababayaran. But tinatandaan ko po yung pangako ng DOH na October 31, mababayaran na po. Yun po yung na-discuss. Dito naman po si Yusek Bravo na pangako nyo po na by October 31, magiging fully paid na po itong mga health emergency allowances. So gusto rin lang po nating balikan ko lang po yung HEA mamaya. Dito muna tayo sa Barangay Health, ito pong sa Super Health Center dahil sabi ko sa PhilHealth, na i-accredit po itong mga super health center dahil sobra-sobra yung pondo ninyo. Salamat, tinaasan nyo from 500 to 1,700 yung konsulta program ninyo. So importante po ngayon yung information campaign nyo po na dapat alam po ng mga kababayan natin na pwede silang magpakonsulta dahil around 600 na po ang ipapatayo sa the last 3 years, no? Ng mga super health centers. Proyekto naman po ito ng DOH. So sa ngayon po, may we know how many super health centers are planned to be built next year on the 4th year po?
So 61 super health centers are targeted for 2025 with a budget of 748 million pesos.
Salamat, Madam Sponsor. May we know how the Consulta program of PhilHealth be accessed in super health centers? Pinangako po ito ni President Ledesma na paigtingin niya po ang proseso at partnership po ng LGU and the PhilHealth para magiging easier po yung access ng mga kababayan natin dahil hindi nga nila alam saan sila magpapacheck up, magpapakonsulta at malaking tulong po ito, early detection po yung nagpapakonsulta tayo para hindi na lumala yung sakit. So paano ba yung downloading po ng pondo ng LGU from PhilHealth at nako-comply ba ito dahil sobrang dami po ng pondo ng PhilHealth sa ngayon?
No, but I had
Hello. Bukas ay support natin para maula tayo dapat maula. Ipakita natin kung na tayo social services dapat mabalik na din lang. Pag mabalik kasi ilang naman na executive. He is part of the executive.
Wala mo lang mandate na tupad yung ayuda, basic services, social services, di ba? Lang. Pambuhay lang ang wala rin kahit pa paano.
Can we just suspend for a minute? Session suspended for a minute.
Yeah. So the question of His Honor is paano ibababa sa mas maraming tao ang consulta package, no?
Opo.
Oo. So currently, Mr. President, yung registered beneficiaries for this year as of August 31 is 24.6 million beneficiaries. So that's less than 1/4 of the population. So and there are 2,900 accredited providers. So there's more than 80 million that need to be covered. And I'm assuming, I will give my response, but also look at the resource persons if they have something to add. Is it part, I believe it's part of the plan to roll it out in phases so that we can also learn what works, what doesn't work. And so by next year, are we increasing this number? To what? Do you have a number in mind?
Hindi ka dapat that.
Really? Bakit? May feedback na ba kayo dito? Maganda na bang nakuha niyong results from this?
As our President has said, aggressive kami sa pag-accredit.
O sige. So according to them, they intend to double this number for next year.
Di ba ang lahat ng Pilipino ay miyembro po ng PhilHealth,
PhilHealth. Yes.
sa ngayon? Ito po yung covered ng konsulta.
Yes.
One-fourth po.
Less
Ang
than 1/4 ng population natin.
Ang
pala.
naka-avail po.
Ang registered beneficiary. Kasi for the consulta program to work, there is an identified provider, yung facility. Tapos, kailangan magpa-register na siya ng mga beneficiaries na doon. And then, ang target is 20,000 beneficiaries per provider. Is it a doctor or per facility?
If there's one doctor in one facility, 20,000.
Oh.
If there are two doctors times 2, 40,000.
Okay, so this is a target of the target is 20,000 per doctor. So if there's more than one doctor in the facility, yung target nila is double. It could double. Kung tatlo, triple. Okay.
Part of the commitment of PhilHealth during the past hearings conducted by the Committee on Health, ito pong libreng check-up, no, para early detection po. At sabi nila, pagtapos ng taon ay by next year, maaring libre na nila, libre check-up sa mata, early detection, libre salamin, at yung dental services rin po. Isa sa kanilang pinangako, at itong mga wheelchair. Itong mga super health centers, nakita ko kasi part of their facilities are dental services. So baka pwedeng mas magamit pa ito ng PhilHealth through their consulta program para dito sa dental services and libreng sa visual, libreng check-up at libreng salamin. Malaking tulong po kasi itong mga super health center. I'm addressing it to PhilHealth na magagamit nyo po ito dahil strategically located po ito sa malalayong lugar. And it will help decongest the hospitals kung ma-maximize nyo po ang gamit nitong mga super health centers. Kindly take note of it. I'm addressing it to PhilHealth and to Department of Health to work closely po dito sa inyong mga pasilidad na pinapatayo. Anyway, going to health emergency allowances. Sir President, bukod sa pagsiguro na may sapat na pasilidad, dapat ding siguraduhin natin ang kapakanan ng ating mga healthcare workers na nagsiservisyo po sa atin. Mga health facilities na ito. No? Last Congress, we passed Republic Act 11712, which grants continuing benefits and allowances to public and private health workers during the public health emergencies like COVID-19. More than 27 billion na po ang na-release ng DBM to the payment of health emergency allowances. Excuse me. However, according to the DOH, they have recorded numerous appeals. Ito po yung mga hindi pa kasama sa 27 billion dahil nag-appeal po sila nung nalaman nila na babayaran na ang kanilang HEA. Yung iba kasi nawala na po ng pag-asa na mabayaran. But since nabayaran po sila this year, na-release po yung 27 billion, nagkaroon po sila ng pag-asa. Kaya may mga services rendered pa po na on appeals right now. So ano bang plano ng DOH dito? Meron pa bang pagkukunan under the 2024 o ilalagay na lang po ito sa 2025 or ilalagay po muli ito sa unprogram appropriations for next year para matapos na po itong backlog at mabayaran na po yung services rendered po ito ng mga health workers.
Mr. President, as His Honor said, the deadline had passed and then meron pang gustong mag-submit. So actually 3 times silang nag-extend ng deadline. Itong last, akala nila last na. So kahit ako po as the chairperson for this budget, I was initially informed na okay na, wala nang utang for HEA because nabayaran na. Pero yun nga, nagkaroon ng appeal na tumanggap pa ulit. So now, they have to study all of the requests again. And so until then, they cannot submit a request for funding because they don't know exactly how many there are and they have to validate each one, Mr. President.
So as of now, wala ho bang nag-submit ng amount sa mga appeals after your evaluation since you set a deadline last October 31? Magkano po ang amount ng appeals?
5, di ba? Nasa 5 plus billion na ang nag-submit ngayon ulit.
Better to say the claim.
So baka pwedeng masama rin po
There are
ito.
302,000 claims.
Kaya nga po, naniniwala naman po ako na ito po'y mga binavalidate naman po ito ng Department of Health. Mas alam nyo po kung services rendered na po ito at pinagpawisan at pinaghirapan nila. Eh kung nag-appropriate po tayo, naglalagay po tayo dito sa Kongreso ng unprogrammed funds sa iba't ibang mga proyekto, eh bakit po hindi natin unahin, bigyan ng prioridad itong sa unprogrammed funds, ito pong mga services rendered ng mga health workers natin dahil pinagpawisan na po nila ito. Pakiusap ko lang po, sana po mabigyan po ito ng prioridad. Whether sa unprogrammed funds or mismo doon sa regular appropriation po ng Department of Health. Sana po mabigyan po ito ng prioridad, itong health emergency allowances po ng ating mga healthcare workers.
Can give it to the Finance Committee, no? Kung ano yung recommendation ng ating chairman ng Committee on Health dito.
Salamat. Ito pong MAIFIP, aside from the accessibility of health services, equally important is the affordability of health services. In the GAB, 72.8 billion is being proposed for the medical assistance to indigent and financially incapacitated patients. Can we just confirm that this budget may also be accessed, no, by indigent patients through DOH hospitals, through malasakit centers, and that this huge budget for medical assistance, no patient should be turned away, at lahat po ng pasyente na nangangailangan na lumapit po ay mabibigyan po ng prioridad. At sabi po ng ating Secretary of Health kanina, ito pong ini-implement nyo na no balance billing.
Definitely, Mr. President, this can be accessed by indigent. And actually, yeah, to be clear, yes, anyone who is financially incapacitated, hindi kailangan na indigent po sila.
For my last topic, no, sa PhilHealth po ito, the DOF directed PhilHealth to remit to the National Treasury a total of 89.9 billion unutilized funds of PhilHealth. Naka-apat na hearing na po tayo about PhilHealth sa Committee on Health at naabutan na tayo ng Temporary Restraining Order o TRO from the Supreme Court. Maraming salamat po sa Supreme Court. At ano na ho ba ang plano ng PhilHealth dito sa remaining 29 billion? Baka pwede nyo nang i-utilize po ito, expand benefit packages, increase case rates, yung pinangako nyo po during the previous hearings natin dito. Salamat, tinanggal nyo na po yung single period of confinement policy na napaka-illogical at kalokohan po yun na bawal pong makover muli ng PhilHealth sa loob ng 3 buwan yung the same sakit. Pagka nagka-pneumonia ka, meron silang 2013 policy pa ang PhilHealth. Pagka nagka-pneumonia ka, nagka-bleeding ka, masiselan yung pagbuntis mo, ay bawal kang i-cover muli ng PhilHealth. Dahil po dito sa 2013 policy nila, buti na lang na-discover natin during the past 4 hearings na meron tong pulisiyang ito. Salamat, in-scrap nyo na po ang itong kalokohan na single period of confinement policy. At pangalawa, nangako po ang PhilHealth na tatanggalin nila this year, before the year ends, ito pong 24-hour confinement policy, yung kailangan mong magpa-admit ng 24 hours bago ka i-cover ng PhilHealth. Baka pwede nyo naman gamitin yung pondo para sa, instead na pambayad mo sa kwarto, pag na-admit ka, pambili na lang ng gamot, o maaring take-home medicine na po ito. Bakit kailangan pang gumastos ng kwarto kung pwede namang umuwi yung pasyente? At nangako ang PhilHealth na tatanggalin po nila this year ito. Ito pong 24-hour confinement policy nila. At marami pang pulisiya po ang PhilHealth na dapat i-review. Hindi ko naman po masisisi mga kasamahan ko sa Senado kung umiinit po ang ulo nila. Dahil talagang you need to work double time. Dami pong pasyente naghihingalo. Ayaw na nga magpa-hospital, ayaw na magpa-check up dahil sa takot sa babayaran sa hospital. And you need to review your case rates. Meron pong isang provincial health officer ng Camarines Norte. Na-admit siya, 4 million ang billing niya, ang binawas po 27,000. Na-admit siya muli, ang binawas po 6 million, ang binawas 29,000. 56,000 lang po ang na-avail niya sa kanyang pagpapa-hospital. Pero ang na-contribute po niya nung nagtatrabaho siya sa gobyerno, binawas po sa sweldo niya is 200,000. nalugi pa siya, namatay pa siya. Kaya yan po dapat i-review ng PhilHealth. Kaya sabi ko, hindi po ako titigil bilang chairman po ng Committee on Health na bantayan po ang PhilHealth na i-improve niya yung services ninyo. Sobra nga yung pera ninyo. Buti sana kung kulang yung pera ninyo, kailangan nyo magtipid. Hindi eh. Please, i-review nyo yung mga pasilidad, yung mga pulisiya ninyo. Please review your policies. At please, tuparin nyo po yung inyong pinangako. Inyong commitment. We remind DOH and PhilHealth to abide by their commitment letters sent to this representation and the committee during the budget hearing, no? And that the Committee on Health will continue to exercise its oversight functions to ensure that these commitments are implemented. Babantayan po natin ito dahil sobra-sobra nga po ang pera ng PhilHealth. Ito pong top 10 mortality diseases, pinangako nyo po yan. Yung increased case rates from 30% to 50% across the board by November 30. Pinangako nyo po yan. Malapit na po matapos ang November 30. Expanding and improving benefit packages, including dental benefit package, outpatient drug benefit package, mental health benefit package. Importante po itong mental health. Dami pong naapektuhan ng panahon ng pandemya. Marami pong nagpakamatay, nag-suicide, and marami pong nag-attempt mag-suicide. Coverage for optometric services and devices, coverage for assistive devices such as wheelchairs, coverage for emergency outpatient services, inclusion of diagnostic tests such as CT scan, PET, MRI, and angiogram. Repealing anti-poor policies. Yun po ang sabi ko kanina, such as 24-hour confinement policy which prevents the coverage of emergency outpatient services for patients not needing facility admission. Marami pong mga packages na dapat ninyong pag-aralan pa na improve pa po. Pakiusap ko lang po sa PhilHealth. And advocating for the suspension of PhilHealth premium contribution increase which was implemented in 2024 in support of Senate Bill 2620. In fact, during our previous hearings, nangako po ang presidente ng PhilHealth na irerekomenda niya sa Pangulo na bababaan po ang premium contribution. While nirekomenda mo sa Pangulo, kami naman po dito sa Senado with our principal sponsor, ang ating champion po ng UHC Law, ay pinasa natin dito sa Senado itong amending the UHC Law, reducing the premium contribution from 5% to 3.25 by 2025. Sana po ay maisabatas po ito. Sana po isulong ninyo. At kung pumasa po ito, sana wag na kayong kumontra. Dahil sobra-sobra man po ang pondo ninyo. That is all, Mr. President. I have no other questions. Full support naman po ako sa health, no? Sa Department of Health, sa PhilHealth. Ang pakiusap ko lang po sa PhilHealth, tandaan nyo po ang inyong pangalan ng inyong kumpanya. PhilHealth po, para po yan sa health. Para sa health. Gamitin nyo po yan para sa health. Salamat po sa ating good sponsor who is a fellow health advocate for advocating for the health budget and for taking the time to answer our questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bongo.
Thank you to the chairman of the Committee on Health. Mr. President, I need a 3-minute suspension to run to the restroom. Thank
Before
you.
that, before I suspend the hearing, it has come to my attention that there is a head of agency who answers disrespectfully towards in answering questions of senators. And I would like to warn all those heads of agencies concerned to be respectful in answering questions coming from the senators. We can defer your budget. We did that. We've done that before, and we can do that again. And this warning goes to all government agency, the heads of government agencies concerned. Session suspended.
Mr. President, next to interpolate would be the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized.
The Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at magandang gabi po, good sponsor. Before I pose a few questions, Mr. President, Madam Chair, I thank the committee for ensuring that health remains among the priority sectors for fiscal year 2025. Bagaman doble o triple ng budget para sa kalusugan ang inilaan sa ibang pangunahing sektor, sa gawaing pampubliko, sa edukasyon, may halaga na panatilihin nating on top pa rin ang sektor ng kalusugan dahil ang bawat pisong inilaan at magagastos ng tama ay tungo sa katuparan ng ating advokasya para sa kalusugang pangkalahatan. Maraming salamat din sa ating komite for augmenting funding for some needed health programs. Kabilang ang First 1,000 Days program na katuwang nating tinataguyod. At kaisa rin ako sa paalala ng ating good sponsor that our expenditure program is directed towards strategic and proactive healthcare. Habang nasa kalagitnaan tayo ng 10 years implementation plan ng Universal Healthcare Act, tulad ng ipinaalala din kanina ni Senator JV, I trust that our health officials are moving forward from improving health systems to building integrated systems for health and towards enhancing the well-being of every Filipino and not merely decreasing mortalities and morbidities. So, unang tanong, Mr. President, Madam Chair, may we get an update on how we are progressing with the realization of universal health care, Mr. President?
Mr. President, according to the Secretary, what they are focusing on now is access to primary health care, and that includes the discussion we had earlier with the Minority Floor Leader on the Bukas centers, no? Itong mga ambulatory centers that brings this more comprehensive care directly to the barangay level. And then they have this program called Purok Kalusugan, which is the population-based programs, which include vaccination, nutrition, first 1,000 days. That's where they implement these programs on a mass scale, which starts with the awareness campaigns and then the actual implementations.
Salamat, good sponsor. At least nakikita po natin na dun sa patuloy na pag-focus sa progressive realization ng universal healthcare for next year, may dalawang konkretong expression nun, yung bukas nga at saka yung purok kalusugan. In a way, handholds or footholds year on year papunta dun sa realization ng UHC. Now, one of the binding constraints cited by UHC advocates is the issue of financing. May I inquire from the good sponsor if there still is a funding gap for the full implementation of UHC? At kung mayroon, gaya ng inaasahan ko, magkano yung needed funding requirements para sa UHC, Mr. President?
Mr. President, for 2025, on the high end, if they were, like, I guess if they had they could give, all the funds are available. If funding wasn't an issue, almost 600 billion, 598 to be precise. But what we currently have is 346 billion.
I think it's good, Mr. President, good sponsor na tinitingnan natin lagi at sinusubukang within our means i-target yung high end. So sabi nga ng good sponsor, Mr. President, 598 billion, but what we actually have is 60% of that, 346 billion.
Yes.
Just as it's good to know ano sana yung pinapangarap o inaambisyon natin, what we actually have, para year on year, we stretch towards providing the needed funding requirements to achieve full implementation of UHC. Now, given this large funding gap for the full UHC implementation, so 40% pa, pwede po bang tanungin sa good sponsor, paano ini-intend ng ating health officials pakitirin yung gap na iyon, Mr. President? It's all right, Mr. President. Good sponsor, may I inquire from the good sponsor how our health officials intend to narrow that large funding gap for full UHC implementation?
So actually, Mr. President, health promotion plays a big role because simply by, well, knowledge is power. So the more information people have, the more that they can take care of themselves, whether it's nutrition, getting their infants vaccinated, all of these things, if they don't make that effort on their own, will delay that realization, Mr. President.
And of course, Mr. President, I understand what the good sponsor also means na syempre yung health information, health promotion, bahagi talaga siya sa primary health care. Pero syempre, dahil legislatura tayo dito, pinag-uusapan natin yung budget and we want the executive, particularly the DOH, to implement fully and well, na syempre yung malaking bahagi ng expectation ng ating mamamayan ay sa gobyerno pa rin. So in addition to yung pagpapaganda pa ng health information and health promotion, how else do our health officials intend to narrow the large funding gap for full UHC implementation?
Health taxes also go a long way, Mr. President. In my opening statement, I indicated how we have progress from an initial 30 billion collection, I think, in the early years of sin tax collection, at least as far as I handled it when I became a senator, and how we are up to 184 billion, tama ba? 184 billion for 2024. So that is a big contributor. But I do, and this is just a personal perspective, I do believe that people need to take responsibility for their health. Like, kahit ano pang promotion natin, kung ang nanay ay hindi siya mag-aabalang ipavaksin yung anak niya, then I also, like, personally, I go out and tell people this. But on that note, again, ibabalik ko din naman sa DOH na bigyan nyo ng tama namang informasyon yung nanay para naman din makapag-desisyon siya ng maayos. And that goes for the nutrition, as we discussed. That includes educating the parents na mag-exercise yung mga anak nila, mag-join ng sports instead of nakatutok lang sa TV or sa TikTok and so on and so forth.
Salamat, good sponsor. Bago ko iwan itong tanong tungkol sa funding gap, sabihin ko lang po na naalala ko kasi sinabi ng good sponsor kanina na on the high end, the needed funding requirement would be 598 billion pesos. Kung isipin natin, less than 10% siya sa kabuoang GAA para sa 2025. So libre namang mangarap. So wouldn't it be nice if in 1 year we could just say na we'll super prioritize the health budget and just for that 1 year, fully fund UHC implementation. And as I said, libre namang mangarap.
Pero I would like to add, for all these years that I've handled the budget, not just of the DOH but also DepEd, pag ganun kalaki yun, baka hindi rin nila ma-utilize ng maayos. Kasi yung capacity din naman ng, absorptive capacity din ng agency. So it really is, I think, a dream. Maybe for me, if you ask me realistically, baka 10%, 20% more, 25% more, and then you push it every year. Siguro yon, push it every year.
Fair enough, Mr. President, and na-appreciate ko yung paalala ng good sponsor tungkol sa absorptive capacity. Okay din naman po na consistently, year on year, cumulatively itaas by consistent or perhaps slowly growing increments or percentages. And I'm sure I'm one of not just a few colleagues dito sa chamber na to who would be very glad to work with a good sponsor on something like that.
And just for a quick added info, every year we have increased the budget. So it's happening in some way. And of course, LGUs, those that have the means, also contribute.
Salamat, good sponsor. Mamaya may itatanong din po ako tungkol sa LGUs. Sorry, alam ko pinangako ko na huling manifestation ko na yun tungkol sa funding gap question. Pero sa funding gap pa rin. So, wala po tayong borrowings. And what about PPP? May papel po ba yon dun sa pagsara nung or at least pagpapakitid ng funding gap?
And Mr. President, they have a World Bank funding approved by NEDA, 400 million over 4 years for primary healthcare facilities all over the country, facilities and programs, and also testing laboratories.
Salamat, good sponsor. Okay, nabanggit din kanina yung health promotion. So mamaya may related question po ako doon. So moving on po. And as a follow-up to that earlier question, how will our health officials leverage the 2025 budget allocation to improve our UHC service coverage index na at least as of 2021 ay nasa 58 o medium coverage pa lang?
So this is a supply and demand issue, Mr. President. Currently, DOH is focusing on the opening and operations of the Buka centers and really focusing on and specialty hospitals, as these two topics were discussed with our colleagues earlier. And when these are all operational, then PhilHealth has to step in and now pay for or increase the benefit packages so that there's less money out of pocket from the people.
Salamat, good sponsor. Pero at least leveraging the 2025 budget allocation nga, ang DOH ba, they have their eye on those 14 indicators in 4 categories para sa UHC Service Coverage Index para naiaangat din po ito, maybe year on year, Mr. President? Paakyat sa high coverage.
Of the 14 indicators, majority of those, the delivery would be in the primary care area. And as I said, that is a priority. So they're able to cover it.
All right. Salamat, good sponsor. So we could expect or hope na dahil nakalocate nga yung majority ng 14 indicators sa primary care, which is the focus of DOH for next year, na maiaangat beyond 58 yung UHC service coverage index natin. At least if we're intentional, we can target such better outcomes. So, Mr. President, Madam Chair, may recognition ng ating mga health officials na may funding gap. Yet, since July this year, maugong nga ang usapin ng PhilHealth fund transfer to the national government, which, as mentioned also by the minority leader earlier, is currently the subject of a TRO from the Supreme Court. Sa report ng ating LBRMO for 2025, PhilHealth total revenues will be 223.61 billion pesos and operating expenses will be 272.33 billion pesos, resulting to a loss of 48.72 billion pesos. But with the government subsidy amounting to 68.719 billion pesos, sa Senate version, may net income ang PhilHealth na 19.999 billion pesos. If these are accurate, may I inquire on how PhilHealth intends to utilize its net income, lalot may sapat naman palang reserve funds ang korporasyon, Mr. President.
It will be used for expansion of benefits, Your Honor.
Right. That's very good news to hear. Good sponsor. Dahil, at nabanggit na rin ni Senator JV kanina, marami po sa atin dito talagang nagpupukpok na kung may sinasabing reserved funds or even excess funds, gamitin ito para itaas yung scope at saka halaga ng coverage para sa PhilHealth members. Over the past months and weeks, laging bukang bibig na may 500 billion pesos reserved funds at may excess funds ang PhilHealth. For the record, Mr. President, Madam Chair, may I inquire on how much would be the projected reserve funds of PhilHealth by the end of 2024 at projected excess fund by the end of 2024 din, Mr. President? Yes.
The reserve fund is at 280 billion and the excess fund is at 220 billion.
Okay, so for a total between the two of around 500 billion. Wala po bang planong ubusin ito? Kasi wag naman sanang kunin ulit ng national government.
Do you intend to spend it, Your Honor, as part of the expansion of the projects?
Thank you, good sponsor. And PhilHealth management has, after all, been promising Congress, both Senate and the House of Representatives, that it will aggressively update and increase the benefit packages before the year ends at kani-kanina lamang ulit through the good sponsor, with an assurance from PCEO Ledesma na makikita natin ito. In one of the committee hearings, Mr. Ledesma was overheard implying that PhilHealth relaxed its process of benefit package development with the alleged concurrence of Secretary of Health Erbosa. May we inquire on what processes, if any, have been changed or relaxed in the course of developing and increasing benefit packages? At kung oo, may papel bang ginampanan ang Health Technology Assessment Council sa updating ng mga benefit packages na ito, Mr. President?
there is a relaxation in the sense that, as Your Honor probably knows, there's been a clamor to relax or to waive or to do away with the 24-hour confinement rule. So in that sense, that is a relaxation. Huh? And then also the single period of confinement, that one too.
Decision making of what benefits will be included, how it will increase. So, basta ko na lang, kasi yung monetization na yun, access yun, but on the process.
Okay, so for the formulation of the case rate, they still base it on the standards, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. What about in terms of decision making on new benefits? At may papel bang ginampanan din doon yung HTAC sa ganoong pag-update ng benefit packages, Mr. President?
By law, Mr. President, they are required to look at new technology that would be most beneficial.
That can be used for benefit packages.
Yeah, that can be used for benefit packages.
So kanina pinag-uusapan natin yung access, ngayon yung process. So since teknolohiya din ay pinag-uusapan natin, so may papel pong ginagampanan sa ganitong pag-update yung HTAC, Mr. President.
Yes.
Alright, salamat po. Maybe kung maaari po, good sponsor, may I just request that PhilHealth submit any more details about this in writing? Kasi gusto naman talaga nating gumanda ang benepisyo ng PhilHealth, pero syempre hindi nangangahulugan na raratsadahin ang mga proseso at institutional mechanisms in place para patuloy na maproteksyonan yung integrity ng corporation, Mr. President.
They will comply, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. So, as a follow-up to that, hindi nga porket may enhanced and increased PhilHealth benefit packages ay automatic ang benefit utilization. Madalas pagdating sa PhilHealth financial coverage, iba ang expectation sa reality. So may we know from PhilHealth sa pag-roll out sa mga enhanced benefit packages na ito, what are the projected benefit utilization rates? At magkano sa out-of-pocket expenditures ang mababawas mula sa mga membro, Mr. President?
Can they submit a report, because that would be on a per disease or per case basis?
All right, Mr. Good
They're happy
sponsor.
to submit a detailed report, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. But at least on average, kung kayang i-average, alam ko napakaraming case rates or benefit packages. Pero would there be an average benefit utilization rate na kaya nilang i-project? At dahil tinalakad din ito ni na Senator JV kanina, may projection ba sila kung magkano, whether in percentage or fraction, mababawas yung out-of-pocket expenses or copay ng mga miyembro, Mr. President?
Kasi pa yung out-of-pocket na mabawas ng mga beneficiary or maglalagyan ng support package. So,
okay.
Open pa rin o fix.
Yeah, so Mr. President, what they're trying to do now, and they want to really prioritize this, is in the benefit packages, there would be clearly a no co-payment or a specific co-payment. So wala nang gulatan, Mr. President.
Malaking bagay po yun, lalo na kung yung no co-payment ang mahit. Yung specific co-payment, okay po yung walang gulatan, pero higit pa po doon, pinakamagandang sorpresa kung no co-payment nga or palapit na po sa
Of course.
co-payment. Opo, salamat good sponsor. Kasi nga, another way of asking it would have been bukod sa magkano yung mababawas sa out of pocket, magkano yung dagdag sa supply value in pesos. Yung ganong factor or variable, meron po ba ang PhilHealth sa ngayon? Yung dagdag sa supply value in pesos, Mr. President?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, as far as the patient is concerned, as the benefit packages improve or are enhanced, the coverage is bigger and there is less and in some cases already no balance billing, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. I will really anticipate yung submission ng PhilHealth in writing about this. And na-anticipate na nga po, Mr. President, ng good sponsor yung binanggit nila, I think one of the most important and urgent settings na mangyari itong no co-payment ay dun sa no balance billing at lalo na sa ating mga government o public hospitals. Dahil pinag-usapan din namin dito on the floor kanina na nakakagulat kung yung NBB dun pa sa government or public hospitals ay hindi nagmamaterialize talaga. I mean, in terms of kung hindi pa pasok dong yung professional fees or may naireseta sa kanilang gamot pero wala sa pharmacy, so mapipilitan silang bumili sa mga butika sa labas and such, Mr. President. Ngayon, Mr. President, Madam Chair, dahil sa paglobo ng mga benefit packages ng PhilHealth, hindi may iwasang we are exposing the corporation to fraud and abuse. Narinig na natin iyan dito sa Senado, mula katarata, dialysis, hanggang maalala pa natin yung interim reimbursement mechanisms. At sa katunayan, nung isang buwan lamang, may nag-report sa opisina ko na may grupo ng eye doctors di umano sa Bulacan ay naglalako ng libreng operasyon ng katarata kahit sa wala namang pugita o katarata para lamang makakubra di umano sa PhilHealth. So, Mr. President, may we know from PhilHealth what safety nets and guarantees are in place to ensure na hindi ma-scam o defraud ang PhilHealth?
In the particular case that Her Honor mentioned on cataracts, they have a rule that you cannot conduct medical missions and then claim from PhilHealth.
I'm sorry?
But you
Can't
cannot-
conduct medical
you cannot
missions.
conduct medical missions and then claim it from PhilHealth.
Mhm.
But in general, they have safety nets embedded in all of their projects to prevent fraud. And in fact, they have ICT projects specific to fraud prevention and control using machine learning.
Thank you, good sponsor. So, para sa mga external activities like medical missions, so merong safety nets na naka-embed. But in terms of the health facility based, so IT ang pangunahing sinasandigan natin in order to preempt any attempts at scamming and defrauding PhilHealth, Mr. President.
They have policies, Your Honor, but then with the submission of the claims, that's where the IT part comes in.
Thank you, good sponsor. So while it is clear that PhilHealth should increase the benefits na ginagawa na nila ngayon and lower premium contributions na pinanukala natin dito sa Senado, over the past years, naging bukang-bibig din ang actuarial life ng PhilHealth. So considering that those two mandates on the benefits and on the premium contributions are being carried out, may we know kung anong implikasyon ng mga ito sa actuarial life ng PhilHealth, Mr. President?
They have an actuarial impact study for all the throughout the process, so that they don't just roll out a package without looking at their actuarials, Mr. President.
So ibig pong sabihin siguro ay hindi lang minsan sa isang taon chine-check yung actuarial life, pero tuwing meron silang ini-institute na reforms or innovations, Mr. President.
For each package that they roll out, they have an actuarial study.
All right, salamat po, good sponsor. Now, some groups oppose the lowering of premium contributions for PhilHealth. They argue that PhilHealth must be strategic to consider population aging. Bilang isa sa mga author ng PhilHealth for Senior Citizens at kaisa sa pagsusulong ng healthy aging or active aging or healthy longevity, ilan sa pinakagusto kong mga konsepto at advokasya ng DOH, may we get an update on the status of the coverage of senior citizens? Ano ang current benefit packages noon, ano yung current benefit utilization rate, at ano yung plano para sa kanila para siguruhin yung financial protection in old age, Mr. President?
So all the packages do not discriminate based on age. And in fact, their consulta package is has a big focus on senior citizens.
It's good to hear both those things, good sponsor, na walang age discrimination o ageism, but at the same time na yung kalahating isip naman ng DOH ay may binibigyang prioridad din yung ating senior citizens. Dahil din, and may I also inquire from DOH, ano po yung progress natin at mga plano sa promotion ng healthy aging, noting that we are halfway in the UN Decade of Healthy Aging na 2021 to 2030, Mr. President.
Yeah, so geriatric care is now a priority, Mr. President. The role of senior citizens in nation building is a guiding law. No, this is a law that was passed way back in 1991. But I think ito yung na-amend natin a couple of times on the Senior Citizens Act. And the secretary is also well, he gave me a copy and I can share it with Her Honor. They have a comprehensive geriatric care from health promotions and then screening, vaccination, management of communicable and non-communicable diseases. Yeah, so that's it, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. I would appreciate a copy of that. Also in relation to na may specific needs ang seniors, kaya lang yung functional ability bumababa at mahal ang long-term care. So meron din po bang package para dito na na-develop na or dine-develop pa ng DOH, lalo na sa dekadang ito ng healthy aging, Mr. President?
Mr. President, these are discussions I've had with the secretary and whoever is willing to listen to me. When senior citizens are engaged in healthy lifestyle, which includes iwas sa bisyo and then regular exercise. And in the company of loved ones and a supportive community, they really thrive. And just as I mentioned about the importance of parents knowing what they need to do for their children, which also includes educating them on healthy living, joining sports, nutrition, it's the same thing with seniors. They have to be able to take control of their own lifestyle, but we need to help them with that because the science has been changing. Dati ang masama is meat and fats, and now it's more sugar. So things like that. Kahit ako, I'm always just trying to follow the science.
Salamat, good sponsor. Again, na-appreciate ko yung laging paalala ng good sponsor, yung role din ng bawat mamamayan or for that matter ng bawat miyembro ng PhilHealth sa pagkamit ng mga layuning ito. And again, I will appreciate a copy of a document that the good sponsor will share with his representation on this para makahanap pa tayo ng mas maraming konkretong paraan na PhilHealth members and PhilHealth itself can meet halfway and work together, lalo na para i-figure out paano susuportahan even in financial terms itong mga pangangailangan, and in terms of the benefit packages, itong mga pangangailangan para sa active aging at saka healthy longevity. Kaugnay sa usapin ng mga nakatatanda, sinulong din natin dito sa Senado ang PhilHealth for Persons with Disabilities simula 2019. So may we know kung ilang mga kababayan nating persons with disabilities ay nairehistro na at na-cover na ng PhilHealth. May we get an update on the benefit packages developed for persons with disabilities at ang status ng utilization ng mga benepisyong ito, Mr. President.
They have a total of 1.45, 1,458,000 PWDs.
Registered.
And they actually have a program for PWDs that would be needing
We have a specific package on
assist, what do you call it?
Assistive devices.
Assistive devices. And then, of course, these mobility devices, there you go. But of course, these PWDs can also avail of the other packages that the rest of the population avails of.
Salamat, good sponsor. Hindi ring maliit na bilang, ano po. And it's good to know na may mga benefit packages na dinedevelop para sa kanila. Would we know kung anong status ng utilization nila ng mga benepisyong ito?
Yeah. So they've paid out for this year 242 million benefit, the value of the benefit package paid out to PWDs.
All right. Salamat, good sponsor. Still on PhilHealth for Persons with Disabilities, isa raw sa difficulty dito sa PhilHealth for Persons with Disabilities ay ang kawalan ng registry na magiging batayan sa kung sino ang pwedeng i-cover ng PhilHealth. So para malaman natin, yung 1.45 million nila, Yun na ba yung buong universe? Or so meron po bang, mapupuno na po ba ito ng PhilHealth or may ibang government agency pa na tutulong sa PhilHealth para buuin yung registry na ito, Mr. President?
So, LGUs have a list, but we don't have a universal list yet.
Sorry, good sponsor. LGUs have the list, but?
LGUs have a list, but there is no universal list.
Okay.
Yep.
Opo. So I guess dapat well noted po sa atin yon na it's a need na that has to be filled. Yung consolidation po ng lahat ng mga LGU lists na iyon. Oh, and before I leave the matter of PhilHealth for persons with disabilities, so there are at least nairehistro na 1.45 million persons with disabilities, and there was a 242 million benefit utilized so far. So on average, 150 pesos per person with disability. Ganun po ba lumalabas yon, Mr. President?
So actually, the figure of 242 was as of June 30, but by September, so a few months later, the benefit package that has been paid out is already 546 million.
So halos dumoble, good sponsor. All right, so still 300 pesos. At least if there's an improvement within 1 year or within a few months, pwede pa nating i-push yung ating mga sarili at i-push in particular ng executive ang sarili nila to up the benefit utilization for that particular sector of PhilHealth members. Salamat, good sponsor. Ito yung related question ko kaugnay nung health promotion na pinag-usapan namin ng good sponsor kanina. So, Madam Chair, LBRMO reported that the health promotion program has an allotted budget of 1.891 billion pesos to support the implementation of the health promotion programs, including creating healthy settings, health literacy, and health governance. Under the UHC Act, at least 1% of the total DOH budget appropriations is for health promotion programs. May we be reminded if DOH complied with this mandate during, say, the first 2 years of UHC implementation? At ano naman yung rationale para bawasan yung percentage share when DOH itself is thinking of adding wellness to its reason for being, Mr. President?
Okay, so Mr. President, in the previous years, the secretary was not yet involved. So he can only speak for his intentions now, which is really to go beyond information campaigns for health promotion. This would really include providing the environment for healthy living. So this would include bike lanes, parks, tie-ups with the schools for sporting events, and really providing the environment that will help our citizens embrace a healthy lifestyle.
Salamat, good sponsor. So I guess that's why the department is thinking of adding wellness to its reason for being. Pero, so bakit, kung tama po yung impormasyon ko, i-decrease yung percentage share mula sa at least 1% pababa? Tama po ba yun, Mr.
Sorry
President?
if I didn't put it together. So basically, it would appear that the utilization would have been low in the previous years. But now with the intended spending really see the realization of what promoting a healthy lifestyle is, then perhaps we can ask for a bigger budget in the years to come, because there really was low utilization in the past years, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. So, given that, how much will be the peso share of health promotion in order to narrow the gap in funding, Mr. President?
It should be 2.77 billion.
2.77 million. Yun po ba ay less than at least 1% or at least 1% or more than 1%?
It is 1%.
It
That is
is-
1%.
Okay. So at least it's good to know po na hindi babawasan yung at least 1%. At least makapag-comply tayo dun sa minimum requirement na at least 1%. And kung mag-improve yung utilization in the coming years, pwede po nating i-nudge upward yon.
Yeah, but what was given is 1.7. 1% would be 2.7, so it's short of 1 billion because of the, well, we assume it's because of the low utilization the past year.
Okay. Salamat, good sponsor. So sana DOH will be able to make its case for health promotion program spending para mapatunayan sa atin dito sa Kongreso na it's worth adding to that item in their budget para makakomply dun sa at
We're
least
actually,
1%.
sorry, just to
Yes,
clarify,
Mr. President.
we're actually not just, there's actually more than 1.7 in the budget because there's other health promotion budgets in the other programs. For example, HIV, they have a health promotion budget. Maternal health has a health promotion budget. So it is very immunization. So it is much more than 1.7. It could be closer than 2.7. I'll just ask them to submit to us, no, because I don't know the exact number, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. And also for mentioning HIV and AIDS, I have a question about that before I end tonight. Now, Sections 20 and 21 of the UHC Act mandate the creation of special health funds and authorize the share of LGUs derived from PhilHealth payments. Nabanggit din po ito ng Minority Leader kanina. So, related to this mandate, may we get an update on the status of the implementation of these provisions on special health funds? How are we progressing? May mga probinsya o lungsod na ba tayong nakapag-establish ng kani-kanilang special health funds? Paano ni-utilize yung funds? May mga best practices na ba? O puro lessons learned pa rin ba midlife ng UHC realization, Mr. President?
So there are 64 LGUs out of 120 with SHF accounts as of August 30 this year.
64.
Yes.
Salamat, good sponsor. So, a little more than kalahati sa LGUs. Meron na pong SHFs na ito.
Okay.
Kasi walang check sa kanila.
So, satisfied po ba ang DOH sa ganitong progress? And how are the funds utilized?
Happy with the progress. The 64.
Ginawa namin yung UHC Council. Partner kami ng VILG Secretary to monitor utilization and implementation.
Yeah, so there's, I mean, aside from setting it up, there's nothing happening yet.
I see.
So there's still, that's still in progress.
Okay. Although kalahati na pong na-set up, good sponsor. So sana by next year, makarinig po tayo bukod sa lessons learned nga, baka may ilan man lang na mga best practices na nakokolekta para ma-replicate tapos ma-scale up nationwide, Mr. President.
Answer na parang yung UHC coordinating council.
Okay, so they've requested for a UHC coordinating council to oversee all this. So when that's in place, then it can roll out faster.
All right. Salamat po, good sponsor. Hopefully, we will hear from that coordinating council in next year's budget deliberations. As a follow-up, since the implementation of the UHC Act, may we get an update and report from DOH or PhilHealth for that matter? Magkano ng income ang nade-derive ng LGUs mula sa PhilHealth payments? Anong percentage share ng LGUs as compared to private or public health facilities? And may I know, aning agency ang nagmamonitor nitong mandate, Mr. President?
We're trying to reestablish it.
So they don't have any mechanism right now to know how much the LGU is receiving, no? So that's still something
Under development with the PSA.
that they're developing with the PSA.
Salamat, good sponsor. Surprising na wala pang mechanism and considering na, yun na nga, may papel talaga yung LGU sa pakinabang at pag-manage ng mga pondo sa overall health system. And considering na in 2025, financial integration is the target for UHC implementation in the UHC implementation plan. And LGU income derived from PhilHealth goes to the SHF. Baka siguro, Mr. President, good sponsor, pwede nating itanong ulit ito sa DILG budget deliberations kung at least from their end na monitor din po nila yung interface, interface between the LGUs and PhilHealth. So kahit walang mechanism pa na nagmo-monitor nito at pwedeng mag-inform sa atin sa ganitong tanong, Mr. President, Madam Chair, related to income derived from PhilHealth payments, may we know if it is possible for local government units to beef up their income from PhilHealth and by extension their special health fund through the implementation naman of the consulta package na itinanong din ng ating mga colleagues kanina, Mr. President.
It's definitely with increased capitation.
All right. So increased capitation. Salamat, good sponsor. So in relation to this increased capitation, may we get an update on the design and benefit delivery of the consulta package? To date, ilan na bang mga Pilipino ang narehistro sa primary care provider? Ito, naalala ko, isa sa mga pinaka-importanting innovation sa UHC Act. So ilan dito na rehistro sa primary care provider ay rehistro sa isang pribadong primary care provider, ilan sa publikong primary care provider, at ilan dito ang share ng mga LGU managed health facilities. Kung nakakapture na yung data na yon, magkano ang fund allocated for the consulta package? At in terms of individual payout ng benefits, ilang porsyento at magkano ang fully, partially, and unutilized benefits, Mr. President?
So our colleague, the minority floor leader, asked those questions. Do you want to ask them again? Do you want me to answer again?
Sige. Salamat, good sponsor. Kung itatanong ko sa kanila pag upo ko mamaya-maya, but if I could
we have
also
a form that we can give you. It's a
Opo, in
simple answer. I
writing.
can just repeat it. There's 2,943 accredited providers
Okay.
and 24.6 million registered beneficiaries. One doctor is assigned to 20,000 beneficiaries, and they're giving 1,700 per capita. Yeah, That's basically, that's all the information available right now. We do not know, or at least I do not know what is the LGU share.
All right.
Do we know it offhand?
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. Mukhang sa ngayon, black hole pa yung interface between LGUs and PhilHealth, but
Yeah.
quite
Plus
interesting.
the consulta package itself is just
Yeah.
being rolled out. That's also the other reason.
All right, salamat po. And as it's rolled out, it would be interesting to continue to look into ano yung disenyo niya at saka benefit delivery. Now, moving on to another question, good sponsor, related to reproductive, maternal, newborn, and child health, or RMNCH. This is very particular. A group of private lying-in practitioners and proprietors reached out to my office. Ang kanila namang pong concern ay dumarami di umano ang kaso ng in-transit deliveries at forced home births dahil sa implementasyon ng AO 2019-0026, which disallowed the delivery of first and fifth pregnancies in their facilities. So napapakibit balikat ako sa ganun. Allegedly, the AO restricts the provision of care for mothers even if the facilities are BMONC compliant and capable of providing safe, accessible, and affordable options for pregnant women. I was informed that the said AO was put on hold for some time. So may we know why the moratorium, I guess thankfully, was lifted? Ano yung status ng implementation ng said AO? And what can be done by DOH to address these concerns and their unintended consequences? Kasi kung layon naman natin, i-decrease yung maternal death to less than 111. Already 111, too many. Pero to less than 111 per 100,000 live births. Baka pwedeng bisitahin at repasuhin ng DOH ang AO na ito,
Yes,
Mr. President?
the short answer is yes. The secretary doesn't like the policy.
Thank God. I think he's like all pregnant women or all women in general. Kasi bakit magdi-discriminate laban sa first and fifth pregnancies?
Because the first, I mean, I can answer that even I'm a non-doctor. The first, you don't know the history of the woman. It tends to be a little bit on the risky side. But nevertheless, that's a little bit too much, no? So nire-review pa rin yung policy na yun.
Right. Salamat po, good sponsor, at susubaybayan na lang po natin yung progress dyan. So to a trio of questions on HIV and AIDS. So second to the last na paksako para sa interpellation ngayong gabi. Mr. President, Madam Chair, in a few weeks, we will be commemorating World AIDS Day. And the theme highlights the importance of protecting human rights to end AIDS as a public health concern. Take the rights path. So it's my understanding that the 7th AIDS medium-term plan is guided and informed by a human rights-based roadmap. May we request an update on the implementation status of the 7th AMTP? Ano yung funding status ng said plan? Fully funded po ba? At kung hindi man, paano ini-intend ng ating health officials na pakitirin din yung funding gap dito, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, the concern is the increasing number of new cases among young people. And they're addressing this through testing, antiviral, and lowering the viral load. And
Salamat.
the secretary intends to work, it will be requesting Malacanang to issue an EO, to prioritize these measures to address the situation.
Salamat po para dyan, good sponsor. And in fact, na-anticipate nila yung susunod kong tanong tungkol nga dun sa ating 95 HIV targets. Pero bago ko iwan yung unang tanong, may any details po ba mula sa department dun sa funding status, fully funded ba o may funding gap ba at paano ina-narrow ito, Mr. President?
Okay. They have a request for 90 million pesos for pre-exposure prophylaxis.
All right. Okay. But I suppose kung iisa lang yung request nila, may funding gap pa na kailangan pa nating i-close in the next few years. Salamat, good sponsor. So, yun po. May we know how we are progressing, if we are already, with regards to the 95 HIV targets. Ano po yung improvements na ina-undertake para ma-achieve yung said targets? Magkano ginagastos natin sa bawat target? Testing kits, ARTs, at paano po dinidistribute yung access sa mga kits at ARTs na ito, Mr. President?
So we're at 61% for the detection. It's at 61, but they're going to test more, as already indicated. And then for the ARP, they're at 67%.
67 po?
Yes.
Oh, salamat.
And then for the viral load, ito yung medyo mababa, it's 39%. Yeah, and the strategies are ensuring uninterrupted supply of ART, transition to the simpler ARV, expansion of PrEP, which is yung nasabi ko na kanina, then periodic
Pre-exposure.
monitoring.
Sorry, periodic monitoring. Salamat po. Okay. May peso amounts ba? Magkano ginagastos natin per target?
Magkano ang expenditures per target? Testing for ARV, how much are the?
Can we submit, Your Honor?
Yes,
They have to
Mr.
get it
President.
from their files.
Good sponsor. Salamat. And if possible, in the submission, pag-usapan din yung paano dinidistribute yung access sa mga kits at ARTs na ito. It's also good to hear, good sponsor, na may ipapadraft ang department sa OP na executive order. Balak po bang may funding commitment doon sa draft EO na iyon? Yes, Mr. Good Sponsor. Is it the intention that in the draft EO may funding commitment na i-express doon?
It's really a program, Mr. President, no, to address the issue.
So I guess when the EO comes out, we'll have to take the ball and run with it. Use it talaga in the next years para nga mag-generate ng funding commitment from, of course, from Congress, but to be really pushed for by the executive, by the department for their proactive spending. So, and dun po sa binanggit ng good sponsor na percentages 61, 67, 39. So, iba health emergency na po ito, Mr. President?
That is exactly what the EO will indicate, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. We really need those very reasonable alarm bells to be rung from the highest office of government among us in the general public. And yung huling tanong ko dito sa second to the last topic ko, another concern raised by persons living with HIV is treatment of comorbidities that come with HIV. May we know what are the policy directions in terms of government expenditure for persons living with HIVs who have comorbidities, and in general, yung pag-improve sa quality of life ng persons living with HIVs, Mr. President?
Yeah, so Mr. President, those whatever are comorbidities will be covered by PhilHealth, no? It's same, it will be dealt with in the same manner, the same budget allocation, Mr. President.
And I guess picking up from the earlier responses of the good sponsor, even to my other questions, yung health promotion pa rin in terms of improving the quality
Exactly.
of life
Yes.
of persons living with HIVs, or us becoming a society where persons living with HIVs can can achieve and sustain a better quality of life. So to my last question for this evening's interpellation, Mr. President, good sponsor, in the DOH Health Emergency Allowance Dashboard, last updated October 4th, 103.466 billion pesos has been sub-allotted for the HEA. 0.712 billion pesos has been disbursed, and an amount of 11.754 billion pesos remains undisbursed. May we get any updated figure? Kung may undisbursed amount pa, may we know the reasons why, and paano ini-intend ng DOH i-accelerate yung disbursement. At this point in time, may projected amount bang mananatiling unclaimed? At anong mangyayari sa any unclaimed funds, Mr. President?
So the full amount, Mr. President, has been downloaded to the region. So it's just a matter of them fulfilling it, Mr. President.
Okay, very good to know, good sponsor. So information both sa, well, especially sa mga healthcare providers natin na mayroong pong tayong utang pa sa kanila at meron pa po silang inaasahan at inaabangang receivables. How much pala is this full amount that has been downloaded to the regions, Mr. President?
Disbursed? 94? 103 billion.
103 billion pesos. May ma-unclaimed kaya sa halagang yon, and if ever, anong gagawin sa unclaimed funds?
Mr. President, it's downloaded to the facility. So USEC showed me what is that, a Facebook?
It's a Facebook group.
Facebook group that shows that in yung isa minumura niya yung ospital niya dahil wala pa rin. Pero yung isa naman sinabing napakabilis. So yun. So depende din sa sa ospital, sa facility.
So, hari nawa makatulong ang Facebook para walang unclaimed amounts. Otherwise, baka mag-crowdsource pa sa Facebook. Anong gagawin natin sa mga unclaimed funds? I cannot imagine na any healthcare workers who deserved and have been given by government and who need these funds will not claim. So, malaking bagay din po yung information campaign. Sorry, huling-huling follow-up dun sa unang tanong tungkol sa funding gap sa progressive realization ng universal healthcare. Yung PPPs po ba, wala pong bang papel sa pagsara ng funding gap na ito? Are there any PPPs now in the UHC space?
They have some PPPs with other entities like for dialysis, depending on the project, and then also with some hospitals.
All right. All right. Maraming salamat, good sponsor. So, Mr. President, Madam Chair, maraming salamat for responding to my inquiries at patuloy po tayong nakikiisa sa pagsusulong at pagtataguyod ng kalusugang pangkalahatan at pagsisiguradong ang bawat pisong ating inilaan para sa kalusugan ay masinop na gugugulin ng ating mga ahensya para sa kapakiban ng
Thank you.
Kapakinabangan ng bawat isang Pilipino. Thank you so much, good sponsor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Risa.
Thank you also to the Deputy Minority Floor Leader for her questions.
Thank you, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you.
For a very informative engagement.
Mr. President, I have, unless Majority Floor Leader is going to call somebody physically present, I have phone-in questions from our colleagues. I will read it, very short.
Yes, you may
May
proceed.
we know the name of the?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Yes, of course. So Senator Lauren and I discussed this, and she said to save time, she will not ask the questions, but she asked me to ask the questions, and we will ask our agency here to submit the response to us so we can forward it to her. Senator Lauren's question is, how is the universal health care being implemented? How does a poor person who may not have a PhilHealth card avail of medical assistance in a government hospital or in a DOH accredited medical institution? Why is it still a practice that a guarantee letter from a senator's office is requested or required in many instances to cover the medical needs of the indigent? And then her second question, well, second topic is, how can barangay health stations, rural health units avail of equipment under the Health Facility Enhancement Fund during times of disasters? Some, during the latest typhoon, there are barangay health facilities under meters of mud, and the request is for basic equipment for the health station. Yeah, that is the request.
We have a quick release fund.
So, yeah, so let me put it on record in case she's still watching. But for anyone, other barangays who want to know, there's a quick response fund. Pero sabi niya napakaliit daw noon na nauubos daw din kaagad. So, okay, so sige, we'll tell her. Anyway, and then yung process, no, but just a quick answer, yung sa universal healthcare, you can do a quick registration on site. Yeah, but she still wants to know the procedure, and that's similar to Senator Villar's request. Sabi niya, PhilHealth Senator Villar's question is to explain the benefits in the process of how people can avail para madaling ma-disseminate sa mga tao. No, yung and I'm sure you have that, I don't know, somehow in your website, your brochures. So we need to give this to Senator Villar. So just course it through us and we'll give it. Those are the phone-in questions, Mr. President.
And will the phone-in questions be answered by the good chairperson of the committee?
The majority floor leader wasn't listening. I answered it in the same, I already
answered. Because I was
No change in voice. Hindi naman ako
because I'm in an inverted position right now.
But they will also provide a more lengthy written response. Thank you.
Before that, Majority Leader, I just received a text message from Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, who wishes to ask questions with regard to the budget of the Office of the Secretary of the Department of Health, together with the PhilHealth. So, because he is indisposed today, we will reschedule the deliberation of the budget of the Office of the Secretary and PhilHealth on Thursday.
Mr. President, can I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation except for the questions to be propounded by Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, and after conferring with the chairperson of the subcommittee, Mr. President, I move that the budgets of the following: the National Nutrition Council, Philippine National AIDS Council, Barangay Support to Government Corporations, Lung Center of the Philippines, National Kidney and Transplant Institute, Philippine Children's Medical Center, Philippine Heart Center, and the Philippine Institute of Traditional and Alternative Healthcare be deemed submitted for the Senate's consideration and approval, while deferring the consideration of the budgets of the Department of Health, Office of the Secretary, and the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, or PhilHealth. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
So President, I move that we consider the budgets of the Games and Amusement Board and the Philippine Sports Commission and recognize the sponsor and chairperson of the Subcommittee F of the Committee on Finance, Senator Christopher Lawrence Go, and to interpolate our Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senators Bongo and the Minority Leader are hereby recognized.
Mr. President,
Yes, please proceed.
for the fiscal year 2025, this is for GAB, the Games and Amusement Board. The total new appropriations of the GAB in our committee report is 141,485,000. Mr. President, the total amount for the personal services is 79,864,000. For the maintenance and other operating expense amounts to 58,631,000, and for the capital outlay stands at 2,990,000. 2,990,000. No changes for from NEP to GAB, and including in our committee report, wala pong changes. And for the PSC, Mr. President, for the fiscal year 2025, the total new appropriations of the Philippine Sports Commission in our committee report is 1,341,755,000. The increase of 600 million from the General Appropriations Bill of the House of Representatives is mostly due to the additional budget for the rehabilitation and upgrading of the Rizal Memorial Complex, services for athletes and coaches, and the conduct of Philippine National Games, among others. We are now ready for the queries of our colleagues.
Yes, sir. The Minority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I start with the GAB?
Yes.
Games and Amusement Board. What is our committee report level for GAB, Mr. President?
No changes po, Mr. President, for the fiscal year 2025. Ang total nila ay 141,485,000. Composed of personal services, 79,864,000. For the maintenance and other operating expense, 58,631,000. And for the capital outlay stands at 2,990,000. Wala pong pagbabago mula sa NEP going to GAB and sa committee report.
If we compare the committee report level with the GAA 2024, anong difference po?
Ang pinagbago lang from 2024 to 2025 is 10,367,000.
Increase.
Increase po.
Yes.
Increase from
What
2020.
would be the reason? Sweldo or a new activity?
Sa operations, tinaasan po ng ang increase nila ay sa general administration and support.
Mas
From
mahal
81
mas mahal lang na siguro na operations. May we know who is the head of the GAB?
Bago po ang head ng GAB, no? Pangalan niya?
What happened to the former chair of GAB, if I may ask?
Who was that? Who was that?
Who is the Attorney Richard Clarin?
Yes, yes. Where is he? He was
Kailan lang po?
replaced?
Who's the new head?
Oh. He just took over June 10 of this year, Mr. President, from Attorney Clarin to Mr.
Yes.
Attorney Francisco.
Was he ousted from office? Was he replaced?
He was replaced by the appointing authority. Am I correct, Mr. President? Vice. So, pinalitan mo nga.
May I know the reason why he was replaced?
According to the new chairman, that one we do not know. Is the prerogative of the appointing
Yes, I know,
authority.
but there must be a reason why.
Wala ba siyang, wala namang
When did he
issue?
assume? When did the new chairman assume?
June 10.
June 10 of this year? Or
I'm sure the presiding officer is very much interested because
yes, because
he's the head coach of the San Juan Knights. Alam niyo yun? Can you consider our presiding officer the best coach?
we just lost.
Yes daw, Mr. President.
No,
What's the name of our new head?
Yes, may I know the name?
Yes, the name of our new head.
Francisco Rivera.
Francisco Rivera.
Attorney Francisco Rivera.
Was he with the GAB ever since?
Galing yata siya sa isang law firm. Am I
Sa?
correct? Law firm po, Mr. President.
So what does he know about sports?
Anong bak?
Are you familiar with the with sports? Basketball? Huh?
During the budget hearing, Mr. President, I raised some concerns, no, especially your concern about game fixing.
Yes, that's what I am going to ask after the minority leader finishes.
But I cannot answer that, Mr. President. He should answer that.
Yes, yes, I know, of course.
That's part of my questions, the game fixing, because you have confidential funds. So
How much is your confidence? 4 million? 4 million.
siguro yan, in the context of the GAB, ayan siguro ang reason why you're being given some confidential funds for your surveillance of possible game fixing, illegal gambling. So may achievements po ba?
What is your accomplishment?
Meron na kayo nahuli?
And what is your remedy, with all due respect to the minority
Yes,
leader?
go ahead.
What is your remedy with regard to game fixing?
Yan.
Because game fixing is rampant all over.
According to the chairman, as of September 2024, a total of 30 persons have been arrested. Correct?
And what is the penalty?
Anong penalty po sa kanila? These cases are filed in court and still pending. Wala pa kayong napakulong?
Okay, may I know who are these people involved in game fixing that you arrested? It was during your term?
According to the chairman, not necessarily about game
What is it all about?
Ano tong case?
Sorry.
Illegal bookies.
Illegal books. No, I'm
Gambling.
more particular
Illegal gambling.
with game fixing. I don't care about illegal books. That's a totally different topic.
So itong 30 na to.
What about game fixing? I'm interested in game fixing because
Fixing wala.
I requested the chairman of the Committee on Sports to conduct a hearing, and he indeed conducted a hearing with regard to game fixing. That's why I'm so interested. What is your remedy regarding game fixing? Kasi kontrolado nyo ang professional sport. And I repeat, game fixing is very rampant in Philippine basketball, not only in basketball, but in all other sports. What have you done to eradicate game fixing?
Mr. President, according to the chairman, Attorney Rivera, as part of their supervision of professional games, GAB on-duty personnel will submit a report to the board regarding any possible game-fixing activities they observe. Actually, Mr. President, nung nag-hearing po tayo about game-fixing, hindi pa po siya ang chairperson po ng GAB ng panahon yun.
Okay. Mr. Sponsor, is he well aware of the rampant game fixing that is happening here? He might have any idea of how to eradicate game fixing. Kasi anong nangyayari dito, Mr. Sponsor? Anong nangyayari po dito, pati yung mga collegiate players natin, basketball players, even mga high school players na involved na sa game fixing.
Actually, I agree
And
with you.
we should not and must not tolerate it.
Actually, Mr. President, I really agree with you, no? As a basketball fan rin po and a sports enthusiast and chairman po ng Committee on Sports. Tagal na natin naglalaro. Tsaka may mga napapansin tayo. That is why can we request the body, Mr. President, the chair of GAB to directly answer the questions and
We will have to suspend the rules.
Yes. Can we? Para masagot niya po directly itong
Yes.
very important issue na ito about game fixing. And I know you, the presiding officer is very interested as one of the best coaches of professional basketball league here in the Philippines.
The chair would like to move for the suspension of the rules, Majority Leader.
Yes, okay.
Yes,
Yes, okay.
we likewise, this representation is like us, in view of the recent engagements between the GAB and the presiding officer, I move for the suspension of the rules, Mr. President.
Yes, but is the presiding officer intending to ask questions?
Yeah,
So
I
can we
relinquish the
Yes, can we
chair
ask
to
somebody else to preside?
Senator Sherwin or Senator Joel? Session suspended for a minute.
Majority Leader, can you state the motion again?
Yes, Mr. President, we have lifted the rules. In effect, the
Sa group chat to.
Senator Estrada would be asking questions directly to the GAB.
Yes, Majority Leader, can you make the motion once again because it hasn't been put
I move
yet.
for the suspension of the rules to enable our colleague Senator Jingo Estrada to propound questions directly to the chairman of the Games and Amusement Board and to elicit answers directly from the resource person, Mr. President. I so move.
All right. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Sponsor, under your proposed budget, what programs will be implemented? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. What is your name again?
Francisco Rivera,
Are you new to sports?
Yeah.
Huh? Are you new to sports?
Not necessarily, sir. I am a big fan of sports, from boxing to golf.
All right. How much is your budget to eradicate or to combat game fixing?
We don't have a specific amount for game fixing, but we have a budget of 4 million confidential funds. Now, the 4 million that's allocated to us is devoted primarily to the apprehension of those engaged in illegal bookies.
Only illegal books. I'm not talking about illegal books. I don't care about illegal books. That is a totally different matter. What I'm more concerned about is game fixing.
Yes,
As I've mentioned earlier when I was presiding, game fixing is rampant in Philippine basketball, not only professionally but also in the amateur leagues like the NCAA, UAAP.
Yes, sir.
So you have to take note of it.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm very particular.
Yes, sir.
With against game fixing
Yes, sir.
and point shaving, whatever, and the likes.
Yes, sir.
So what are you going to do to eradicate game fixing?
if there are indications that there's game fixing, the Games and Amusements Board can investigate the case.
You know how hard it is to prove that there is game fixing. How
Ye-
can you prove that there is game fixing?
Yes, sir.
How?
We consider, sir, game fixing as involving a question of fact. And there has to be evidence sufficient to conclude that there was game fixing. And of course, it's important because
Okay, have you watched any of the basketball games like PBA, MPBL, NCAA, UAAP?
yes, sir. I watched.
Have you
basketball games.
noticed players involved in game fixing?
So far in the games that I watched, sir, I wasn't able to suspect that there was a game.
Because it
fixing.
is hard to prove.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Now, our records, sir, indicate that the Games and Amusements Board was active in pursuing game fixing cases. And we have here the numbers. Like, for example, in the year 2021, we investigated 31 cases. And we have here a record of player suspensions. Now, there are also instances in 2024 where we did an investigation of 21 cases, but for lack of sufficient evidence, the cases were dismissed. Now, realizing, sir, the importance of game fixing, we're talking to a company that offers software services. It's called Sport Radar. And they can help establish whether or not there's game fixing. And they would have statistics to back up their findings. But after their presentation, the indication from their software that there was game fixing will not still be conclusive. There would be other evidence to convince the regulator that, in fact, there was game fixing.
So, well, as chairman of the Games and Amusement Board, which has control over all professional sports, not only basketball, but also volleyball, golf, or whatever. How do you, for me, how do you apprehend or suspect that a player is involved in game fixing? In your own opinion, Mr. Chair.
If there's a huge variance between his usual performance as against his performance in the game that's under investigation, that could be one good indication that there could be game fixing. So in other words, if there's a deviation from what we can consider as normal, that could be sufficient to trigger an investigation.
Have you triggered any investigation?
In my term, starting in June of this year, we haven't started an investigation, sir.
Why don't you, of course, there are GAB people watching all professional games.
Yes, sir. We have personnel who would
yes.
be present. Yes, sir.
Do they not report to you?
If there are suspicions, sir, they are, let's just say, told or instructed to report if there would be suspicions of game fixing. But so far, during my term, starting in June 10 of this year, I haven't received the report that there was game fixing. Although in my term, we were able to talk to, again, the software entity that offers tools to help establish if there was game fixing.
All right. In the PBA, since the inception of the Philippine Basketball Association, there were a lot of reports, even yung mga lumang players natin, the old players were involved in point shaving, game fixing, and up to now, meron pa rin. Of course, it is hard to prove na talagang meron silang kalokohan na ginagawa. As I've mentioned earlier, even the collegiate basketball team, even yung high school basketball team, you know why? Na-influensyahan sila. Second, economics. Hirap sa buhay. They resort to game fixing. Hindi na katulad ng araw. Basta yung mga player makapaglaro lang. Makasali lang sa basketball team, masaya na, basta makapaglaro lang. May pagkain lang sila, okay na. Pero ngayon, mukhang pera na eh. Mukhang pera na lahat ng mga players eh. Pag na-delay ang sweldo, iba na laro nila. They will play below par. That is what is happening right now. Because I know, I should know. Because I am a basketball aficionado and I own a basketball team in the MPBL. I am not saying that my players are like that, but I know a lot of players who are involved also in game fixing. In fact, the Senator Go conducted a meeting, a hearing with regard to game fixing. You have to know, and you have to have a mechanism on how to apprehend these game fixers. Minsan meron ng mga third party, yung mga kumakausap ng mga player. O ito, plus ano kami, plus 5 kami, plus 6 kami. Dapat hanggang dito lang laro. Meron pang mga tinatawag na over-under sa first half. Alam ni Chairman Dicky Bachman yan. Oh, naging player din yan. Siguro meron din nag-offer sa kanya. Pero hindi siya masyado magaling, baka wala nag-offer sa kanya. You know what I mean, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. We recognize the enormity of the problem, and game fixing would go into the very heart of the game, which is the integrity of the sport. Although it's challenging, again, to prove that there was game fixing, sir. Now, we are considering engaging the services of that software provider, sir, because they claim to have the capability to monitor the betting system. So if there would be again, an uptick in the betting for one particular team, again, that could be an indication that there was game fixing.
You know, I need your agency to be proactive in detecting game fixing. Kailangan kayo mismo magsuri. Hindi yung kailan maghintay lang kayo ng report galing sa inyong mga tauhan. You have to be proactive and you have to concentrate on game fixing. Dahil pati mga bata naapektuhan na eh. Kaya mo na yung matatanda dyan. You cannot teach lesson to old people eh. May mga ano na yan, may mga sungay na yan. Pero ito mga bata, we have to protect them from game fixing. Future nila yan. Lalo-lalo na yung ang alam lang hanap buhay, mag-basketball. Wala na silang ibang alam. Wala naman silang negosyo. Mahirap ang pamilya. Basketball lang inaasahan. Oh. Pag yan mga batang yan, pumasok pa sa game fixing, kawawa naman. Hindi aasenso yan. Masisira ang mga laro ng mga yan. At masisira, you will destroy the beauty of the sport, which we all love, which all the Filipino people love. I hope you understand. I hope you know where I'm coming from.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We recognize that, sir. 100%.
Okay, that's about it, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with the indulgence of our colleagues, may I just ask some questions also to the resource person, our chairman.
Recognize Senator
Thank you.
Joel
President, just
Villanueva.
like Senator Jinggoy and Senator Bongo, this representation had been a sports advocate, basketball aficionado. In fact, Mr. President, I was literally educated by basketball. I was an athletic scholar in high school and in college in the University of Santo Tomas. And I share the sentiments of Senator Jinggoy. May we know if the GAB in its history, and I'm not pointing fingers at the our resource person today, Mr. President, in history of GAB, may nasampulan na po ba na pinailan ng kaso, found guilty, nakulong, pinarusahan ng husto? Pwede nga turugin, Mr. President, because as mentioned by our Senate President Pro Tem, you know, it's destroying not just the sports we love so much. And for me, as I mentioned, I was literally educated by basketball, by sports. And to see the young people even entertaining that idea of game fixing, even for these young people to even thought of point shaving, or, you know, I've been listening attentively to the answers given to us by the GAB chairperson, and I could hardly think of any instance in my life that I have heard of someone who's found guilty of game fixing, who is rotting in jail right now, or at least humiliated, Mr. President, in this country. Because I agree with Senator Jinggoy's pronouncement. It is rampant, Mr. President. In any league, Mr. President. I have heard it in so many ways. But, you know, I have been asking Senator Coco Pimentel a while ago, because I'm not a lawyer, how do you really convict these people? If you say, oh, probably he's into game fixing, so what's gonna happen? There will be an investigation. Nothing happens with the investigation. I have not heard of anything. So that's my question, Mr. President, if our good GAB chair can enlighten us in this particular issue, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we may be allowed to answer the question on the basis of the records of the Games and Amusements Board, I have here with me, Mr. President, the list of cases that were heard by the Games and Amusements Board, and we have here a record of players who were suspended after an investigation by the Games and Amusements Board.
They were found guilty.
Yes, sir. And some of the cases were dismissed, but I could name the players.
Yeah, we can name them, Mr. President. Who are these players? Are they still active up to now?
This happened in 2021, sir, based on records. And the players involved are Rendell Thomas Sinining, Hercules
Ito yung,
Tangkay.
sandali, before that, ito yung sumut ng kanan pero sumut ng kaliwa? Ito ba yun?
I wasn't able to watch this game, sir, because I'm answering the question on the basis of the records of the Games and Amusements Board.
I thought you were familiar with it.
This happened in 2021, sir. He was meted a suspension of 6 months. Which is practically one season. And then we have Hercules Tangkay, Reed Hontilla, Francisco Arong, Don Henrik Ochia, Ferdinand Lusdok. They were meted, the last two were meted a suspension of 3 months.
So 3 months, 6 months, Mr. President. May I know from the GAB chairman if that is enough for us to set a good example to young people trying to meet their ends and at the same time trying to have a career in the world of sports, Mr. President?
Yes, sir. The equivalent of a capital penalty in criminal cases would be the revocation of a license. Because if your license is revoked, you would be deprived of employment, and your chance of playing in the professional league would evaporate. And sir, we have here a record, again in 2021, of players whose licenses were revoked. And I can name names. Frederick Rodriguez, Juan Andre Aspiras.
Ferdinand Rodriguez?
Yes, sir. Yes. Joseph Quiro, John Cedric Peñaflor, and several others. So,
who are these several others, Mr. Chair?
I can continue, sir, naming. Dismori Joshua Alcover, his license was revoked. Jean Mina Villeza, Michael John Calomot, Ryan Clarence Benefe, John Peter Benefe. These players are no longer eligible to play in the league precisely because their license...
For the rest of their lives?
Yes, sir.
Because their license were revoked?
Yes, sir. And it seems to me that the jurisdiction of the Games and Amusements Board would be limited to disciplining the players. And the penalty could range from suspension, as we mentioned earlier, to license revocation. And the rest of their liability could probably be determined by the courts. And this would show, sir, that the Games and Amusements Board had taken an active role in investigating suspicions of game fixing. And if the evidence warrants, and in this case, the evidence were sufficient to for the agency to impose the appropriate penalty, the GAB would impose those penalties.
Sir, what about, Mr. President, what about those who are in amateur or in the collegiate level? No, it's not.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Because
sir.
it's just
We
the
only deal
professional.
with professional sports players, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. SVP.
Additional question, Mr. President, if I may. Thank you, Senator Joel. With regard to the incident of Calvin Abueva, are you familiar with it? He was suspended by the PBA. I don't know if by the Philippine Basketball Association or the GAB. Do you have any, can you enlighten this representation? He was suspended indefinitely, if my memory serves me right, but he was reinstated again by the Philippine Basketball Association.
Sir, the available information and subject to verification, his license was revoked.
His
But-
license was revoked,
Yes, sir. But he asked for a reconsideration.
and you gave him a new license for him to play again. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. It was reconsidered. Now, sir, with respect to disciplining players, the GAB's policy is actually to favor self-regulation by the leagues because we believe that the leagues would be in a better position in the first instance to discipline their own players. But if the decision of the leagues would be questioned, then the Games and Amusements Board would come in.
Do you have the power to suspend?
Yes, sir. Under the law, we issue licenses. And in issuing licenses,
do you
we
have-
also have the power
Do you
to
have the
suspend and
power
revoke.
to suspend players?
Yes, sir.
For example, like the involvement of Calvin Abueva.
Yes, sir.
All right. What about the case of John Amores?
The case of Jan Amores, sir, was investigated by the Philippine Basketball Association, and they imposed a penalty.
A
of
15-game suspension as compared to the almost indefinite ban of Calvin Abueva. Itong si John Amores, bata, kabago-bago sa PBA, namarel. Ito si Calvin Abueva, ewan ko, nanuntok lang yata.
Yes, sir.
Indefinite ban.
Yes, sir.
What did the GAB do? Did you investigate?
Yes, sir. In fact, we took the initiative of getting the records of the police that investigated the case. And we have the evidence, and we gave him notice for him to show cause why his license should not be revoked.
All right. What did he say?
So far, sir, we
happened?
haven't received any reply from him. And if he won't give a reply, that would not stop us from continuing with our investigation
Why
and
don't you
imposing the penalty that would be
I
warranted.
thought you have the power to suspend. Why don't you suspend him indefinitely?
Sir, we consider suspension as a penalty, and we could only impose that after affording the
All right.
player his right to
meron-
due process of law.
One question. Kapag ba ang GAB nagsuspindi ng player, halimbawa, pinatawan ng indefinite ban, at ayaw pumayag ng PBA, halimbawa, sino masusunod?
Sir, as regulator, we believe that we have that authority. And in fact, if anybody who would be dissatisfied with our ruling, with our resolution, there is a remedy for them to appeal to the office of the president. But in the meantime, and pending the resolution of the appeal, our decision would be in effect.
So the decision of the GAB will be followed,
Yes, sir.
not the decision of whatever professionally. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mabuti na yung maliwanag. So I suggest or I advise you to suspend hearing players from the professional league, not only in basketball. Lalo na si, no, I do not have anything against this young guy, no. He has a lot of potential in basketball. Kawawa eh. Maybe he has mental problem. Kasi this is not the first time that na na-involve ito. Una, di ba, sinugod yung mga player ng kabila, nanuntok agad. Parang nagrambutito siya. Ito naman, Amarel. Yung iba na kwento pag Amarel, buhay na ng tao ang nakataya dyan. No, sa suntok naman, wala naman namamatay dyan. Pero sa baril, pwede ka na mamatay. So, I hope you take, or revisit, or you take a look on it, and at siguro patawan niyo na talaga ng indefinite suspension kung talaga kinakailangan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We would take, yes, sir. We would take the appropriate action.
And again, I would like to remind the good chairman of the GAB na please take a proactive stand regarding game fixing. I'm very, very particular. I'm very, very interested in that topic because I do not and will never tolerate any game fixing.
We could assure the good senator that we would do what's
And
necessary,
can you
sir, to
please
pursue.
furnish us a copy if the committee a copy, the committee on sports a copy kung meron kayong mga na-detect o mga naimbestigahan na involved in game fixing, especially sa PBA at sa MPBL, including the NCAA and UAP.
Yes, sir. We will do that, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you po.
Very much, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Do you want me to move or to... I'll just finish with my questioning of Gab, Mr. President. Para mabilis lang. Very short.
We
So,
recognize we recognize Senator Pimentel.
So we are now, anong tawag doon, restoring our rules. So I move that we go back to our normal rules, Mr. President. Terminate the suspension of our rules. Okay.
Is there any
I move-
objection? Hearing none,
We joined the motion of the minority leader,
The
Mr.
motion.
President.
Is there any objection?
So now the
Hearing
chairman-
none, the motion is
So
carried.
the new chairman of the GAB mentioned software. Kasama na ba yan sa 2025 budget nyo? Oh. So that ano sagot, Mr. Chairman? Ano sagot po niya? Kasi rules na tayo ngayon. Eh. So,
Hindi po
daw-
kasama sa...
So, parang naisip mo lang yung ngayon, gabi. Kasi hindi nyo naman inagay sa budget ninyo sa 2025. Yung software.
By the...
By the leads.
Yung software.
PBA, sir.
Software.
Sport radar, then software, sport radar.
The name of the software is Sports Radar.
Kaya nga,
They're currently using it right now. The PBA is using it right now.
Hindi, but you were answering as an agency. Sabi mo gagamitin ninyo eh. So, parang naisip mo lang ngayong gabi kasi as proof nga, hindi nyo hiningi sa 2025 budget ninyo eh. So parang ano lang yun na nasa,
Last month lang po sila naging aware po sa services na ito, Mr. President.
anyway, as guide lang po yun. Ngayon po, just to guide this representation into our research on the subject matter of game fixing, what law is involved? May we know from the GAB? If the allegation is generally game fixing, what law are we talking about? Para nga mapag-aralan natin kung ano. Game fixing or illegal gambling. Sana, ano? So illegal gambling. Pero kung hindi siya necessarily, you cannot prove that angle of illegal.
For basketball, Mr. President, it's a PD 481, Presidential Decree. 87
Ulit para clear. PD
871
for a specific game, basketball.
For basketball, Mr. President. And other professional
Another
sports.
kasi, for example, boxing, pwede ka rin kasi yung sa boxing biglang ma-knockout eh. Okay, sige po. Siguro we can leave the GAB as okay, last question pala sa GAB. Yung 141 million na budgeted by the GAA, that's not your total available appropriations kasi meron kang other sources of funding? Meron.
They are not like the PSC, Mr. President. Yung kanila is all from the
So what we give you, yun na yun. Totality
Yes,
na ng
yes.
Available appropriations ninyo. Okay.
correct,
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you,
President.
thank you.
Unlike the PSC na meron silang Sports Development Fund, Mr. President.
Anyway, masisilip na natin yung PS, MOE, and CO doon. Okay? Can we now go to the... yes.
Before we just leave the topic of game fixing, perhaps we remind the Games and Amusement Board just to remind them about the referees also, Mr. President, because it's very rampant also, Mr. President, that whoever is officiating the games, Mr. President, they are also part of game fixing. So I hope they also look into it, Mr. President. Thank you, Minority Leader.
So let's now go to the Philippine Sports Commission. PSC, hindi ko na isa-isahin itong COA report. Basta if you can give in writing your, how did you address the COA, the issues raised by COA in your latest COA report. In writing na lang po. And then, by analogy, ang DOH, meron silang Health Facilities Enhancement Program. Meron ba kayong parang sports facilities construction program, sports facilities, maintenance, repair, and rehabilitation enhancement program? Do you have that in your budget?
Actually, Mr. President, last year, for this year, no, 2024, dito po sa Congress, we push for the rehabilitation of the Rizal Memorial Sports Complex. It's ongoing right now. And field sports, the rehabilitation of field sports. Ito po yung used to be known as Ultra. And then naglaro kami ng ating co-player dito, si Senator Joel. Napansin namin na tumulo. May tulo yung gym nila while naglalaro kami sa gilid. So kailangan talaga maging komportable pong yung mga athletes natin. Not only yung request ng mga athletes natin, yung Olympians, maalala ko, sabi nila, dapat po yung suporta ng gobyerno, hindi lang po financial, importante rito equipments, importante rito pagkain, and of course moral and mental support sa kanila. That is why we push for the inclusion ng rehabilitation of field sports and rehab of Rizal Memorial Sports Complex for 2024. And right now, sa 2025 naman po, sa committee report ng dito sa Senado, meron rin po rehabilitation and upgrading of administration building, rehabilitation and upgrading of baseball stadium and playing field, upgrading. And then ito rin pong nasa GAB ay ito pong rehabilitation and upgrading of Rizal Memorial Complex for 2025. Ito yung mga pasilidad na under po ng Philippine Sports Commission.
Ilan po yun, more or less?
Rizal Memorial Coliseum, Ninoy, Baguio. Hindi sa inyo.
Baguio.
Ninoy, Aquino?
Rizal Memorial. Tatlo.
Rizal. Kasama po sa complex ng Rizal Memorial, yung Ninoy Aquino Coliseum. Maganda po yung gym na ginagamit po ngayon, no, for our athletes. Just last Sunday, nag-opening po yung Philippine National Para Games. Ginamit po yung Rizal Memorial Coliseum. Maganda po yung gym. Ang pasilidad nila ngayon ay itong field sports. Used to be known as Ultra.
In Pasig. Yeah.
RMC, Rizal Memorial Coliseum, including Ninoy Aquino Coliseum. And in Baguio, ito pong
teachers camp in Baguio. Ito po yung mga pasilidad ng Philippine Sports Commission, Mr. President.
Sige po. So,
And due for repair po ito, kaya
yung tatlo,
napapansin
or
nyo.
due for repair yung dalawa.
Ito
Kasama si
Rizal Memorial
kasama
Complex.
si Teachers Camp?
Wala. Hindi nila, for next year, maybe they will request for budget sa repair po ng Teachers Camp in Baguio. But right now, for this year, ang request po nila ay ang Rizal Memorial Complex. And last year, we pushed for the rehab of PhilSports and rehab of Rizal Memorial Complex for 2024. Tayo po ang nag-push dito sa Senado and it is part of their request.
Sige. Pati yung Teachers Camp, sana.
Sana, but
attraction kasi yun, yung ginagamit.
Next year, no?
Aside from some supernatural attraction doon, we need some sports attraction in that area. I think. Yun yata na-mention yata ni Senator, sino ba naka-mention sa akin? Okay, so, Mr. President, siguro, we value our sports athletes. We value Carlos Yulo. Let us potential. The only Filipino can potentially repeat what he has done is himself. Actually, he's only 24. He can do it when he's 28, and actually he can still do it when he's 32.
Another potential athlete is
The brother.
ano pangalan si? Is his brother,
Sige.
Carl Eldro Yulo, no? And just to add, Mr. President, since magkasama po tayo dito sa 18th Congress and 19th Congress, and as chairman of the Committee on Sports sa panahong ito, naka-first ever gold tayo kay Heidelin Diaz last 2020 Tokyo Olympics, and first ever twin gold sa 2024 Paris Olympics, and 2 bronze kay Ira Villegas and Nesty Petesio. So record po ito, history po ito, Mr. President. Kasi kulela tayo nung 2004, I think 2008, 2012, wala tayong nakuha kahit na isang medalya. At ngayon, with our support sa sports dito sa 18th and 19th Congress, apat na medalya tayo sa Tokyo Olympics, and ngayon po 4 rin po tayo sa Paris Olympics. Sa tulong ninyo natin dito sa Kongreso.
So basta i-value lang po natin itong ating mga generational sports talents like of course Manny Pacquiao, never nga siya naging Olympian, so basta marami naman po yan, Efren Bata, etc. And ito sila si Carlos Yulo. But also let's not forget si EJ Obiena. Na-timing lang kasi ni EJ that he is probably in the generation of the GOAT in pole vaulting. So we should understand the situation, but he is also a once in a generation talent. We should be proud of him. Na-timingan lang po that there is
Yes, I agree with you.
Possible
the more investment na i-invest natin dito kay EJ Obiena para may panahon pa tayo to prepare for the 2028 Olympics, Mr. President.
Meron tayong paghugutan na fund for them?
Usually naman po every year, lalong-lalo na po pag Olympic year, meron talaga silang nilalagay na pondo.
It must be a steady it must be a program actually. Do you have a program with the PSC?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yung mga recognized talents na, kailangan din natin bitawan yun. How about yung mga yung mga may mga potential but not really to be world champion but to bring honor to the Philippines? Is there a fund that they want to participate in an international event that they approach the PSC? To bring honor, to be Asian champion, or just to be even a silver medalist in an event. They bring honor to the country. Is there a fund also?
Actually, Mr. President, we have more than about 80 NSAs, and they have their own respective training pools, Mr. President.
Kasi lumalapit din po sila sa amin so parang baka hindi nag-work yung system. Is there a fund sa PSC? We can also extend to that?
Pwede rin nilang kunin actually, Mr. President, from the National Sports Development Fund. It shall be used for the National Sports Development Program. Ito po yung source from the following, no? From taxes on horse races during special holidays, proceeds of sweepstakes or lottery draws of the PS.
Okay na po, Mr.
PCSO.
Chairman, yung sources. Pero are you sure kahit hindi pa recognized champion ito, basta, bigyan natin ng chance. Yung mga nangangarap pa maging so there's a fund na pwede natin kung wala, can we put up a fund?
Yes, meron daw po, Mr. President. And it is their mandate actually na sumuporta sa mga atleta, sumusulat sa kanila, humingi ng tulong. NSAs, athletes ay binibigyan po nila.
So we have a
ng
track
tulong.
record na natutulungan natin. Kahit hindi sila mag-uwi ng gold medal, binigyan natin ng chance. Medyo pwedeng chamba, maka-gold. Pwedeng ngayon lang lumabas yung kagalingan, naka-gold. So, okay, basta we have it. Okay, so as long as we have that, so we know that the PSC budget has been allocated well, Mr. President. Parang kinover na nila lahat eh. So may budget tayo sa sports facilities, sa mga sports heroes natin, sa mga yung mga gusto natin bigyan ng chance. Tapos of course the 1 billion itong budget yung 1.2, so I'm sure the balance siguro are for actual sports events in 2025. So if that is how the budget has been structured, so ayun. Traveling, okay. The last question na lang, my staff kasi has noticed the traveling expenses biglang nag-balloon. Maybe we know just the reason why. From 22 million this year to more than 175 next year.
Marami pong actually for this year, no, it's Olympic season, Asian Games, SEA Games
next year.
So
For next year, 175.
for next year,
22 million for 2024. For next year, 175 million. So any special reason bakit malaki yung jump? Traveling expenses.
mas marami pong participants sa SEA Games. Ang delegates po ng SEA Games.
Okay.
Pag
Southeast Asian Games,
meron?
Sige.
Mas maraming sporting events for next year. IMAG, Southeast Asian Games, and Winter Olympics, Mr. President.
Part ngayon sa sporting events. Ang question, saan daw yung SEA Games, Mr. Chairman? Saan?
Thailand, Mr.
Thailand.
President.
Sige, okay. So we wish you all the best. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Bachman, sa time mo yung mga mga medal sa Olympics. I hope that has been the fruit of siguro well-planned sports development program. Pero medyo magbigil ako ng aking insight na we are not actually a weightlifting country, and we're also actually not a gymnastics crazy country, pero dito tayo nagka-gold. So I hope these are the results of a conscious plan by our sports planners and officials. Thank you. Good luck to all.
We recognize Senator Jingo Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Only one question addressed to the PSC. Is the wrestling included in the NSA?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Meron kasi lumapit sa aking tanggapan na tumihiling ng investigasyon allegedly because of the mismanagement of the Wrestling Association of the Philippines. Is the chairman aware of it, Mr. Sponsor? For the information of the good sponsor and the chairman, they reported a number of irregularities happening in the said NSA like misuse of allowance, illegal use of blank receipts for training and competition abroad, inadequate allowances for athletes and coaches, manipulation of payroll, selective disbursement of allowances. I believe these issues have been raised before the Philippine Sports Commission. May I know the action taken by the PSC?
According to the chairman of the PSC, Mr. President, he is aware of it and they're willing to investigate and make a report. Then as of now, they can also stop the support from their
So,
office.
Lumapit po itong mga members ng Wrestling Association since January of last year. And up to now, they haven't resolved this issue.
According to the chairman, Mr. President, actually they wrote a letter addressed to PSC and they wrote also to POC, the NSA. According to the chairman, their mandate is the funding, the support, but the management of the
What about the disciplinary action?
it's
Is it
under
not within the
the
mandate of
POC or the NSA, Mr. President.
Alam mo, ang mahirap nito, kasi lumapit sa akin yung mga atleta, yung mga wrestlers, na nireklamo nga yung kanilang pangulo. At laking gulat ko, gusto nila ako yung pumalit bilang presidente ng wrestling. Ano naman malay ko sa wrestling? Buti kung sumo wrestling yan, okay lang. Kaso ano malay ko? I don't know anything about wrestling. So siguro you can look into this matter immediately since this problem has been itong problema nito noong January pa. So sana bigyan nyo ng action.
Mr. President, according to the chairman, as the government arm of sports, he is willing to call on the concerned.
Just address their concerns.
Yeah.
So I can forward their
They will
your reply to
He promised
them.
that he will address the concern and call on the POC.
But
to
I do not have
investigate.
any intentions of being the president of the Wrestling Association. Huh? Sira ulo.
He acknowledged that you're the best coach in professional boxing,
Boxing naman yan.
basketball. Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Araw kayo pang WWF, Mr. President.
Before the Senate President Pro Temp exhibits his talent.
Demonstrates his wrestling talent.
Mr. President, may I move, there being no other member who wishes to propound any questions on the budgets of the Games and Amusements Board and the Philippine Sports Commission. I moved that the budget be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned budgets of the two departments are hereby submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for minute suspension?
1 minute session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the Department of Migrant Workers, Office of the Secretary, and the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, and recognize the sponsor and chairperson of the subcommittee of the Committee on Finance, Senator Joel Villanueva, and to interpolate. Ikaw na, Lisa. And to interpolate the Deputy Minority Leader.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of the aforementioned budgets is now in order for interpolation. And we recognize the sponsor, Senator Villanueva, and to interpolate, Senator Risa Ontiveros. And just for the record, the time is 12:11 in the morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Acting Majority Leader, who is also our Senate President Pro Temp. We appreciate the time and passion to really serve our country and people. We are all very much aware of the importance of the deliberation of the national budget, particularly, Mr. President, this DMW budget. May I just be allowed to put into the records that the Department of Migrant Workers and its attached agency, the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, are here with us, headed by no other than Secretary Hans Leo Kakdak and the OWA family led by Administrator Arnel Ignacio. We have come full circle, Mr. President. 3 years ago, we sponsored the Department of Migrant Workers Act. Nilayon po natin magkaroon ng isang bahay na magsisilbing tahanan sa ating mga bagong bayani. Isa pong bahay na ang pundasyon ay dugo, pawis at sakripisyo ng ating mga kababayang dekada na sa pagtatrabaho sa ibang bansa. Ngayon pong gabi na ito, karangalan po natin na sponsoran muli this time ang budget naman ng DMW para sa susunod pong taon. Mr. President, just for the record, for fiscal year 2025, the DMW and OWA has a total expenditure program of 8,794,013,000 pesos. This is comprised of the 8.126 billion in new appropriations and 668.2 million in automatic appropriations. This budget reflects the additional 290 million pesos introduced by the Senate Committee on Finance, and we thank our dear colleague, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Grace Poe. And with that, Mr. President, we are ready to answer any questions from our honorable colleagues, especially coming from our Deputy Minority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. President. Salamat, good sponsor. At salamat sa presiding officer sa pagpansin na sa oras ngayon. Dahil gaya po ng sinabi ko sa Senate President Pro Tempore nung itinanong ng presiding officer kung may objection po ba, kung dahil lamang sa oras, siguro na-tempt po akong mag-object. Pero alang-alang, gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor, sa kahalagahan ng budget po na ito at yung presensya ng ating good sponsor at iba pa nating mga kasamang senador at ng DMW family. Of course, salamat po, Mr. President at good sponsor, sa pagkakataong makapagtanong. So, ang mga tanong ko po ay, para sa DMW. Una po, good sponsor, how is the agency budget spending so far? Sapat po ba ang budget para sa personnel, transition, at saka program implementation? Please update us also about the Action Fund, particularly on the issue of the bond. Bahagi po ng naging controversial provision ng Magna Carta of Seafarer Law that was passed recently, ayun nga pong possible use of the Action Fund for the payment of the bond of the shipping companies. Paano po magiging operational kung ang Action Funds ay para sa lahat ng OFWs, land-based and sea-based? So ano po ang inyong opinion ukol dito, good sponsor, Mr. President?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, our Deputy Minority Leader. I think our Deputy Minority Leader and I agreed that when we passed the Magna Carta for seafarers, there are some concerns and reservations from both ends, Mr. President. The Secretary of DMW is saying that the IRR is still being crafted, and they have a timeline until January 11, 2024, Mr. President. 2025, sorry. With the details of the budget with regard to the new appropriations of the Department of Migrant Workers amounting to 8.126 billion, is allotted by cost structure as follows. The personnel services, PS, is about 2.36 billion, 29.1%. The MOO is 5.45 billion pesos, which comprise about 67%. And the capital outlay is 317.06 million, which is a 3.9%. When we talk about the use of Action Fund, Mr. President, the Action Fund right now is 1.3 billion pesos. And this is for the provisions for the assistance of for our seafarers, which are integrated in RA number 12021, or the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers, which was recently enacted and is now in the process of finalizing the internal rules and regulations. Again, as mentioned earlier, by before January 11, 2024, Mr. President. 25, Mr. President.
Salamat po, good sponsor. Mr. President, nabanggit nga po ng sponsor yung absolute amounts at saka yung percentages sa agency budget ng PS, pati po ng MOOE. Sapat po ba ang budget in particular para sa transition ng department, Mr. President?
The Secretary is nodding his head, Mr. President, and we were assured that it is enough, more than enough. In fact, Mr. President, we compared the budget from the NEP to the GAB to the Senate Committee report. It is higher, and the amount is higher by 3.4%, higher by 290 million pesos. We put in 100 million pesos for Action Fund, additional funding for Action Fund, and another 100 million, if I'm not mistaken, for our help desk, yes. Mr. President.
Okay, salamat po, good sponsor. Maiging malaman na kahit by, masasabi natin, a modest percentage of 3.4%, yung maaring sabihin sa kabuang multiple trillion peso budget, hundreds of millions na dagdag para sa transition. Pero importante pa rin na kahit papaano, binibigyan natin ng halaga yung transition sa pagpapatayo ng isang bago at importanteng departamento na given yung overall development targets ng ating bansa, alam natin ay meron din kahit sa batas na sinasabing sunset provision. So, importante na sa buong magiging lifetime ng departamento na well-supported natin ng Kongreso ang kanyang budget. Dako naman po ako, good sponsor, Mr. President, dun sa bilateral agreements. Based on the report submitted, there are so far 39 negotiated international agreements and treaties on labor migration. We'd like to know the details, or kahit broad strokes, the important details of each agreement, bilaterals with countries of destination. Ito po bang 39 already existing o panday pa po ba tayo ng mga bagong bilaterals at saka MOUs sa aling mga bansa po, at meron po bang bilaterals na job specific, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, when you talk about job specific, meron po, for example, nurses, sa JPEPA, meron din pong sa nurses yon. Tapos sa Singapore, may MOU na rin po. Just to put on record, Mr. President, there are total of 48 bilateral agreements signed and maintained, while there's still 39 that are pending, Mr. President. In the Middle East and Africa region, Mr. President, there are 20 existing BLAs and 17 are pending. Among the most recent bilateral agreements signed are the following, Mr. President. Yung Saudi Arabia agreement to institute whitelisting of foreign recruitment agencies, payment of claimants. Sa Kuwait naman po, yung resumption of deployment with proper safeguards, which is very important to all of us. I know that the good Deputy Minority Leader joined this representation during those hearings, Mr. President. And then yung sa Qatar naman po, yung no placement fee policy. And then in UAE, meron po yung doon yung sa recruitment and deployment of Filipino healthcare professionals.
Maraming salamat para doon, good sponsor, sa pagbibigay ng mga detalye sa iba't ibang variables para mas magkaroon tayo ng grasp sa sitwasyon ng ating mga OFWs sa iba't ibang bansa. Yung mga detalye ng bansa, detalye ng kung saang sektor galing yung ating mga OFWs, mga detalye ng ano yung mga provisions na nakapaloob sa mga kasunduang ito. At salamat din po sa particular na pagbanggit din sa Qatar dahil meron akong particular na tanong tungkol dyan mamaya ng konti. And last but not the least sa tanong na ito, salamat sa pag-update ng data na hindi lamang pala 39 kabuuan pero 48 plus 39 pa pala na pending. So ibig sabihin po, nagpapatuloy yung DMW and I'm hoping sa suporta din ng DFA or ng kabuang gobyerno na mag-forge ng ganitong mga kasunduan sa mga gobyerno ng receiving countries alang-alang sa karapatan at kagalingan ng ating mga OFWs. And then, Mr. President, good sponsor, has DMW conducted any studies or evaluations of these bilaterals in terms of their value added in promoting the rights and welfare of our OFWs, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, the department has this monthly joint technical working group, which they are assessing and ensuring that we are doing our best in protecting the best interests of our migrant workers, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. I'm very pleasantly surprised na yung ganyang evaluation hindi lang tuwing matatapos ang isang medyo mahabang period or hindi taunan lamang pero monthly. Malaking bagay po yun para kaagad ma-capture ano yung benefit na nag-accrue sa ating mga OFWs at pati para kumbaga early warning device na bago mag-harden o lumalang isang problema, kung kayang mahuli as soon as mag-e-emerge siya, manip siya in the bud at magkaroon kaagad ng tugon yung department.
Tama po
Pagpupugay
kayo.
po sa DMW.
Tama po kayo, Ginoong Pangulo. Napakahalaga that our department would be in a proactive stance dahil alam naman po natin yung hirap, pagod, sakripisyo na itinutuon ng ating mga kababayan to work abroad and be separated from their families. Alam natin yung sakripisyo na sa halip na sarili nilang anak, pamilya, yung kanilang inaalagaan, iba yung aalagaan po nila. Sa halip na gusto nila na dito magtrabaho sa Pilipinas, they look for greener pastures. And as mentioned earlier by our distinguished colleague, and that's the main reason why when we were tackling this particular law in establishing the Department of Migrant Workers, we set a sunset provision that indeed it's not a state policy for us to export our labor force, Mr. President.
Salamat sa ganung affirmation, good sponsor. At sa pagbanggit din sa mga kababaihang OFWs kani-kanina lang. So in terms of cases of neglect, abuse, and crimes against women OFWs, can we hear about what specific bilaterals have been forged to protect and promote the rights and welfare of women OFWs, Mr. President?
Mr. President, we were told by the Secretary that, for example, in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in Kuwait, they have even UAE, they have this domestic worker protection agreement that they have signed, and they continuously assess and monitor, Mr. President, the implementation of this agreement.
Salamat po para doon, good sponsor. Case in point kung gaano kahalaga yung pagbubuo nitong mga agreement at yung patuloy na pag-assess at pag-monitor ng department. Halimbawa, we forged a bilateral with Kuwait in 2018 following the heinous crime against Joanna Demafelis. Excuse me. The former president issued a deployment ban in Kuwait, and it was lifted only following the forging of an MOU with that country, gaya ng binanggit ng good sponsor, and which was hailed as a model MOU for migrant domestic workers. But how come after Demafelis, we had more heinous crimes against our women migrants in Kuwait then? Constancia Layo Dayag and Ginalyn Villavende in 2019 and Julia Biranara in 2023. Meron po bang analysis ang department kung bakit maganit pa rin yung ganitong problema, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the Secretary made mention about the same direction that the department followed after the Jollibee Ranara case. And so during that time, they defer the deployment of our workers. And only after some time when the department was assured that we will be that there will be safeguards, additional safeguards that will be put in place, then that is the only time that they lifted the deployment ban, Mr. President. Namely, Mr. President, no first-timers, whitelisting of recruiters, and presence of welfare officers, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Pero yun na nga, kahit may ganitong mga mas dagdag at mas mahigpit na precautions dun sa kasunduan, and nasunod pa rin yung mga krimen laban sa mga women domestic workers. Patunay siguro na yon, kaya lalong kailangan yung patuloy na assessment at saka monitoring ng department.
And there were
Yes,
convictions,
Mr.
Mr. President, just to add, there were convictions of the perpetrators, Mr. President. But I share the sentiment of our Deputy Minority Leader. It paints these representations a lot every time we hear such. And you have seen me, Mr. President, lose my control when I heard about what happened dun sa kababayan natin, despite the fact that the agency in charge were saying they monitor each day and that they're aware of the whereabouts, and the horrible incident happened still.
Pero salamat
But-
pa rin. Good,
but-
yes, Mr. President.
But since the safeguards were in place, nagkaroon po ng malaking pagbabago at mas naging limited po yung scale ng deployment, Mr. President. We also have, of course, yung pre-flight briefings, yung PIDOS, yung pong bago umalis na nagkakaroon ng face-to-face orientation, at DMW mismo, Ginoong Pangulo ang nagpapatupad dito. But let me again state for the record the importance, Mr. President, still of really generate and create jobs in our country. At the end of the day, it's really it should be the priority of the government to ensure that there will be jobs and decent jobs available for our country and people, so that again that dream of ours, Mr. President, Deputy Minority Leader Senator Risa, when we were discussing this bill, is for someday our kababayans will leave the country only because they wanted to leave the country, and it's not because they are forced to leave the country for greener pastures, Mr. President.
Muli salamat sa ganong affirmation, good sponsor. At salamat din po dun sa pagbanggit ng convictions na sumunod pagkatapos ng mga krimen laban sa ating mga kababayan at mga kabaruko. Dahil alam po natin na kasabay ng mga proactive na kasunduan between our and the receiving countries, yung conviction or certainty of arrest, prosecution, and conviction ang isang pinakamalakas na deterrent laban sa mga krimen, laban sa ating mga kababayan. At good sponsor, tungkol naman dun sa pension and health insurance portability systems and mechanisms para sa ating mga kababayan abroad. Have those been discussed or made part of the bilateral talks or bilaterals na achieve, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, that's part of the discussion, and the department is working closely with the SSS. In fact, Mr. President, a memorandum of understanding between the DMW and SSS was signed last August to boost social security benefits and opportunities for our OFWs and their families, and encourage sustained membership through massive information po at educational campaign on SSS programs. Mr. President, currently ang SSS has 16 bilateral social security agreements with various host countries. Ang partnership po with SSS is among the many initiatives of the Department of Migrant Workers in ensuring better social security and support to our migrant workers. May mga ilang samples po that I can put into the records, Mr. President. I'm sure our people would be happy to hear yung mga bilateral agreement between the Philippines, for example, and the Republic of Korea, which covers equality of treatment. A covered Filipino, including his, her dependents, and survivors shall be eligible for social security benefits under the same conditions as a Korean national in Korea. Yung pong export of benefits, a covered person shall continue to receive his or her benefits wherever he or she decides to reside. Yung totalization of insurance periods, contribution po, creditable insurance periods in both countries may be added, excluding overlaps, of course, Mr. President, to determine lang yung qualification for benefits. And then, yung mutual administrative assistance, covered members or beneficiaries may file yung pong claims nila with the designated liaison agencies of the Philippines and Korea, Republic of Korea, which shall accordingly extend assistance to facilitate processing of claims, Mr. President.
Salamat para dyan, good sponsor, yung pag-highlight ng mahalagang papel at pagtutulungang formal ngayon sa pagitan ng department at ng SSS at sa pagitan din ng SSS at 16 pang ibang mga bansa through bilaterals. Matutuwa pong marinig ito mula sa good sponsor ng ating mga migrant workers, advocates groups dahil matagal po nilang advocacy yung pension portability sa pamamagitan ng SSS at yung counterparts niya sa ibang mga bansa. At sana po, sorry, Mr. President.
Yes, if I may add, Mr. President, because I remembered my kababayan, the late Secretary Toots Ople, on August 2022, meron pong directive ang ating namayapang secretary ng DMW. Nag-issue po siya ng advisory number 55 series of 2020 suspending the implementation of the expanded compulsory insurance coverage for rehired and directly hired OFWs. Yung directive po was in consideration of the improving state of global health and opening of borders as well as the rollout of vaccines, which calls for the review, revisit of the said policy. So yung compulsory insurance po ng ating mga overseas Filipino workers, ito yung temporary suspension of the implementation of the expanded insurance coverage for rehires and direct hires will be in effect pending the consultation and dialogue among the recruitment industry stakeholders and yung submission po of an offer from insurance providers for an improved package of services beneficial to the needs of the OFWs. Sa kasalukuyan po, yung consultation meetings among the stakeholders are being conducted by the policy cluster ng ating Department of Migrant Workers, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. At yun na nga, dun sa pagtatampok dun sa pension and then insurance agreements or provisions na inilalaan para sa ating mga OFWs mula pa nung panahon ni dating Sec Toots hanggang ngayon sa kasalukuyang liderato sa department. At sana po sa mga susunod na panahon ay ma-explore din po ng DMW yung health insurance portability sa tulong naman ng PhilHealth at yung mga counterpart nitong mga ahensya sa mga receiving countries natin. Salamat din po, good
May mga
yes,
current
Mr.
template
President.
po na agreement that opens the door to discuss ito pong health insurance and social security, Mr. President. Yun ang kagalingan ng secretary natin, Mr. President, laging proactive, Mr. President.
Salamat po para doon, good sponsor. And salamat din po sa pagbanggit ng good sponsor ngayon lamang dun sa PIDOS. Yun po yung susunod kong tanong. So pre-departure orientation seminar at pati na po post-arrival orientation seminar o yung PAOS. So ito po isang malaking issue at isa sa mga dahilan kung bakit nalalagay sa peligro yung ating mga kababayan pagdating nila sa kanilang employer o sa kanilang trabaho. Kapag hindi nila napaghahandaan o hindi sila nabibigyan ng tamang pag-aaral pagdating sa labor laws, cultural and religious beliefs at lengguwahe ng receiving countries, lalo sa mga bansa sa Middle East. And the good sponsor, gaya ng nabanggit, or hindi ko pa pala nabanggit kanina, pero kagagaling ko lamang po sa Doha, Qatar, a month ago, at sa pagbisita ko doon, may mga kaso pa rin ng contract substitution, ganon din ang culture shock. Pero dahil dito ay kontrata o dahil ito ay kontrata, di sila basta-basta makaalis. So sa ngayon, Mr. President, ano po ang disenyo ng PIDOS? Country specific po ba ang seminar or one size fits all? Kasi alam natin na iba-iba ang sitwasyon at batas kada bansa. Sino pong nagbibigay ng orientation at pwede pa bang mag-back out ang isang OFW applicant pagkatapos niya maintindihan at maunawaan ang kanyang posibleng kapalaran pagdating niya sa kanyang employer, Mr. President?
Yung huling pong katanungan, Ginoong Pangulo, definitely pwede po siyang mag-back out, no? At doon po sa sinasabing one size fits all ba, we don't believe, Mr. President, na one size fits all at ang departamento ay naniniwala that it should be country specific, Mr. President. Yung pong ginagawang PIDOS or pre-departure orientation seminar, may kasama na po yung culture and language for domestic workers. Provided po yan dito po sa NCR. May mga regional offices po tayo, Region 6, Region 7, Region 10, Region 11. May ang duration po is 1 to 3 days. Pinapakita po at ino-orient natin yung ating mga kababayan about the culture familiarization. Isang araw po yan, yung culture and language training. For example, kung Arabic po yan, may 3 days po yan. Mandarin, Taiwan, 6 days. Hebrew, Israel, Cantonese, Cantonese in Hong Kong, about 3 days. Yung seminar po, Ginoong Pangulo, includes PIDOS provider, registered PRAs, yung positive values, dangal ng bayan na OFW and cultural insights of the host country, yung pong standard employment contract, ano po ba yung mga government programs and services, yung pong departure tips, kasama rin po yan, yung health, safety, and crisis preparedness, personal financial tips. Tapos dun po, nagpo-fall dun sa culture familiarization na binabanggit natin kanina, at least one whole day, yung cultural do's and don'ts, which is very important. Kasama po yan sa discussion, lalo na kung kayo pupunta sa Malaysia, sa Korea, Japan, Canada, and Germany. Yung culture and language training naman po, we made mention a while ago sa Arabic 3 days, Mandarin 6 days, Hebrew Cantonese 3 days. And mahalaga po yung labor laws. Napapaliwanag sa ating mga kababayan na aalis po yung included po in post-arrival orientation seminars. Doon sa post-arrival orientation seminars, nais ko lang pong banggitin para mailagay sa ating talaan, meron pong 27 migrant workers offices that conducts post-arrival orientation seminars on a regular basis po ito. Sa Asia and the Pacific, nandiyan po yung Singapore, New Zealand, South Korea, Australia, Malaysia, Taichung, ito po ay in Taiwan, Tokyo, Osaka, Hong Kong, Taipei, Macau, Kaohsiung, sa Taiwan din po. Sa Europe at Amerika naman po, meron po dyan sa Rome, sa Milan, Geneva, London, Berlin, Prague, Madrid, Toronto, Vancouver, Los Angeles, California, Washington DC. At sa Middle East, meron pong Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Jordan at Kuwait.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor, sa very illuminating na mga detalyeng ito. At talagang doon pa lang sa pagtatala, napapatunayan, country-specific nga po. And that's very, I think that's very important para sa ating po mga kababayang OFW. Dako naman po ako, Mr. President, dun sa DMW guidelines for seasonal workers program. So we would like to know the status and details, or at least the important details of these guidelines, definition of seasonal workers, ilan pong seasonal OFWs ang nagtatrabaho na, at ilan ang available na mga trabaho dito sa seasonal workers program, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the Department of Migrant Workers has implemented the anti-illegal recruitment, trafficking in persons initiatives related po dito sa mga seasonal workers program. Some actions that were taken by the department include filing of 39 illegal recruitment cases with 118 complainants, and these cases include cases against individuals working for 7 LGUs involved in SWP or yung seasonal workers program, 11 Korean nationals who acted as brokers and intermediaries. Part din po nitong 39 illegal recruitment cases with 118 complainants, yung 30 kaso na have their own respective information filed in court na po ito. One case is pending trial in Quezon City, another in Davao City. DMW is also working with complainants from other LGUs to file additional cases against respondents. At yung huli po was dismissed due to out of court settlement of the parties. And there are also 24 cases. 24 of these cases are still pending preliminary information. Ito po yung denominator natin is 39. Yung 10 cases naman po were dismissed during preliminary information. 2 kaso po dito. One with the city prosecutor of San Fernando, Pampanga, and the other one is in Caloocan City. Will be refiled within the week after additional case build-up, as I was told, Mr. President. Another, Mr. President, that we'd like to report to the body and to our distinguished colleague, yung warnings po, na ginagawa ng Department of Migrant Workers, yung warnings against anti-illegal recruitment and trafficking in persons that are built into the pre-departure orientation seminars and other orientation briefings, Mr. President, for our migrant workers. Ikatlo po, ang departamento created din po itong SWP o Seasonal Workers Program Monitoring System, which I believe is very important. Ito po ay para masiguro at ma-check natin yung kondisyon and the welfare ng ating deployed workers and to monitor significant events of the SWPs. As per the monitoring system, just to put into the records, Mr. President, may total na po na 4,031 are still on-site working, 1,727 with finished contracts, 219 finishing their contracts, and 182 runaways as reported by the 58 LGUs. No deaths were reported as of date versus the 6 reported deaths prior to DMW's interim processing. Tapos may 182 naman po na runaways, left the work site and did not come back, stayed illegally, and others with unknown reasons.
Maraming
But
salamat.
we are working, the department's working with the Korean government on the runaway cases. Meron din po silang negotiations with Ministry of Justice of South Korea as well as Assemblyman Lee Sang-hyun to pave the way for the proposed bilateral labor agreement in this particular issue, which is the seasonal workers program, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat.
And
Good
also,
point. Yes, Mr.
pinapa-add din yung work program ng ating Department of Migrant Workers with the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. At pati dun sa pag-follow up na dun sa 182 na runaway na yung iba nagstay on illegally, yung iba ay may iba't iba pang status at may iba't ibang kadahilanan dun sa pag-runaway na fina-follow up din sila ng DMW. Kasi naalala ko dun sa unang exposure ko sa Qatar, particular sa Doha, problema din po nung ibang mga kababayan natin doon na isinusumbong silang nag-run away. When in fact, hindi naman talaga sila nag-run away. So nagkaroon talaga sila ng higit na problema sa host government. Kumbaga isinusumbong sila ng mga employers nila. Just for the record also, Mr. President, a good sponsor, ito nga pong Seasonal Worker Program of Korea o SWP started in 2015 under the Ministry of Justice of Korea, where LGUs of Korea go directly to LGUs in the Philippines to enter into MOUs for recruitment and deployment of migrant workers in agriculture and fisheries sectors in Korea. Short-term employment po ito for 3 to 5 months, and then the workers have to return back to the Philippines. So salamat din, good sponsor, sa pagbanggit dun sa mga detalye kaugnay ng mga LGUs dahil importante po yung papel nila sa programa at kapag sila ang lumabag or naging pabaya sa karapatan ng kanilang mga constituents, mabigat ang accountability nila. Further, Mr. President, a big issue here is that our LGUs are not authorized to recruit and deploy workers abroad per DMW rules and regulations. Thus, strictly and legally speaking, the LGUs are actually engaging in illegal recruitment. Problema, walang malinaw na guidelines or at least wala noon ang DMW or not even DILG on the matter. Babalikan ko po yung DILG at the end of this brief manifestation, Mr. President, dahil maigi ang DMW, meron na pong work program with the DFA. So sana magkaroon din ng, joint circular, possibly issuance ng joint circular mula sa DMW at saka DILG naman. And lastly, for this brief manifestation, Mr. President, since currently there are no clear policy guidelines or there were no clear policy guidelines on SWP, the program became open for abuse and extortion of money and excessive fees from prospective workers. Moreover, the terms of employment were also not aligned with DMW prescribed standard employment contract na actually, good sponsor, naging problema din sa ilang mga kababayan natin sa Qatar, yung parang very recently lang. At salamat sa Ministry of Labor doon na nag-undertake ng reform sa kanilang labor laws. Ngayon pa lang mas napipirmis yung tungkol sa isang standard employment contract. So to ensure that workers dito po sa Korea go home after their contract expires, they're made to pay a deposit to the LGU. If the worker does not return as scheduled, the deposit is forfeited in favor of the LGU. So parang dati may proteksyon syempre ang Korea, government, may proteksyon ng LGU, pero mabuti nagdadagdag ngayon ng DMW ng proteksyon sa ating mga OFW. So salamat na anticipate na ng good sponsor yung huling tanong na ito tungkol sa SWP, update on DMW effort to address the many concerns around SWP, particularly around the rights and welfare of the OFWs under the program, including, ito na lang po yung iwan kong huling punto dito, sana po ma-explore yung possible issuance ng joint circular sa pagitan ng DMW at DILG. on the matter, Mr.
Let me quickly answer, Mr. President. That one, they are already finalizing the joint memorandum circular between DMW and the DILG. Number two, and other agencies, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are guidelines in place. In fact, the basis would be the anti-illegal recruitment law. And that is the main reason, that's why the department had filed cases, Mr. President. And also, perhaps it would be interesting to report that just recently, this August, the Ministry of Labor of Qatar and the department signed an agreement on a standard employment contract, Mr. President, in order to address these issues, Mr. President. Thank you.
Salamat, good sponsor. Napakagandang development po yun. At actually nakakataba ng puso malaman na yung efforts ng DMW on this side, pinaparallel mayat maya ng mga gobyerno ng receiving countries. In this case, yung Ministry of Labor ng Qatar. At bilang basehan nung pina-finalize po na joint circular at saka yung mga pinipirmahang kasunduan sa pagitan ng department at yung Ministry of Labor ng ibang bansa, ito po ba ay nakabase na sa guidelines and definition ng SWP? At kung opo, kung maaari pong makahingi ng kopya kung meron na po yun.
The answer is in the affirmative, Your Honor, Mr. President, and the committee is committed to give Your Honors a copy of this document, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po, good sponsor, sa inyo at saka sa DMW. Tungkol naman po sa ensuring competency, skills, and attitude of staff in the MWOs na kababanggit nilang ng good sponsor. May mga reklamo po kasi na natatanggap kami, particular sa mga staff ng ilang MWO sa Saudi Arabia at Taiwan, masusungit daw, Taiwan Meko, masusungit daw, hindi maayos ang pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga OFWs, power tripping din daw kadalasan. So, paano po ba ang selection process at deployment ng mga staff sa MWOs at pati sa mga embassies, Mr. President?
Mr. President, in the selection, Mr. President, they abide by the civil service regulation. They also introduce ito pong CITES, CITES, which means compassion, integrity, transparency, excellence, and service. Mr. President, they are also in the process of developing ito pong skills and competency programs, including which they put so much value, Mr. President, dun po sa tinatawag na human relation skills. And we share the same sentiment, Your Honor, because I'm also exposed to a lot of OFWs say the same thing. So we will monitor this. We will keep you posted, Mr. President. And we hope that this program, this new program of the department would help transform our government employees in serving the best interest of our people, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. At huling tanong sa paksang ito, tungkol naman sa mga local hires ng mga MWOs, lalo sa mga competent and compassionate naman ng mga staff sa MWOs, ano po ang terms of employment at status of employment nila pagdating sa mga sweldo at iba pang benepisyo? At sa totoo lang, bakit hindi sila ka-level ng mga staff ng embahada at consul, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the department is working closely with the Department of Foreign Affairs to provide the benefits in accordance with the DFA guidelines and host countries' labor laws. The department is currently consolidating also, Mr. President, the reports and inputs of all migrant workers' offices and endeavors to implement yung pong revised policies on service fees and other benefits of local hires by 2025. Sa kasalukuyan po, Ginoong Pangulo, yung pong mga benepisyo of local hires in migrant workers' offices in London and Singapore have already been adjusted in accordance with the host countries' labor laws. And we are looking forward to adjusting din yung mga iba, Mr. President. And again, it's important to note that the department is monitoring closely this particular issue, Mr. President. Thank you.
Salamat. Thank you for that, good sponsor. Dahil higit nating pinahahalagahan yung karapatan at kagalingan ng ating mga OFW sa iba